everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
The Boundless Journey, starting from Bofuri, Chapter 201 to 244, Chapter 201 Eliminating Kizagaku's Ninja. The second exam concludes 11:44 words. Just as Takaru was comforting Karen, two kunai suddenly shot towards him from the shadows. Takaru sensed them instantly. He scooped Karen up and swiftly moved from the spot. Tisk, Karen. What are you thinking? Hurry up and kill him. Two Kizagaku's ninja appeared, angrily shouting at Karen. Karen refused instinctively upon hearing them. Remember, you only survived this long because Kizagaku took you in. Outsiders are truly untrustworthy. And that flaming red hair is so disgusting. The two Kizagaku's ninjas sneered upon hearing Karen's refusal. Their words made Karen bite her lip, her heart aching with sorrow. Karen, close your eyes, Takaru said gently to Karen upon noticing her distress. Although unsure why, Karen obediently closed her eyes at Takaru's command. Not long after Karen closed her eyes, the two Kizagaku's ninjas let out agonized screams. All right, let's go, Takaru said, not even glancing at the two with kunai embedded in their skulls. He took Karen's hand and led her towards Yui and Ritsu. Hearing Takaru, Karen instinctively followed. Soon, Takaru brought Karen to where Yui and Ritsu were. Takaru, who is she? Noticing the new girl with Takaru, and the forehead protector clearly not from Konoha, both Yui and Ritsu were slightly puzzled. Hearing them, Karen instinctively hid behind Takaru, as if seeking safety. This is Uzumaki Karen, a poor girl. Karen, this is Hirasawa Yui, and this is Tainaka Ritsu, my companions, Takaru said, pulling Karen forward to introduce everyone. Hello, pleased to meet you. Trusting Takaru, Yui smiled and extended her right hand. Pleased to meet you too. Sensing no hostility from Yui, Karen cautiously shook her hand. I'm Tainaka Ritsu. Nice to meet you. Ritsu also extended her hand cheerfully. Hello, Karen quickly shook her hand as well. Thus they became acquainted. By the way, Karen, have you eaten? We have plenty of roasted bear meat left. Let's eat together. Yui suddenly remembered, pointing to the large portion of roasted bear meat on the makeshift table. The aroma of roasted meat made the already hungry Karen's mouth water, but she looked to Takaru first. Let's eat together, Takaru said gently upon seeing her look. Hearing Takaru's approval, Karen nodded happily. So the four enjoyed a feast in the perilous forest of death. Yui's cooking was excellent. Despite the limited outdoor conditions, the bear meat was roasted to a perfect crispness. After dinner, Takaru used his nin to materialize a large tub. Yui used her water manipulation to fill it partially, then Ritsu used her fire magic to heat the water. While Takaru stood guard outside, the three girls washed up inside. Though Ritsu and Yui felt a bit shy at the thought of Takaru possibly observing them with his observation haki, they trusted him implicitly and shared certain unspoken feelings, so neither mentioned it. Takaru was considerate, deliberately keeping his observation haki away from the girls. He wasn't the type to peep. After washing, the girls called Takaru in. Takaru simply manipulated water to clean himself quickly. Then, the three girls settled into the tent Takaru had materialized, while Takaru kept watch from a tree outside, also training his haki. The girls had offered to take turns keeping watch, but Takaru refused, explaining this was also part of his training. Lying on the soft bedding, Karen felt dazed. It was as if fortune had suddenly smiled upon her, offering a glimmer of hope. And Takaru was the one who brought that hope. She wished she could stay by his side forever. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the next morning. After freshening up and having breakfast, they decided to head towards the central tower. Although Karen only had an earth scroll, having lost her teammates meant she was effectively disqualified. There was no need to collect another scroll. She hadn't come to become a chunin, but was sent by Kizagaku as a mobile healing supply. Takaru's group moved quickly. Although Karen was slow, with Takaru carrying her, they traversed the dangerous forest of death, and reached the tower in less than an hour. Upon arrival, they found two teams already waiting inside, Team 8 and the Sunagakure siblings. Seeing them, Takaru paid little mind. He asked Karen to wait outside briefly while he, Ui, and Ritsu entered a room. Following the instructions, they opened their scrolls. A Chunin was summoned from the scroll, acting as their messenger. He first congratulated them on passing, then explained the Hokage's views on what makes a qualified Chunin, followed by details about the third exam. After his explanation, the Chunin vanished. They were told they had 3 extra days before the next stage. They couldn't interfere with other examinees, but were free to move around the tower area. Food and rooms were provided inside. Hearing this, Takaru's group simply retrieved Karen and selected a spot in the tower to rest and train. Kiba and his team felt relieved upon seeing Takaru's group arrive. Earlier they had faced grave danger. If not for Temari's intervention, Gaara might have killed them. Being alone with the Sunagakure's team had been stressful. Now, with fellow Konoha's ninja present, they felt safer. "Hey, we meet again. You got here pretty fast," Takaru greeted the Sunagakure trio with a light smile, unfazed by the killing intent emanating from Gaara. Gaara nodded slightly in acknowledgement, saying nothing more. Takaru didn't press further, and went to briefly chat with Kiba's team. Upon learning Takaru's name, the three looked at him curiously, remembering Kabuto's earlier remark about Takaru having no chakra. Kiba quietly asked Akamaru, who confirmed he couldn't smell any chakra on Takaru. Takaru heard their exchange but simply glanced their way before starting his training. Ui focused on physical conditioning and Nen, wholeheartedly believing Takaru's words about Nen's immense potential. Ritsu practiced her observation and armament hockey. While Takaru's group trained, Naruto's team faced crisis elsewhere. With Naruto and Sasuke unconscious, Sakura had to fend off the Otogakure trio ordered by Orochimaru. During this fight, Lee arrived to help but being overconfident and not removing his weights, was defeated by Zaku and Dosu. In the face of danger, Sakura showed growth, displaying strong resolve. Finally, Ino, who had been watching secretly, stepped in. Shikamaru and Choji were reluctantly dragged into the fight as well. After a fierce battle with Dosu's team, Sasuke finally awakened and defeated the Otogakure's ninja. Sakura held him, helping him regain his senses. As an apology, Dosu handed over their Earth Scroll before leaving with Zaku, whose arms were broken, and the unconscious Kin. Later, Naruto's team received aid from Kabuto. On the final day, they finally defeated the Amagakure's ninja, who had ambushed them earlier, securing a Heaven Scroll and entering the tower. Their arrival marked the last team to pass, as the 5-day time limit had nearly expired. Chapter 202, Chapter 202 The third exam preliminaries 1126 words. As for Takaru's group, their days were spent following a strict training regimen. Though Ritsu often slacked off, Takaru and Ui were highly disciplined. Their routine even inspired Karen to join in. Over the past few days, Karen had developed a deep infatuation with Takaru. Through their daily interactions, Takaru sensed her growing affection. He chose not to address it directly, planning to ask her properly at the end. If she was willing to leave the ninja world, he could take her with him. Meanwhile, in the upper levels of the tower, the third Hokage, Anko, Kotetsu, and Izumo gathered in a room. "So, does the curse seal still hurt?" Hiruzen asked, observing Anko. "No, thanks to you, it's almost better now," Anko replied quickly. Either way, Orochimaru is one of Konoha's legendary Sannin. Even the Umbu aren't his match. He's an S rank on the bingo book. To force him to unleash such a terrifying attack. What exactly happened? Kotetsu frowned, voicing his confusion. And why did he appear here now? Izumo added, equally puzzled. Hearing them, Anko recalled Orochimaru's words. He had his eyes on a youth who inherited the Uchiha clan's abilities. "It's Sasuke, isn't it?" Hiruzen stated, seeing Anko's expression. Anko was surprised Hiruzen knew. Anko-sama, in the second stage, 24 confirmed passes. According to Chunin exams regulations, the third exam will use a test not used in 5 years. The second exam is now concluded. A person on a monitor reported before Anko could say more. For now, let the exams proceed. We'll observe that man's movements while continuing, Hiruzen said calmly to Anko's troubled look. Following the Hokage's order, Anko nodded. Soon, Takeru's group was assembled. The third Hokage, surrounded by numerous Chunin and Jonin, stood in the most prominent position, while the examinees stood orderly below. Takeru quickly noticed Orochimaru disguised among the Otogekyu's ninja. He offered a meaningful, inscrutable smile. Looking at the large number of examinees, Anko felt a bit helpless. Ideally, she wanted the number reduced to single digits to expedite the third exam. Your team is not bad. But with our team here, don't get any ideas. The next round is about true skill. Well, youth is sometimes bitter, sometimes severe, right, Kakashi? Guy scanned the crowd, addressing Kakashi. Did you say something? Kakashi looked utterly blank, causing Guy to momentarily deflate before reigniting with renewed vigor. Next, the third Hokage-sama will explain the third stage. Please listen carefully. Hokage-sama, I leave it to you, Anko said before turning to Hiruzen. We will now begin the third stage. But before explaining, I must clarify something, the true purpose of these exams. Why do allied nations hold them together? Hiruzen then explained the real significance of the allied Chunin exams. While promoting friendship between allied nations, they were essentially a microcosm of conflict between these nations. The exams originated because the so-called allied nations were once warring neighbors. To avoid mutual destruction, they designated the Chunin exams as their battlefield. Takeru wasn't particularly interested in this but listened politely without interrupting. The frequent wars in the ninja world stemmed from backward thinking and issues with productivity, leading to constant conflict over resources. If ninjutsu were applied to production, resources wouldn't be so scarce. In this skewed world, ninja only mechanically completed missions, never considering production themselves. Perhaps it was a vicious cycle. If you engaged in production, others would attack and plunder you. In Takeru's view, the chaos in the ninja world resulted from the limited thinking and perspective of the majority. Changing this wasn't something one or two people could easily accomplish. It would require someone with power to suppress the entire ninja world and lead a revolution. However, that wasn't Takeru's concern. While achieving such a feat would likely earn an S+ rating, time constraints made it currently impossible for him. Moreover, the ninja world was filled with individuals and organizations plotting major events. Black Zetsu, trying to resurrect his mother, Madara and Obito, aiming to resurrect the Ten Tails and cast the infinite Tsukuyomi, trapping the world in a dream for so-called permanent peace. Besides these troublemakers, the 5 great ninja villages and countless smaller villages presented significant obstacles. Reforming the world was too difficult for Takeru at his current level. These individuals weren't like those in Akame ga Kill. There Takeru could use control methods, but here, his nin needles were ineffective against such powerful figures. After Hiruzen explained the true purpose of the selection, the sickly gecko Hayate emerged from the shadows. My apologies, Hokage-sama. Allow me, Gecko Hayate, as the proctor, to explain the rest, Hayate said, kneeling on one knee. I leave it to you, the third replied calmly. Before the third stage begins, there is something everyone must complete. Hayate looked pallid as he addressed the crowd. That is the preliminary selection to determine who qualifies for the third exam. Preliminary selection. What does that mean? Shikamaru asked, already sensing the trouble. Perhaps the first 2 exams this session were too easy. Too many remain. Therefore, according to Chunin exam regulations, we will hold a preliminary selection to reduce numbers for the third exam, Hayate explained seriously. Therefore, those feeling unwell or who wish to withdraw may do so. The preliminaries will begin immediately. His words caused a minor stir among Kiba, Ino, and others. Hayate ignored their complaints. Oh, I forgot to mention. The upcoming fights will be individual. You may decide for yourselves whether to raise your hand and withdraw, Hayate stated, looking at them. Sasuke assumed no one would quit. Even tormented by pain, he refused to give up, silencing Sakura's persuasion. Anko also insisted Sasuke withdraw, but Kakashi, knowing him better, stated Sasuke would never quit. After a moment of silence, Kabuto raised his hand and withdrew, just like in the original story, shocking everyone, especially Naruto. Kabuto claimed the injuries from the Otogekyu's ninja still affected him, but the truth was he feared his passion would expose his true strength. As a spy, standing out was highly imprudent. Now, is there anyone else who wishes to withdraw? After Kabuto left, no one else spoke. Then the preliminaries begin. They will consist of one-on-one individual matches, conducted as real combat. There are 23 participants, so there will be 11 matches, Hayate announced. Wait, sensei. What about the extra person? Sakura raised her hand to ask. The remaining person will receive a bye and advance directly, Hayate replied. The examinees were surprised. Luck is also a form of strength. The upcoming matches have no rules. They continue until one side dies, falls, or concedes. So, if you don't want to die, surrender quickly, Hayate stated calmly, looking at their puzzled expressions. Chapter 203. Chapter 203 Sasuke vs Akato Yoroi. However, if I deem the outcome decided, to prevent unnecessary deaths, I will intervene and stop you. What controls your fate next is that electronic display board. It will randomly display the names of the two combatants for each match. Now we will immediately reveal the two contestants for the first match. As his words fell, Sasuke and Akato Yoroi's names appeared on the board. Sasuke smiled slightly at the sight, then winced as the curse seal sent a fresh wave of pain. Yoroi, seeing it was Sasuke, whom Orochimaru was keenly interested in, smirked beneath his mask, unseen by others. Then, please have the two named contestants step forward. The first match, Akato Yoroi vs Uchiha Sasuke. Any objections? Hayate looked at both. None, both replied simultaneously. Noticing this, Orochimaru showed a faint smile, eagerly anticipating Sasuke using the curse seal. Unlike Yoroi, most present cheered for Sasuke. Then, the first match will now commence. Aside from the two combatants, please move upstairs, Hayate instructed seriously. Takara's group naturally complied, moving up the stairs to the second floor observation area to watch. Sasuke, don't use the Sharingan, Kakashi whispered as he passed Sasuke after everyone else left. You know, Sasuke said, startled, then smiled in realization. That curse seal on your neck, if it runs wild, you'll die, Kakashi warned. I figured, Sasuke nodded in understanding. After the brief warning, Kakashi calmly left for the observation floor. Sasuke now understood, the curse seal reacted to his chakra. If he carelessly gathered chakra, it would overwhelm his mind and drain all his chakra. So, not just the Sharingan, but even ordinary ninjutsu was risky. Then, please begin. Seeing both seemed ready, Hayate announced. Let's begin. Yoroi immediately formed a hand seal, gathering chakra in his hand. Sasuke drew a kunai from his pouch. As the match started, Yoroi threw for shuriken at Sasuke. Sasuke deflected them with his kunai. However, habitually using chakra triggered the cursed seal's reaction, causing intense pain. Coupled with the force of his swing, he lost balance and fell. Seizing the opportunity, Yoroi dodged the deflected shuriken and charged at Sasuke, throwing a chakra-infused punch. At the last moment, Sasuke rolled away, avoiding the punch. He then stabbed his kunai into the ground to halt his momentum. Using the kunai for leverage, he kicked Yoroi's legs, causing him to fall too. Sasuke quickly attempted to pin him with his legs and arms. Unfazed, Yoroi placed his palm on Sasuke. As chakra surged, Sasuke felt his strength draining. Yoroi easily broke free from Sasuke's grip, raised his fist, and delivered a heavy blow to the defenseless Sasuke's abdomen. Sasuke cried out, clutching his stomach in pain. After the punch, Yoroi jumped back, calmly observing Sasuke. What's happening? My body suddenly has no strength. Sasuke couldn't comprehend the change. Before he could think further, Yoroi attacked again. This time, he charged, pressing Sasuke's head with his chakra-infused hand, slamming it into the ground. As chakra continued to flow, Sasuke's struggles weakened. Watching from above, Kakashi's eye widened. You're taking my chakra. Sasuke realized in shock as his chakra rapidly drained. Only realizing it now. Yoroi sneered. Yoroi possessed a special ability, chakra absorption technique. By touching an opponent, he could drain their spiritual and physical energy. To Takaru, it resembled a weaker version of the Pretapath's ability. Above, Orochimaru watched intently, hoping Sasuke would use the Cursed Seal's power, believing it was Sasuke's only chance to win. Despite the drain, Sasuke mustered enough strength to kick Yoroi away, creating a brief respite. You still have strength left. Just an experiment subject. Yoroi thought bitterly. As one of Orochimaru's earliest followers, being surpassed by others, especially Kabuto, irked him greatly. Annoyed, Yoroi gathered chakra in his hand again and charged at Sasuke, who was swaying as he stood. Despite his exhausted state, Sasuke miraculously dodged all of Yoroi's grasping attempts, making Takaru somewhat speechless. Yoroi's performance was lackluster. Perhaps he focused solely on his absorption technique, as his taijutsu was abysmal. Even Ritsu beside Takaru felt she could easily handle such an opponent, gaining confidence for her own match. Is this how the great Uzumaki Naruto's rival fights? Naruto shouted from above, unaware. Since Naruto was unconscious when Orochimaru placed the seal, he didn't know Sasuke was enduring immense pain, and couldn't use chakra freely. Otherwise, Sasuke could easily defeat someone like Yoroi. Hearing Naruto, Sasuke instinctively glanced back and saw Lee beside Naruto. An idea sparked. You still have time to look around. Enraged by Sasuke's inattention, Yoroi charged again with gathered chakra. Despite the pain, Sasuke focused intensely, dodging Yoroi's attacks. Finally, when least expected, Sasuke counterattacked. Exploiting an opening in Yoroi's movements, Sasuke seemed to vanish from his sight. It wasn't true vanishing, as Sasuke used a visual trick and speed. Those watching from above, like Takaru, saw it clearly. Sasuke used a taijutsu move copied from Lee. Shadow of the Dancing Leaf. A low kick launched Yoroi into the air. Sasuke then appeared behind him mid-air. However, the cursed seal nearly disrupted the follow-up. But in the end, Sasuke overcame it, suppressing the seal's flare-up with sheer will. It begins, Sasuke said softly to Yoroi, having suppressed the seal under the stunned gazes of Anko, Kakashi, and Orochimaru. He then flipped Yoroi, using the momentum to spin himself. He delivered a heavy kick, blocked by Yoroi. As Yoroi smirked, Sasuke's second strike came swiftly, a powerful punch to his head after another flip. As both descended, Sasuke delivered the final blow, a spinning kick, combining his momentum with gravity, slamming Yoroi violently into the ground. This was Sasuke's modified version of Lee's Shadow of the Dancing Leaf, Lion combo. Under the impact, Yoroi lost consciousness completely. I am stopping this match. The winner of the first round is Uchiha Sasuke. He passes the preliminary. After checking Yoroi, Heiei quickly announced the result. Chapter 204, Chapter 204 Takaru vs Kankuro 1169 words. Upon hearing the announcement, the barely seated Sasuke felt exhausted and began to slump. At the critical moment, Kakashi used the body flicker technique to appear behind him, using his foot to support Sasuke and prevent him from falling. Watching Kakashi's body flicker, Takaru noted it was almost as fast as his Soru. The body flicker technique utilized chakra for high-speed movement, with the required chakra varying based on distance and elevation. It seemed highly practical, perhaps even more so than Soru, which, though relying solely on physical strength, created sonic booms from air friction, making it quite conspicuous. Well, not bad, Kakashi said with a light laugh, genuinely surprised Sasuke had won under such conditions. Above, while happy for Sasuke, Naruto couldn't resist mocking him for the messy victory. As Sasuke secured victory by copying Lee's moves, the spectators' thoughts swirled, many gaining newfound respect for him. Orochimaru grew even more interested, his entire body trembling with excitement. Yoroi was taken away by the medical team, while Kakashi quickly escorted Sasuke away to seal the curse seal. Next was the second match, Shino vs Abumi Zaku. Zaku's arms had been broken by Sasuke's rampage, and were still bandaged, putting him at a clear disadvantage. Zaku initially claimed he could only use one arm, severely weakening him since his ability relied entirely on the sound holes in his palms. He could use the powerful air wave, capable of shattering rock, his sole technique but versatile in application. At full strength, he was mid-tier among these genin. Unfortunately, Shino was far stronger. While Hinata worried for her teammate, Kiba reassured her, adding that Shino was the one person he absolutely didn't want to fight. Though not explicitly stated, Kiba, through Akamaru and his own keen sense of smell, understood Shino's terror. Ui and Ritsu, seeing Shino step onto the field, felt a wave of discomfort. "If you fight me, you won't be able to stand again. Withdraw," Shino calmly advised Zaku. "For a guy like you, one hand is enough." Zaku charged angrily at Shino. Shino simply extended his right arm, blocking the attack. "You can't beat me with one hand," Shino stated flatly after blocking. "Stop talking." Feeling belittled, Zaku's sound hole rumbled, releasing an air wave at the seemingly off-guard Shino. Caught at close range, Shino was blasted back. However, as the smoke cleared and Shino stood up, something felt off. A rustling sound filled the arena. Ui and Ritsu, with their observation haki active, instantly covered their mouths in horror. They could see countless insects crawling in and out of Shino's skin, moving freely across his body. "Humph, let's see you bluff now." Though also creeped out, Zaku wasn't intimidated. He soon found himself surrounded, Shino on one side, a sea of insects on the other. With only one usable arm, he could only defend one direction, leaving the other open to attack. Just as Zaku smugly tried to use his injured right arm as well, attempting an air wave, he found he couldn't release it. Intense pain shot through both arms, followed by a sudden explosion. Struggling to look at his palms, he saw them covered with insects, especially the sound holes, which were completely blocked. How did this happen? Zaku couldn't understand when this had occurred. "Earlier, when I advised you to withdraw, I gave the insects a suggestion as a precaution, to use their bodies to block that troublesome sound hole and not move. That's the real one hand up my sleeve," Shino explained calmly. Even with both arms effectively useless, Zaku refused to give up. Seeing his stubbornness, Shino punched Zaku in the head, sending him flying and ending the fight. Zaku's arms exploded because Shino's insects blocked the exhaust ports. When Zaku tried to use air wave, the trapped energy had nowhere to go but back into his arms, causing them to rupture. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Orochimaru were engaged in a standoff over Sasuke. This time, however, Orochimaru didn't linger. After stating that Sasuke would seek him out for power, he avoided clashing with Kakashi's Chidori and left. Back at the preliminaries, after confirming Zaku's condition, Heiei quickly declared Shino the winner. Niji used his Byakugan for the first time to observe Shino, learning from Guy that Shino was the heir to a clan that controlled insects. "Now let's proceed to the next match." Soon, Heiei announced the next pair. The board displayed Takaru and Kankuro. "Humph, finally my turn. And that guy, time to settle this now," Kankuro said excitedly upon seeing Takaru was his opponent. Takaru simply smiled lightly. He hadn't expected Kankuro, but regardless of the opponent, he wouldn't lose. "Takaru nii, do your best," Ui said earnestly as Takaru prepared to step down. "Hee, Ui, the other guy should be the one worried," Ritsu said with her usual carefree attitude. Gaara frowned at the seemingly overconfident Kankuro, internally calling him an idiot. "It's them. Sakura was surprised seeing the matchup. Takaru, go get him. Beat that arrogant guy. Naruto shouted from above. Though not close to Takaru and even somewhat envious of his looks, Takaru had saved him and Konohamaru once, and was from his village, so Naruto cheered for him. Kiba and Shikamaru watched curiously, wondering what abilities Takaru would use. They recalled Kabuto saying Takaru couldn't use chakra. Below, Takaru and Kankuro quickly took their positions, stopping at a set distance. This time, I'll show you my power, Kankuro declared. Is that so? I look forward to it, Takaru replied with his usual calm smile. TCH, such an annoying guy, Kankuro muttered, frowning. Then, the third match. Seeing both ready, Hayate announced. Let's make this quick. Kankuro said, unloading the puppet crow from his back. Takaru knew the Kankuro before him was actually the puppet in disguise, while the real Kankuro hid within the bandages. Though arrogant, Kankuro wasn't foolish. He planned to test Takaru with the puppet first, then use Crow's surprise attack when Takaru engaged it. However, Takaru simply stood with his arms crossed, ignoring the deliberately exposed weakness. After a stalemate with Takaru still not attacking, the puppet Kankuro, controlled by the real one, launched a taijutsu assault. Takaru smiled lightly, dodging the punches and kicks with ease, then lightly kicked the puppet away. Watching the relaxed fight between Takaru and Kankuro, the spectators above grew puzzled. Well, your puppet skills shouldn't be that poor, should they? Takaru addressed the Kankuro hidden in the bandages with a bored tone. What do you mean? Most above were confused. How did you know? Kankuro was taken aback. He then emerged from the bandages, frowning at Takaru. Under everyone's surprised gazes, the puppet's outer layer rapidly peeled away, revealing its true form, a humanoid puppet with 3 eyes and 4 arms. It's a normal thinking. Using a puppet to trick the enemy, probe their techniques, and at the critical moment, launch a special attack with the puppet, Takaru stated, directly revealing his strategy. Chapter 205, Chapter 205 The Crow Puppet. Since you knew, why didn't you attack my real body from the start? Kankuro asked, perplexed that Takaru had apparently been aware of the puppet substitution all along. What he couldn't understand was why Takaru hadn't just attacked his real body. Under those circumstances, it would have been difficult for him to dodge. That would have been too boring, wouldn't it? Takaru replied calmly. Is that so? Then I'll make you pay for your arrogance. Kankuro's irritation flared again. He manipulated the puppet, causing poison-coated blades to shoot from its wrists towards Takaru. Seeing this, Takaru smiled lightly and effortlessly caught all the blades with his hands. Your things, return to you, Takaru said, then threw the blades back at Kankuro. Seeing the blades flying back, Kankuro frowned and quickly leaped aside to dodge. Black secret technique, mouth kunai. After dodging, Kankuro controlled Crow again, firing a rapid, high-frequency volley of kunai in groups of 3 at Takaru. Takaru remained standing still. He caught one kunai with one hand, and with incredible speed, deflected the other 2 that arrived almost simultaneously. Then, under Kankuro's astonished gaze, he threw the kunai back at him. Is that all you've got? Takaru continued his taunt. Such speed. Kakashi's eye narrowed, sensing Takaru's unusual nature. Even he couldn't replicate that movement without using his Sharingan. I'll show you the true terror of the tactical puppet Crow. Angered, Kankuro manipulated Crow to disconnect one of its arm joints, launching a bomb-like projectile at Takaru. Black secret technique, poison smoke bomb. The joint opened, releasing a smoke bomb laced with poison, meant to obscure vision and paralyze the opponent with toxins. Takaru saw it but had no fear of poison. He calmly stood his ground as the smoke bomb exploded. Purple smoke enveloped the area around him. Not good. That's poison smoke. Kakashi warned the nearby spectators, who quickly retreated. It's over. Surrender now. Kankuro excitedly shouted, seeing Takaru engulfed in the poison smoke. Takaru nii. Ui and Ritsu cried out worriedly. Though confident in his strength, they didn't know if he could resist the poison, and were naturally anxious. Well, a little toxin like this. Is this your final trump card? As the smoke slowly cleared, Takeru's figure reappeared, arms crossed, seemingly unharmed. Kankuro was stunned. Above, Ui and Ritsu smiled in relief. Seems you're out of tricks. Well then, goodbye. Seeing Kankuro's shock, Takeru moved, vanishing from sight. He disappeared. The spectators looked around in confusion. Kankuro in the arena was highly alert. Over here, Takeru's voice came softly from behind Kankuro, followed by a swift handchop to his neck. Kankuro seemed to take a massive blow, his mind going momentarily blank. He lost consciousness instantly, collapsing to the ground. The puppet crow also went limp. The abrupt change left everyone frozen. No one expected the match to end so suddenly. Kakashi and the others looked at Takeru with deep seriousness. Their superior skill and perception allowed them to grasp just how exaggerated Takeru's burst of speed was. Is that really speed a genin can achieve? And he seemed to have plenty to spare. It's probably not inferior to my own speed. Anko thought, watching Takeru closely. So this is that special child from the Nara clan. Seems he's worth nurturing. Hiruzen contemplated, planning to draw Takeru in later. So this is your strength. Truly formidable. Gaara's killing intent surged, worrying Temari beside him. Kankuro is unconscious. I declare Nara Takeru the winner. After checking Kankuro, Heiei quickly announced. Hearing the result, Takeru smiled and walked back up. Kankuro was carried away by his sensei, having only been knocked out with no lasting injury. Now, we proceed to the fourth match. After a short break, Heiei announced the next pair. Soon, two names appeared on the board, Tainaka Ritsu and Haruno Sakura. Seems your luck is holding, Takeru said with a light smile, looking at Ritsu. Do your best, Ritsu. Ui encouraged her seriously. Ritsu smiled happily. Through observation hockey, she knew Sakura was likely the weakest among all the genin, her life force not particularly strong. She just needed to watch for any special abilities. Sakura, go. Defeat that woman. Naruto cheered excitedly. Sakura, however, stared blankly at Ritsu, feeling utterly lacking in confidence. Knowing she was Takeru's teammate, who seemed mysterious and unfathomable, made her heart sink. But she had no retreat. She steeled herself and walked down. Ritsu descended with an eager smile. Seeing both ready, Heiei announced. Hearing this, Sakura gathered chakra to enhance her body, and launched the first attack. She attempted a sweeping kick to gain the initiative. Ritsu activated her observation hockey, clearly tracking Sakura's movements, and simply crouched slightly to dodge. Unfazed, Sakura used the momentum to spin, canceling the kick's force, then aimed a powerful stomp at Ritsu's position, followed by a sweeping leg. Ritsu agilely dodged and created some distance. Only taijutsu. Ritsu grew more confident. Frowning at Ritsu's agility, Sakura drew two kunai from her pouch and threw them forcefully. Ritsu remained calm, maintaining her observation hockey while turning her hands black. As the kunai flew in, she easily caught them and threw them back at Sakura. Though not trained in throwing kunai, her aim was decent enough against a human-sized target. Seeing her own kunai returned, Sakura's eyes sharpened. She quickly jumped away, avoiding the attack range. As expected, close combat between kunoichi is only at this level, Niji commented disappointedly. Naruto glared at him, displeased. The problem isn't that they're kunoichi. Tenten retorted, defending herself. Chapter 206, Chapter 206 Temari vs Tenten 1069 words. On the field, after a series of attacks, Sakura was breathing heavily, while Ritsu showed no signs of fatigue. After all, while Ritsu's basic physical attributes weren't exceptionally high, they were over 3 times that of an ordinary person. Moreover, these attributes didn't simply add up linearly, they were multiplicative. Consequently, even in high-intensity combat, Ritsu could maintain her peak for at least 7 or 8 minutes. In the current fighting style, she could last 15 to 20 minutes without exhaustion. In contrast, Sakura wasn't faring as well. Although her physical strength and endurance surpassed an ordinary person's, according to Takeru's calculations, they were likely around 40 points or less. With chakra enhancement, she might reach 50 or 60, but her current chakra reserves weren't substantial. Additionally, this preliminary exam was held immediately after the second exam ended. Her physical condition wasn't at its peak, naturally making her less threatening to Ritsu. After sufficient probing, Ritsu realized Sakura truly didn't know any special ninjutsu. Remaining cautious but no longer holding back, she blocked Sakura's punch with her left arm and delivered a powerful, pre-charged punch to Sakura's abdomen. The immense force exploded within Sakura, causing her to vomit bile as she staggered backward. Ritsu's assault didn't stop. Another punch aimed at Sakura's face sent her crashing to the ground. Seeing her fall, Naruto above cried out worriedly. Ritsu paused her attack, calmly observing Sakura. Honestly, Sakura was weaker than she had anticipated. It's over. Admit defeat, Ritsu stated directly. It's not over yet. Hearing Ritsu, Sakura struggled to her feet, her eyes filled with determination. She didn't want to be left behind, watching Sasuke and Naruto grow further and further ahead while she remained stagnant. She refused to lose. Standing up, Sakura charged at Ritsu again. While closing in, she swiftly formed hand seals, and her figure multiplied into 3. Clone technique. Recognizing it, Ritsu smiled confidently. As the first 2 clones attacked, Ritsu didn't move. Only when the third threw a punch did she dodge. The first 2 clones dissipated into smoke upon contact, and Ritsu engaged the real Sakura. She sidestepped Sakura's rushing punch, grabbed her attacking arm, and delivered a knee strike to her abdomen without holding back. This blow was far more powerful and brutal than before. The tremendous force sent Sakura flying backward. If she hadn't used chakra to protect her abdomen beforehand, this strike would have seriously injured her. As it was, she was in great discomfort. Will you continue? Ritsu frowned, watching Sakura struggle to rise. Ignoring Ritsu, Sakura stubbornly tried to get up. Sakura, that's enough. Naruto shouted from above. I won't stay the weakest. Sakura bit her lip, replying. Ino above watched sympathetically, but it was the exam, so she couldn't intervene. I acknowledge your resolve. Then, don't blame me for what comes next. Seeing her determined gaze, Ritsu spoke seriously. Fireball. Extending her hand, a fireball materialized above her palm, gradually growing larger. Seeing the fireball, Sakura froze, sensing its destructive power. She knew being hit would mean serious injury, if not death, but she couldn't dodge in her current state. Naruto above clenched his fist, ready to intervene. Seeing this, Kakashi sighed and glanced at Heiei. The match is over. Tainaka Ritsu wins. Just as Ritsu was about to release the fireball, Heiei terminated the match. He could see that if Ritsu intended harm, Sakura would have been defeated earlier. Though unwilling, Sakura couldn't argue. She had no confidence dodging Ritsu's impending attack, let alone enduring it. Hearing the referee, Ritsu silently dispersed the flames. Giving Sakura one last look, she returned to the observation deck above. Naruto rushed down to comfort her. Well done, Takeru said with a light smile as Ritsu returned. Ritsu felt slightly bashful, knowing her easy victory was partly due to Sakura's weakness. However, she also realized how much chakra enhanced their capabilities. After Sakura was helped away by Naruto, Heiei quickly announced the next match. The next pair was Tenten versus Temari. Lee and Guy cheered enthusiastically for Tenten above. Temari received a calm glance from Gaara, while the now conscious Kankuro glared resentfully at Takeru but dared not act. As the match began, Tenten cautiously retreated, maintaining an optimal distance for both attack and defense. Getting a feel for things. Let me warn you, once I start attacking, it'll be over in an instant, Temari declared confidently. She then gestured for Tenten to make the first move. In that case, I won't hold back. Tenten leaped into the air, throwing for shuriken at Temari. However, as they were about to hit, Temari seemed to shift left briefly before returning to her original spot, as if the shuriken passed through her. She then looked at Tenten calmly. Impossible. Tenten was stunned. What's wrong? Just testing the waters. Or too nervous to aim properly? I thought this might be more interesting, but it seems there's nothing to look forward to, Temari said, pleased with Tenten's reaction. How can it be? Tenten missed. Lee above hadn't noticed Temari's high-speed movement. That's not possible. Tenten's shuriken never miss. So it wasn't a miss. It was dodged, Guy calmly explained to Lee. Looks like the Sunagakure's ninja has this one, Shikamaru observed placidly. The outcome isn't decided yet. Naruto retorted. No, it's pretty much determined, Takaru interjected. Why are you all so sure? Explain clearly. Naruto demanded, displeased. That Temari's speed is too great. Tenten can't track her movements. That's an absolute disadvantage, Ui explained calmly. That's one reason, Takaru affirmed. Ui looked at Temari with surprise, though she knew she could match that burst of speed. Ritsu, however, watched Temari gravely. If she faced Temari, it would be difficult. While observation hockey could capture Temari's trajectory, keeping up with her speed would be challenging, and Temari's ninjutsu remained unknown. Below, Tenten quickly regained her composure, mentally calculating the distance between them. Noticing Tenten's change in demeanor, Temari understood she was preparing a significant move, and placed her hand on the giant fan behind her. Tenten grew wary at the action. She circled around Temari to her back, then leaped high into the air. Retrieving a scroll containing numerous weapons, she spun rapidly mid-air, releasing a barrage of weapons towards Temari. In response, Temari simply swept her giant fan, effortlessly batting away all the incoming projectiles. Chapter 207, Chapter 207 UI's Match 1094 words. How is that possible? My shuriken. Landing on the ground, Tenten stared in disbelief at the weapons scattered around Temari. Then, Tenten steeled herself again. This time, she brought out 2 scrolls. Twin rising dragons. As she formed hand seals, vast plumes of white mist erupted around Tenten. 2 of these plumes transformed into 2 white dragons soaring into the sky. When the mist dissipated, everyone saw it was the 2 scrolls she had just produced. Under the influence of her special chakra, the scrolls hovered and spun high in the air. Tenten leaped high again, reaching the scrolls and rapidly retrieving weapons from them, hurling them all towards Temari. Humph, no matter how many you add, the result is the same. 2 stars. Facing the incoming barrage, Temari remained unperturbed. She opened her fan a bit wider and gave a powerful sweep. A tremendous gust of wind blasted all the weapons away. And there's more than that. Tenten shouted from the ground. She jumped high again, yanking forcefully with her hands. The weapons she had thrown earlier were pulled taut, each was attached to a thin, long wire. Under her control, the weapons launched another attack at Temari. Facing this, Temari still smiled confidently. With another powerful sweep of her fan, the same mighty gust sent all the weapons, along with Tenten herself, flying. The moment Tenten tried to stand again, Temari used her giant fan as a shield, spinning swiftly. Her figure completely vanished from Tenten's line of sight. She disappeared. Tenten scanned the area intently. Over here. Temari's voice came from behind. She glided over Tenten's head, seated atop her giant fan. After putting some distance between them, Temari hopped down from the fan. Ninja art, Kamaitachi. With another sweep of her giant fan, a violent storm materialized. Tenten was caught in the whirlwind, lifted into the air, and assaulted by countless invisible vacuum blades, leaving numerous cuts all over her body. The wind contains chakra. Tenten did her best, but she still couldn't escape that tornado, Niji observed calmly as Tenten struggled in the storm. When Tenten finally fell, Temari positioned her giant fan behind her, amplifying the impact. Tenten spat out a mouthful of blood. That's too much. Naruto gritted his teeth. Really, so boring, Temari remarked, feeling unimpressed. The fifth match, Temari wins. Hayate stepped forward to declare. Hearing the verdict, Temari casually tossed Tenten aside. Frowning at this, Takaru moved. Faster than Lee, he reached Tenten and caught her. She already lost. That was excessive, Takaru said, glaring at Temari. Temari turned her head away dismissively and left the arena. Nearby, Lee, having frozen for a moment, snapped out of it and rushed towards Tenten. Seeing Lee arrive, Takaru handed Tenten over to him, and leaped back to the observation deck. His intervention was merely out of pity for Tenten. Her strength wasn't weak among the participants, and she was simply hard-countered by Temari. Tenten was quickly taken away by the medical team. Returning to the deck, Lee expressed his gratitude to Takaru, who merely waved it off. Soon, the sixth match commenced. The electronic board displayed Yui and Tsurugi Misumi's names. Go get him. And be careful, Takaru said, noticing Yui's opponent was the one originally defeated by Kankuro in the original work. Misumi wasn't strong, but Takaru remembered his body was modified, allowing free extension and contraction, somewhat like Luffy's devil fruit ability, though far inferior. I understand, Yui replied seriously, nodding. Do your best, Yui. Ritsu cheered with a smile. Yui smiled back at Ritsu. Soon, both stood in the arena below. I'm different from Yoroi. I won't go easy on kids, even a little girl like you. Consider yourself warned, if I use my technique, you must surrender, Misumi stated calmly, looking at Yui. Is that so? I understand, Yui nodded in understanding, but her eyes showed no fear. She could sense Misumi's life force wasn't particularly strong, only slightly better than Sakura's. Then, the sixth match. Seeing both ready, Hayate announced. First strike. As Hayate's words fell, Misumi charged forward with a quick step, throwing a punch at Yui. Noting his speed, Yui cautiously jumped back, avoiding contact. Seeing this, Misumi frowned and pressed forward again. Yui, unfazed by his persistence, sidestepped once more, creating distance. What's wrong? Can you only run? Misumi said, frowning at the speed Yui displayed. Hearing his provocation, Yui naturally didn't fall for it. Instead, she used stealth, vanishing from the field. She disappeared. Misumi was stunned, quickly searching for Yui, but she had truly vanished, becoming undetectable. Kakashi and the other observers were also puzzled, unsure what ability Yui had used. However, Akamaru and Kiba, with their keen sense of smell, knew Yui hadn't left the arena. While Misumi was still searching, a powerful hand chop struck his back. The immense force made his pupils contract instantly, and he fell unconscious. Only then did everyone see Yui reappear behind Misumi. Seeing Yui knock out Misumi so easily left the spectators stunned. No one expected the seemingly gentle and delicate Yui to possess such considerable strength. Hayate approached, checked Misumi, confirmed his unconsciousness, and quickly declared Yui the winner. Takaru wasn't surprised at all. The two weren't on the same level. Next was the seventh match, Shikamaru vs Tsuchikin. Shikamaru, you must not lose. Smash that guy to pieces. As Shikamaru stepped onto the field, Ino cheered excitedly from the side. Ino is really full of energy, Choji thought helplessly. Takaru and II, who will win? Yui asked curiously, looking at the two below. Shikamaru, Takaru stated directly. UI was curious about Takeru's certainty. Because aside from the gap in combat power, there's also this difference. Takeru tapped his temple. What do you mean? Ritsu was also puzzled. You mean intelligence? UI pondered. Though that guy always complains about trouble, his intelligence is quite impressive, Takeru said with a light smile. Hearing this, UI stared at Shikamaru intently. She naturally wouldn't doubt Takeru's words. On the field, Shikamaru observed Kin thoughtfully. The situation was somewhat unfavorable for him. He didn't know Kin's abilities, but Kin likely knew about his shadow imitation technique, and would be cautious accordingly. Nara Shikamaru vs Tsuchi Kin. Seeing both ready, Heiei announced. Only this move will work. Shikamaru quickly formed a hand seal. Still using that clumsy move? Kin mocked lightly upon seeing his gesture. Enough talk. Ninja art, shadow imitation technique. Annoyed, Shikamaru's shadow instantly changed, extending rapidly towards Kin's position. Chapter 208, Chapter 208 Naruto vs Kiba. 1220 words. This technique is nothing to fear once you see how the shadow moves. Seeing the situation, Kin confidently smiled. Unaware, she was walking into Shikamaru's trap. Shikamaru knew his clumsy attempt to ensnare her with the shadow wouldn't work, but he did it anyway. His goal was to reinforce her preconceived notion, making her believe his technique was always this obvious. After she dodged, Shikamaru quickly cancelled the technique, then crouched to avoid Kin's Senbon attack, which had bells attached. Kin's abilities involved using the bell's sound to trap people in a genjutsu, and Senbon without bells for sneak attacks. However, when Kin gained the upper hand, Shikamaru used common sense to disguise his shadow, hiding it within the shadow of a wire to connect with Kin's body. He then used shuriken to make her forget about the wall behind her. She crashed into it and fell unconscious, securing Shikamaru's victory. UI and Ritsu watched the entire match, only noticing the anomaly in the wire's shadow at the very end. They couldn't help but feel impressed. Shikamaru truly wasn't simple. After Shikamaru's match came Naruto vs Kiba. The two were at odds from the start. Kiba looked down on Naruto, given Naruto's poor performance at the Ninja Academy. So, at the beginning, Kiba told Naruto not to bother helping. Naruto, don't lose to that guy. Seeing Akamaru's arrogant manner, Sakura above felt annoyed. Naruto. I'm sorry, but he can't beat Kiba, Kakashi. The beautiful Kurenai thought to herself. As the match began, Kiba immediately used a ninja art, four legs technique, gathering chakra in his limbs to assume a beast-like form, greatly enhancing his traction and attack power. Unfamiliar with Kiba's style, Naruto was sent flying by a single elbow strike. Just as Kiba thought it was a one-hit knockout, Naruto quickly stood up. Compared to others, Naruto's defense and vitality were incredibly strong. Coupled with his willpower hardened through constant training, Naruto stood up under Kiba's astonished gaze. Underestimate me. Naruto said seriously, looking at Kiba. You're already bleeding. Why keep putting on a brave face? Kiba frowned, seeing blood trickle from Naruto's mouth. I was letting you win, just to see your strength. You're the one who shouldn't act tough. Bring out your dog. Naruto retorted, turning the tables. You'll regret that. Seeing Naruto's attitude, Kiba gritted his teeth seriously. Then, Kiba and Akamaru charged at Naruto. Kiba quickly used a special smoke bomb, instantly enveloping Naruto in thick smoke. Using the dense smoke, Kiba, relying on his keen sense of smell, launched continuous attacks. Blinded, Naruto could only take the hits. Takeru observed it all clearly with his observation haki. When Naruto tried to escape the smoke, Akamaru pounced, biting him, and sending him back into the smoke. As the smoke cleared, Kiba saw Naruto lying on the ground. He was about to praise Akamaru when Akamaru bit his arm. It turned out Naruto had used the transformation technique to become Akamaru, while the fallen one was a clone. The real Akamaru had been captured by Naruto. After avenging the bite, Naruto still controlled Akamaru. Seeing Naruto cleverly combine the shadow clone technique with the transformation technique, Shikamaru was amazed. What no one knew was that earlier fight, with the Amigekuru's ninja, had made Naruto's use of the shadow clone transformation technique more flexible. However, just a bite naturally didn't affect Kiba much, aside from a tooth mark on his arm and some pain. Looking at Naruto now, Kiba finally felt a sliver of respect. His eyes turned serious. He then took out a pill from his pouch and accurately tossed it into Akamaru's mouth. After consuming it, Akamaru underwent a significant transformation. First, his size increased, and he became more ferocious. Moreover, his fur turned red. The sudden change made Naruto instinctively let go, allowing Akamaru to return to Kiba's side, baring its teeth at Naruto. Seeing Naruto's astonishment, Kiba smiled lightly. He also placed a soldier pill in his own mouth. After consuming it, Kiba's chakra surged dramatically. Go, Akamaru. Ninja art, beast human clone. Kiba shouted. Akamaru leaped onto him, and Kiba used a technique, transforming Akamaru into his own likeness. Seeing this, Naruto complained to Hayate that Kiba was using a stimulant, and it was against the rules. But Hayate stated that soldier pills were one of the ninja tools, and weren't considered a violation. The so-called soldier pill was a secret medicine that allowed soldiers to fight continuously for 3 days and nights, high in protein, easily absorbed, and with stimulating and calming effects. With the soldier pill, Kiba's chakra temporarily doubled. Then, Kiba rapidly attacked Naruto. He infused his entire body with chakra, becoming like a wild beast as he assaulted Naruto. Facing two Kibas simultaneously, Naruto was at an absolute disadvantage. During a jump to dodge, Naruto left a huge opening. Kiba and Akamaru seized the opportunity, using Fong passing Fong. The two spun rapidly, forming what looked like two tornadoes, crashing into Naruto with terrifying force. Under this collision, Naruto suffered serious injuries again. However, he slowly stood up once more, declaring his resolve to become Hokage. Hearing this, Kiba laughed mockingly, taunting Naruto for constantly acting tough. Naruto didn't hold back in his retort. Kiba and Akamaru attacked again. Naruto dodged initially, but after Kiba used another smoke bomb, Naruto was forced to take hits again. Amidst this, Naruto finally thought of a way to break through. After the smoke cleared, he quickly transformed into Kiba. Now there were 3 Kibas on the field. But Kiba had an extremely keen sense of smell and immediately identified Naruto, delivering a powerful punch. The flying Naruto cleverly transformed into Akamaru. Seeing this sudden change, Kiba froze. He then attacked the real Akamaru, knocking him out of the fight. Seeing his plan succeed, Naruto smiled and returned to his original form. Though injured, he had at least neutralized Akamaru. Naruto took the chance to mock Kiba. A ninjutsu needs to be used with thought. Otherwise it can be used against you, idiot. Kakashi watched Naruto speechlessly. He had said those exact words to Naruto before. Hearing Naruto, Kiba was furious but quickly bit his own hand, using the pain to calm his mind. Calmed down, Kiba decided to use his speed advantage, attacking gradually while looking for an opening, aiming to crush Naruto in one blow. The plan seemed sound and was going smoothly. Naruto, however, displayed astonishing perseverance and endurance. Finally, because of a fart from Naruto, Kiba left himself wide open. Naruto seized the chance, using a move based on Lee's shadow of the dancing leaf, Naruto Barrage. Multiple shadow clones delivered spinning kicks to the enemy, followed by the real Naruto delivering the final blow. After this attack, Kiba lost consciousness. After checking Kiba's condition, Hayate quickly announced Naruto's victory. Naruto actually beat Kiba. Shikamaru said in surprise. What an upset! Choji exclaimed. As Kiba was carried away by the medical team, everyone looked at Naruto in amazement. When Naruto returned to the observation deck, Hinata, suppressing her shyness, handed him a healing ointment. Naruto didn't understand but accepted it after Kurenai's persuasion. Naruto applied the ointment and could visibly see himself healing. As he marveled at the miraculous ointment, Kakashi reflected on the terror of the Nine Tails. Chapter 209. Chapter 209 Neji vs Hinata. The duel between main and branch families. 1227 words. Soon, the next match arrived. Kiba warned Hinata to forfeit immediately if she faced Gaara or others. The result was announced: Hinata vs Neji. Seeing this, Hinata showed a stunned expression. Neji remained outwardly calm, but complex emotions surged within him. "I never imagined I'd face you, Hinata-sama," Neji said first as they stood opposite each other. "Neji-Nizan." Hearing him, Hinata addressed him. Hearing this, Naruto asked in confusion if they were siblings. Kakashi then explained to everyone about the Hyuga clan, an ancient and prestigious clan of Konoha, and the distinction between the main and branch families. Watching the two, Takaru inwardly sighed for Neji. The main and branch family system led to his father's death, filling Neji with deep resentment towards the main family. Initially, Neji had quite a favorable impression of Hinata upon their first meeting. However, after an incident where Neji's father, Hisashi, went to his death in place of his brother, Hayashi, their relationship froze. Neji grew to despise the main and branch family system. Knowing the plot, Takaru understood it was Hisashi's own choice to die, wanting to make his own decision for once. Takaru also felt Hiruzen's weakness played a significant role. Though it's just after the Third Great Ninja War, he led his own village being bullied by Kumogakure, and for the sake of so-called peace, not daring to speak up. During his tenure, Konoha went from arguably the strongest to nearly the weakest: the White Fang's death, the Fourth Hokage's death, Orochimaru's defection, the Uchiha clan's massacre. Aside from the prime culprit, Danzo, Hiruzen bore the greatest responsibility. Seeing Hinata unable to meet his gaze, Neji bluntly advised her to give up being a ninja. He knew Hinata's flaws well: too kind, yearning for peace, and avoiding conflict, and constantly plagued by feelings of inferiority. Neji even believed Hinata was only in the exam because teams required 3 members, implying she was there due to peer pressure. "That's not it. I want to change that part of myself, so I..." Hinata whispered in response. Seeing her like this annoyed Neji. "You truly are the main family's young lady. People cannot change. A loser is a loser, their personality and abilities won't change." Neji even launched a mocking attack. This instantly angered Naruto on the observation deck. Lee also watched Neji intently, as he too was once a loser. Neji continued, stating some things were unchangeable, just like their family status. During this, Neji revealed details about the Byakugan, which Kakashi then explained to the others. Hearing the Byakugan's abilities, Yui and Ritsu were taken aback. Its functions were very similar to observation haki but with subtle differences. However, observation haki was silent and undetectable. Unless someone also possessed observation haki or special sensory abilities, its use went unnoticed. The Byakugan was different: it consumed more energy than observation haki, and was far more conspicuous when used. Under Neji's pressure, Hinata instinctively chose to retreat, her eyes darting an evasive proof of her lack of confidence. Neji then proceeded to analyze Hinata's heart and actions in detail, even making Takaru feel it was a waste that Neji didn't go into investigation work. Just as Hinata's heart was shaken to the extreme, Naruto interrupted Neji's words. Encouraged by Naruto, Hinata finally solidified her resolve, her gaze turning firm as she looked at Neji. "Hinata-sama, if you don't forfeit, I can't guarantee the outcome," Neji frowned, noticing her change. Though resentful of the main family, his feelings towards Hinata alone were complex. After all, when they were young, they were very close. "Neji-Nizan, let's settle this with a fight." Hinata didn't say much more. She proved herself with action, activating her Byakugan, and assuming a fighting stance. "Very well." Seeing this, Neji also took his stance. Since both learned the gentle fist, their starting postures were identical. Soon, an intense battle ensued. Compared to Hinata's all-out effort, Takaru could clearly sense Niji wasn't using his full strength initially. But the gap in their abilities was too vast, so they appeared evenly matched for a moment. Hinata, fully aware of Niji's strength, attacked without reservation. Sensing Hinata's move, Niji was somewhat surprised. He even left a slight opening due to his astonishment, allowing Hinata to graze his waist, causing minor injury. Seeing this, Naruto thought Hinata's attack had been ineffective. But Lee and Guy explained the Hyuga clan's special ability, the Gentle Fist. Konoha's fighting styles were divided into Gentle Fist and Strong Fist. The difference: Strong Fist destroyed the enemy from the outside, while Gentle Fist used special techniques to inject chakra into the opponent's body, causing internal damage. Though ordinary people's internal organs were hard to train, Takaru's defensive capabilities greatly strengthened his organs as well. At the very least, he believed he wouldn't be harmed even if he stood still and let Niji attack. As for UI, using armament haki and Nen for defense, Niji's Gentle Fist attacks would likely be ineffective. While Guy and Kakashi were explaining, the situation below changed. Hinata and Niji's attacks landed simultaneously, and their movements temporarily halted. Takaru, however, saw clearly. Niji's strike hit Hinata, but Hinata's attack was blocked by Niji. As Niji's chakra entered Hinata's body, her internal organs suffered as if struck by a terrifying attack, causing her to vomit blood. So, this is the extent of the main family's strength. Niji mocked again, not targeting Hinata personally but complaining about the system. It's not over yet. Hearing Niji, Hinata endured the intense pain inside and attacked again. Yet, Niji easily caught her arm with his left hand, then pressed 2 fingers against a specific chakra point on her arm. Hinata felt intense pain, and using chakra became even more difficult. Seeing her state, Niji pushed up her sleeve. Instantly, everyone saw several peculiar red marks on Hinata's pale arm. Could it be you from the very beginning? Staring at her arm, Hinata looked at Niji in shock. My eyes can even see through Tenketsu points now. After a brief statement, Niji sent Hinata flying with a palm strike. Hinata-sama, this is an unchangeable gap. The gap between an elite and a loser. This is an unalterable reality. You must feel despair now. This is my final advice, give up, Niji said, looking at her. Go back on my own words. That is my ninja way. Struggling to her feet, Hinata declared with unwavering will. To show her resolve, she activated her Byakugan again. However, doing so agitated her internal injuries, making her vomit more blood. Now, with her chakra points blocked by Niji, Hinata couldn't use the Gentle Fist. Yet, she refused to give up. Relying on sheer willpower, she charged at Niji again. Following her gaze, Takaru understood her refusal to quit was entirely because of Naruto. She didn't want to lose in front of him, even if it meant being severely injured and disgraced. Under her attacks, no miracle occurred. Facing her increasingly feeble strikes, Niji simply dodged and counterattacked easily. After being pushed back again, Hinata coughed painfully but showed no sign of surrender. Kurenai watched with a pained heart, from when had Hinata, who used to give up easily, changed so much. And today, this look of defiance in her eyes, it was the first time Kurenai had seen it. Chapter 210, Chapter 210 Naruto's Resolve, Gaara vs. Lee 1156 words Naruto-kun, before, I was always the one watching you. Today, finally, I can make you notice me. With this resolve, Hinata thrust her palm towards Niji. But against the immense power gap, she only received another heavy punch from Niji, striking her heart. The terrifying force and chakra effect caused Hinata, already seriously injured, to spit out a mouthful of blood before collapsing. Your attacks were ineffective from the start. It's over. Looking at the fallen Hinata, Niji spoke again, even deactivating his Byakugan and turning away. Hinata, that's enough. Even though you lost the match, you're different from before. Well done. Looking at Hinata, Kurenai felt a sense of relief. Seeing this, Hay-8 prepared to check Hinata's condition and announce the match's end. But just as Hay-8 was about to declare it, Naruto loudly protested. "Hey, Naruto! What are you saying, you idiot?" Sakura next to him yelled angrily. Ui, who understood the severity of Hinata's injuries, frowned at Naruto, disliking his attitude. Takara shook his head helplessly, having noticed Hinata's desire to stand again. This life-risking action made him sigh. Everyone present looked on in surprise. "Why stand up? If you force yourself any further, you will really die." Looking at Hinata, Niji's feelings grew even more complex, even feeling a hint of wavering within himself. Seeing Hinata struggle to even stand steadily, he frowned further. "Don't force it. I can tell just standing is already difficult for you. From birth, you've borne the Hyuga clan's main family's destiny. You constantly resent yourself and blame your own incompetence. But people cannot change. This is fate." As he spoke, Niji felt a deep sense of powerlessness. This matter, no matter how unwilling, Niji had accepted his fate as a branch family's member. "That's not true, Niji Nizan. I can see it all this time, you've been in more pain than me. The one lost and suffering within the main and branch family's fate is you." Hearing his words, Hinata looked at Niji seriously. Hearing this, Niji seemed struck at his core. He instantly grew enraged and, holding nothing back, burst forth with extreme speed to end it decisively. "The match is already over." Seeing this, Hay-8 thought it was bad. At the critical moment, Kakashi, Guy, Kurenai, and the Proctor Hay-8 all used the body flicker technique to intervene. "Niji, that's enough. Didn't you decide with me not to cause conflict over the main family anymore?" Guy, holding Niji from behind, spoke helplessly. "Why are other Jonin getting involved too? Is this because she's from the main family?" Blinded by rage, Niji resentfully exclaimed. Hinata, due to her internal injuries, could no longer stand and crouched down. Kurenai quickly supported her. Finally, realizing it was over, Hinata could hold on no longer. Looking at the approaching Naruto and others, she closed her eyes. Above, Takara watched calmly. Honestly, he had no interest in the Hyuga clan's affairs. As for Hinata, with others helping, she wouldn't have any problems. Afterwards, Naruto nearly clashed with Niji, but Lee intervened. Lee believed victory should be settled in the formal finals, and most importantly, Lee hoped his final opponent would be Niji. After assessing Hinata's injuries, Kurenai glared at Niji and swiftly admonished the medical team to act quickly. The medical team examined Hinata, concluding she needed immediate emergency care, or would be in life-threatening danger within 10 minutes. Hearing the medic's words and seeing Hinata being carried away, Naruto seemed to realize something. "Hinata, I promise you, I will definitely defeat him." Touching Hinata's blood, Naruto declared firmly. Once the situation with Hinata settled, everyone returned to the second-floor observation deck. "Then, we resume the matches," Hay-8 quickly announced. Ino on the deck felt nervous. Whether it was Lee, Gaara, or Dosu, they all seemed troublesome. Choji also nervously watched the upcoming names, hoping he would get the bye. As two names appeared on the electronic board, Gaara formed a hand seal. Sand enveloped him, and a large amount of sand appeared below. He then quickly vanished, reappearing in the center of the arena below. "Hurry down," Gaara said flatly. At that moment, Choji shouted loudly, drawing everyone's attention. "I'm safe." After everyone looked over, he announced loudly. "Don't make us misunderstand." Noticing the board, Ino sighed in relief, then couldn't help but smack Choji on the head. Shikamaru also gave him an elbow strike. Lee, seeing the names, had long been ready for action. Guy offered Lee advice. The gourd on Gaara's back was strange. Hearing this, Lee exclaimed in understanding and even took out a notebook to write it down. Kakashi and Sakura watched Guy and Lee speechlessly, surprised they hadn't noticed something so obvious. Ui, however, looked at Gaara curiously. She could sense something special within him. A monster, its life force powerful, filled with violent and evil energy. I never thought I'd face you so soon. I'm so happy. Lee looked at Gaara seriously, a hint of excitement inside. I wonder what attacks that Melonhead will use. But he definitely can't beat Gaara. Looking at Lee, Kankuro said nonchalantly. His speed is indeed fast, but his kicking power isn't much. Temari thought to herself, equally confident in Gaara. After all, they understood their younger brother's strength best. Takara watched with keen interest. The previous fights were too simple. Only this match, where both were closely matched and strong, held some appeal. However, Takara knew Lee was at an absolute disadvantage, being hard-countered. Then, the 10th match. Seeing both ready, Hayate announced. As Hayate's words fell, Lee charged at Gaara. Konoha Whirlwind. Shouting, Lee leaped and delivered a spinning high kick aimed at Gaara's face. But just before impact, a wall of sand blocked Lee's attack. Not only did it block, but it quickly formed a massive wave of sand, attempting to bury Lee. However, the sand wave wasn't fast. Alert, Lee quickly reacted, jumping back out of its range. What a strange technique. Kakashi watched Gaara curiously. Having focused entirely on Gaara, Kakashi hadn't detected any movement from him, yet the sand automatically defended and attacked as if conscious. Ui and Ritsu were also puzzled. Ui even wondered if Gaara had telekinesis to control the sand. Takara knew well, Gaara could freely manipulate sand, shaping it into various forms for attack and defense. His sand was of two types. One was from his mother after her death, turning into sand, which is the sand in the gourd. That sand acted independently of Gaara's will, automatically protecting him. The other type was sand from the surroundings, reinforced by Gaara's own chakra to become his weapon. In fact, no one knew that the sand that automatically protected Gaara was their mother's protection. Watching this, Shino recalled what they had seen earlier, Gaara effortlessly using his sand to kill 3 Amigekure's ninja. If not for Temari's intervention, they too might have already lost their lives. Chapter 211, Chapter 211 The Surprising Speed 1147 Words A jutsu that controls sand. A bit troublesome. Well, let's try it out. Thinking this, Lee charged at Gaara again. Then, Lee used Konoha Whirlwind, Konoha Great Whirlwind, and some straight punches. Unfortunately, Lee's attacks couldn't touch Gaara at all, being intercepted by the sand. Afterward, Lee faced an onslaught from the sand. Reacting swiftly, Lee drew a kunai, rapidly attacking the sand to prevent it from surrounding him. Escaping the danger, Lee counterattacked with a powerful kick, but it was unsurprisingly blocked. Seeing this, Lee frowned. Noticing another wave of sand approaching, he could only quickly retreat, putting distance between himself and Gaara. After dodging the danger, he threw 2 shuriken, which were also ineffective. I say, even with Lee's fast attacks, they're completely useless. Sakura exclaimed in shock. What's going on? Naruto couldn't understand at all. No physical attack works. Regardless of Gaara's will, the sand automatically forms a shield to protect his body. So, no one has been able to hurt Gaara so far, Kankuro explained calmly upon hearing them. Hearing Kankuro, Naruto stared at him blankly. Damn it, he himself isn't moving at all. Lee felt extremely challenged. Is that all? Excite me more. Looking at Lee, Gaara finally spoke. As Gaara's words fell, the sand surrounded Lee again. This time, Lee jumped a bit too slowly, getting caught by the sand. It then spun him around a few times before hurling him heavily against the wall. Soon, the sand coalesced into a mass and charged at him. Lee quickly rolled away, then launched another attack at Gaara. But no matter how Lee attacked with taijutsu, it was easily blocked by the sand. Why does Lee only use taijutsu? Close combat like that is tough. He should create distance and use ninjutsu. Seeing this, Sakura asked curiously. Because Lee had saved her before, she considered him a good friend. As for Lee's feelings for her, Sakura simply couldn't accept them. It's not that he doesn't want to use it, he can't. Hearing her, Guy slowly explained. Hearing Guy, Sakura turned to him in shock. He can hardly use ninjutsu or genjutsu. When I first met Lee, I felt nothing special about him. He had no talent, Guy reminisced. Hearing this, Sakura found it hard to believe. After all, Lee was so strong. On the field, Lee was in danger. As Gaara's sand attacked continuously, Lee stumbled over some sand during a backflip and fell. Afterward, the sand vaguely formed a giant hand grabbing at Lee. Just as everyone thought Lee was done for, Lee burst forth with extremely fast speed, leaping high into the air. He landed on the giant hand seal sculpture in the arena. Above, Guy gave him a thumbs up. Lee, take them off. But Guy-sensei, you said I should only take them off when protecting many important people. Lee hesitated. It's fine. I approve, Guy said seriously. Guy cared deeply for his student, and didn't want him to exit so carelessly. With permission, Lee smiled and began removing his leg weights, revealing the weights inside. Everyone watched curiously. Their weights? Kankuro said disdainfully. Humph, just shedding a bit of weight. How could he possibly keep up with Gaara's sand? Temari was unconcerned. But as Lee dropped two thin-looking items, everyone was stunned. The two items made a loud crashing sound upon hitting the ground, even damaging the floor. Ritsu and Ui were amazed. Then, Lee's displayed speed made Ui astonished. After all, Lee's speed now was comparable to hers. This was the so-called genin. Isn't it a bit too strong? Of course, if Lee only showed this much ability, Ui was confident she could defeat him. Though their speeds were comparable, Lee's attack power didn't pose a significant threat to Ui for now. While Ui didn't have Takara's monstrous defense, her own defense, reinforced with Nen's Ken and plus armament hockey, was also very formidable. On the other side, with an excited smile, Guy shouted. Lee shouted back. He leaped down from the sculpture, disappearing and reappearing on the ground. Then, with a burst of power, he threw a powerful punch at Gaara. Gaara hadn't even reacted yet. However, Lee's attack still didn't work, thanks to Gaara's sand's automatic protection. So even if Gaara was stunned or inactive, it wouldn't affect the sand's automatic defense. Thus, although Lee's speed and power had improved by several levels, it still had no effect. Finally, during a leap down, Lee's foot finally struck Gaara, leaving a mark on his face. Unbelievable. He actually hurt Gaara. Temari was stunned. That bushy brow guy is faster than before. Is he really that strong? Naruto said in surprise, looking at Lee. Youth means to burst forth. Seeing this, Guy, even more excited than Lee, shouted. Ui and Ritsu silently distanced themselves from him. Even Kakashi slightly shook his head and moved away. After the successful hit, Lee wanted to press the advantage. But Gaara had fully reacted. Seeing Lee charging fast, he released massive waves of sand to attack and intercept. However, Lee dodged with even greater speed, circled Gaara twice rapidly, then suddenly appeared, delivering a powerful punch to Gaara's face, sending him flying. The sand defense couldn't keep up, and he landed a direct hit. Sakura excitedly cried. Can't even follow with our eyes. Can we really fight someone like that? Ino couldn't help but swallow nervously. As for Gaara, when he stood up again, his entire aura changed. The sand beneath him even altered slightly. This is bad. Seeing this, Kankuro said worriedly. Yeah, it's bad. That panda eye got punched hard. Hearing Kankuro, Naruto said with a laugh. That's not what I'm talking about, Kankuro replied helplessly to Naruto. Soon, when Gaara raised his head, everyone saw a layer of broken, yellow sand on his body surface. Because of Lee's earlier punch, a piece had fallen from his cheek. Gaara now looked more ferocious. Most importantly, this sand normally covered his surface, disguised as skin. So, Lee's attack still hadn't hit Gaara's actual body directly, it was blocked outside. That expression on Gaara. I haven't seen it in a long time. In this Chunin exams, he's becoming more and more unstable. Kankuro and Temari were worried seeing Gaara's state. Their Jonin instructor was even more concerned if the other Gaara was awakening, specifically, the one-tail Shikaku. Soon, as the agitated sand merged back into Gaara, he became completely intact again. This was Gaara's sand armor. Normally, sand forms a shield for defense. But if the sand shield breaks, the sand armor also resists attacks. Of course, the sand armor wasn't invincible. Firstly, its defense was lower than the sand shield. Secondly, maintaining it consumed a large amount of chakra. Most importantly, the sand sticking to Gaara also increased his stamina consumption. Chapter 212, Chapter 212 Primary Lotus 1222 words. Is that all? After releasing the sand armor, Gaara calmly looked at Lee. On Lee's side, after some analysis, he realized only an overwhelming attack could both break Gaara's defense and cause damage. For Lee, this meant using the lotus. The so-called lotus essentially involved opening the 8 gates. The primary lotus opened only the first gate, gate of opening. Opening the second, gate of healing, increased stamina. Opening the third, gate of life, began releasing the reverse lotus. Fully opening all 8 gates was called 8 gates formation, a final move at the cost of one's life. Sensing Lee's gaze, Guy instantly understood and nodded lightly. Seeing Guy's agreement, Lee smiled, then unwound the bandages on his hands. As part of the bandages fluttered down, Lee's eyes grew even more resolute. Prepare yourself. After a soft statement, Lee burst forth with even greater speed than before, rapidly circling Gaara. Naruto and others couldn't even see him with their eyes. Even Ritsu's observation haki struggled to capture his figure clearly. Then, Lee first used Shadow of Dancing Leaf to kick Gaara up. However, with the sand armor's enhancement, Gaara was only kicked up a little over a meter. It's not over yet. Lee understood the weight Gaara was bearing. Placing both hands on the ground, he exploded with power, propelling himself rapidly into the air. Under Lee's continuous attacks, Gaara quickly ascended. When kicked to a certain height, Takaru and the others saw Gaara leave Lee's attack in an extremely concealed manner. Lee, however, remained unaware, continuing to attack the sand armor Gaara had left behind. Reaching a certain height, Lee's previously unwound bandages quickly wrapped around Gaara, encasing him like a mummy except for the head. Lee then embraced Gaara and began high-speed rotation. Take this. Primary Lotus. Shouting, the rotation speed rivaled Kiba's, Fong passing Fong. Then, with this intensity, Lee slammed Gaara fiercely into the ground. The immense force created a sizable crater, and smoke rapidly billowed. The attack power was sufficient. But what a pity. Sensing the situation, Yui sighed softly. Hearing Yui, Shikamaru and the others glanced at her curiously, not understanding her meaning. On the ground, Lee panted heavily. The earlier attack had already caused him bodily damage. This technique harmed the enemy while also damaging the user, hence its classification as a forbidden technique. Excellent. Seeing Gaara lying motionless, his sand armor completely shattered, Guy excitedly shouted. Naruto said hesitantly. Sakura excitedly cried out. Hey, is he dead? Looking at the motionless Gaara, Shikamaru said doubtfully. No, the attack didn't hurt Gaara, Takaru stated directly. What do you mean? Hearing Takaru, Shikamaru was stunned, looking puzzled. That was just the sand armor, Takaru replied calmly. The silent Kakashi, hearing Takaru, glanced at him in surprise. As an elite Jonin, he had naturally noticed Gaara's escape earlier. Besides Takaru, Kakashi also meaningfully glanced at Yui and Ritsu, as they too seemed to have noticed. As Takaru's words fell, Hey-8 prepared to check. The sand armor completely shattered, revealing nothing inside. Clearly, Gaara's true body wasn't there. Noticing this, Lee couldn't accept it. Guy, watching the match, said in disbelief. Just when you closed your eyes in prayer, Kakashi directly answered. At that precise moment, Lee, perhaps due to pain, had paused his attack slightly. Gaara seized the opportunity to escape control. Soon, Gaara's true body manifested from a pile of sand dust, looking at Lee with an extremely sinister and ferocious gaze. That look has it fully awakened. That monster inside him. Kankuro murmured, seeing Gaara's unusual state. Kankuro and Temari's strange expressions were captured by Yui's observation haki, along with Kankuro's quiet muttering. She grew even more curious about the special monster she sensed. Also, she sensed that Naruto had an even more terrifying one. Then, as Gaara formed a hand seal, the sand stirred violently, directly blasting Lee away. Lee, however, due to the primary lotus attack, couldn't react with his legs yet. Standing was difficult, let alone counterattacking. Gaara wouldn't wait for Lee's recovery. Lee's earlier attack had thoroughly ignited his bloodlust. His chakra erupted, and the sand formed even more powerful waves crashing toward Lee. Lee was like in a violent sea, only able to be washed away, struggling to resist. Then, Gaara controlled the sand to attack again. Clearly, Gaara didn't intend to finish him quickly, but rather toyed with him like a cat with a mouse. As Sakura wondered why Lee didn't use his super speed to dodge, Guy could only tell her about the lotus's aftereffects. Lee, desperately blocking Gaara's impact, panted even more heavily. In subsequent attacks, he could only hop slightly to dodge, appearing extremely strained. Lee was as if driven into a corner. Unable to use ninjutsu or genjutsu, his taijutsu was now barely better than an ordinary person's. Just as everyone looked down on Lee, Guy showed him a gentle smile. Noticing it, Lee seemed to understand something, his eyes moistening. Then, he stood up again. Facing Gaara's sand attacks, Lee displayed extremely agile movement, almost moving at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye to dodge. Lee is smiling, even when pushed to this extent. Seeing Lee's smile, Naruto found it hard to understand. Now it's the other side's turn to be pressured, hearing Naruto, Guy said calmly. Could it be, Guy? Hearing Guy, Kakashi couldn't stay seated, looking at him in shock. You guessed right, Guy quickly admitted. So that child, still a genin, has already opened the later gates and learned the reverse lotus. Kakashi said gravely. Correct, Guy nodded. How can this be? Hearing him, Kakashi still found it hard to believe. Then, which gate of the 8 gates has that child opened now? Kakashi continued asking. The 5th, Guy directly answered. What are you talking about? What are the 8 gates and reverse lotus? Sakura between them couldn't hold back anymore, directly asking. The so-called 8 gates are the preparations before using reverse lotus, it's called releasing restrictions, Guy directly explained. On the chakra pathway system, starting from the head, at various body points in order are the 8 gates, gate of opening, gate of healing, gate of life, gate of pain, gate of limit, gate of view, gate of wonder and gate of death. These gates normally restrict chakra flow. The lotus forcibly removes these limits, releasing power equivalent to dozens of times the usual. Kakashi took over, directly explaining to Sakura. Takeru also pondered. Previously, he had considered learning the 8 gates. After all, Takeru was different, and his defensive capabilities far exceeded his stamina and strength. So, even fully releasing himself, it shouldn't cause much bodily damage. But Takeru hadn't learned chakra earlier. As for improved versions, he hadn't seen them sold in the reincarnation space, and only the ordinary version was available. Thus he had to give up this idea. It was a pity. In the Hunter x Hunter world, there were no similar techniques like the 8 gates that could greatly amplify Nen in a short time, while also enhancing stamina. Otherwise, Takeru would have definitely tried to obtain it. Coming to this world was somewhat unexpected, giving Takeru a more precise understanding of chakra, and making him view it more favorably than before. Chapter 213, Chapter 213 Opening the Fifth Gate, shocking the entire audience. 1428 words. Kakashi was also angered by Guy's actions, but Guy told Kakashi that Lee had something he wanted to prove and protect, even at the cost of his life. Meanwhile, Lee, after evading another round of Gaara's attacks, began to erupt. Even Takaru could see with the naked eye a stream of hot air rising from Lee's body, very similar to when Rin was used in Nen. I don't know what you're trying to do, but it ends here. Sensing some unknown change happening to Lee, Gaara prepared to finish him off for good. Yeah, no matter what, it will all end after this move. Hearing Gaara's words, Lee spoke to himself. Sasuke, Neji, Naruto. I can't be the only one to fall here. Guy-sensei, please acknowledge me. Now is the time to uphold my ninja way. Powerful air currents burst from Lee, and his appearance changed. Veins bulged on his face, his body turned red, and a layer of green energy shimmered on the surface. The third gate, Gate of Life, open. As Lee's words fell, the powerful air currents caused the rubble around him to rise. Is he going to move? Seeing this, Kakashi said solemnly. No, not yet. Hearing Kakashi, Guy shook his head. And the fourth gate, Gate of Pain, open. With the opening of the Gate of Pain, Gaara finally took action. A simple movement caused a massive collapse of the ground below. But Lee instantly appeared beside Gaara, kicking him into the air with a shadow of dancing leaf. The resulting shockwave even affected the second-floor spectator stands. Everyone instinctively used their hands to shield themselves from the powerful air blast and dust. As for Takaru, he activated a Nen barrier, easily protecting himself and Yui and Ritsu beside him. The tremendous force from that single kick caused cracks to appear in Gaara's sand armor. Sand armor again, huh? Then let's see how you like this. Lee said, already appearing above Gaara. He kicked him flying, then erupted with extreme speed to appear behind him, striking him back up into the air. After that, Lee treated Gaara like a soccer ball, rapidly kicking him in midair. In almost an instant, he landed over a dozen kicks. Under Lee's terrifying assault, Gaara's sand armor continuously crumbled away. You're really stubborn, huh? In that case. Seeing that Gaara seemed to be holding on, Lee struggled to clench his right arm, its muscles already torn. This is the final blow. The fifth gate, Gate of Limit, open. As he closed in on Gaara, Lee forcibly opened the fifth gate. Gaara's arms, originally prepared for defense, were bypassed by Lee, who instead delivered a punch directly to his chest. Gaara, who should have been sent plummeting down by the immense force, was tightly held back by Lee's bandages. This way, the match ends. Pulling Gaara back in front of him, Lee struck down fiercely with his right arm and right knee. After the attack, Lee's right arm and right leg were completely wrecked. His whole body immediately exited the eight-gate state, and he even tumbled down from the air. However, Lee's all-out punch was largely absorbed by the sand from the gourd on Gaara's back, which transformed to cushion the impact. Consequently, although Gaara seemed heavily injured, his condition was still much better than Lee's. Gaara, lying on the ground, could even barely raise an arm. Then, a giant sand hand slowly began moving towards Lee. Seeing the sand hand, Lee sensed danger. But the negative effects of the reverse lotus were now fully manifesting, and even moving was extremely difficult. How can he still attack after being hit by the reverse lotus? Lee looked on incredulously as the seemingly slow-moving sand engulfed his left arm and left leg. Sand coffin. Though he could barely control enough sand to fully envelop Lee, his left arm and leg were enough. Gaara clenched his outstretched hand, and the sand compressed violently. Lee, howling in pain and unwillingness, lost consciousness. Though Lee seemed to have passed out, Gaara had no intention of letting him go. He gathered sand again, aiming to finish him off. But at the critical moment, Guy stepped forward. With a single palm strike, he dispersed Gaara's sand attack, then simply stared at Gaara. Why did you save him? Looking into Guy's eyes, Gaara seemed to recall his childhood self and his uncle, and couldn't help but clutch his head and wail. Because this guy. Because this guy is my precious student. Guy stated directly. Gaara won't understand those words. Gaara's Jonin instructor, Baki, sighed. I won't fight anymore. After a moment of silence, Gaara's sand quickly returned to the gourd on his back. Without looking back, he left. He said he won't fight anymore, Sakura said blankly. The moment Guy rushed in, Lee lost, Kakashi stated matter-of-factly. Winner, GAA. On the other side, Hayate was about to announce the result when he saw Lee, covered in blood, trembling as he stood up. He opened 5 gates. His arms and legs are destroyed. He shouldn't be able to stand. Kakashi also stared in shock at Lee. Watching this scene, Takara felt a mix of emotions. One had to admit, the willpower of people in this world was indeed formidable. Most of all, Lee at this moment deeply moved even Takaru. Also, the reason Lee lost just now wasn't because the 8 gates were weak, but because Lee's body was still too fragile. Although a ninja's body was much stronger than an ordinary person's, it was far from invincible. Takaru even suspected Lee's basic stamina and defense attributes hadn't even broken 80. That explosive power had already caused his body to completely break down. Furthermore, during his attacks, though they looked fierce, due to the pain and bodily fragility, he hadn't been able to unleash his full power. That's enough. It's over. Your body can't support you standing anymore, Lee, you fool. Guy initially wanted to say something more to Lee, but when he saw the vacant, unconscious look in Lee's eyes, he froze. Tears uncontrollably streamed down his face. Even after losing consciousness, you still want to prove your ninja way. Lee, you have already become an excellent ninja. Thinking this, Guy could no longer hold back and embraced him. Is this really something a human can do? Sensing Lee's condition, Ui and Ritsu fell into silent contemplation. They didn't know what could drive a person's will to such a level, refusing to yield even after losing consciousness. Winner, Gaara. At this point, after confirming the situation, Hayate announced. Sakura upstairs also wanted to go to Lee. Sakura, what could you do even if you went? Even if he received your encouragement, he would only feel worse. Seeing Sakura's action, Kakashi stopped her. There was no way he could defeat Gaara, Temari said with a smirk. You are the Jonin in charge of him, right? The medical team, after giving Lee preliminary treatment, was stunned. They looked at Guy and asked. Please come with me. Upon Guy's confirmation, the medic spoke directly. We've managed to stabilize his breathing, but he has comminuted fractures all over and muscle tears. I think the recovery will take a very long time. If it were just that, it would be okay. But his left arm and leg suffered severe damage. The injuries are too grave. Although I hate to say this, he can no longer continue living as a ninja. After bowing to Guy, the medics silently carried Lee away on a stretcher. Takaru had been observing Lee's condition all along. He knew that by forcibly opening 5 gates this time, Lee was thoroughly crippled. At least until Tsunade returned, Lee's injuries couldn't be healed, and he would even need crutches to walk. However, Takaru could help treat him. Compared to Tsunade's 50% probability, Takaru had a 90% chance of curing him completely, and without the life-threatening risk. But under the watchful eyes of everyone now, Takaru had no intention of treating him. After all, he hadn't even acted for Tenten and Hinata earlier. It wasn't for any particular reason, he just didn't feel like acting for the time being. How can this be? This must be a lie, right? Watching Lee being carried away, Naruto felt an inexplicable sorrow. Remembering all their encounters, Naruto couldn't imagine how he would feel if such a thing happened to him. He probably wouldn't be able to accept it either. Chapter 214. Chapter 214. The preliminaries end. Ino advances automatically. 1319 words. I really don't want to admit you lost. I wanted to help you achieve your ninja way. Lee, please forgive me for not stopping you. Looking at Lee, Guy felt an indescribable pain, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Naruto had also overheard the medic's words and was in great distress, feeling it was extremely unfair for Lee. Calm down, Naruto. Noticing Naruto's agitation, Kakashi came over and covered his mouth. But Kakashi-sensei, that guy, he wanted to fight Sasuke and Neji so badly. Naruto couldn't accept it. You could say that was the root of this tragedy. That child, in order to realize that dream, didn't hesitate to use a forbidden technique that would discard his own body to try and win. The result is as you saw. That child was still upholding the unspoken pact between you, Sasuke, and Neji. He risked his life, wanting to stand on the same stage to fight alongside you. Don't forget that. Kakashi spoke with emotion, gently patting his head before finally leaving the spot. Lee, you never realized until the very end. For someone who pins their hopes on a mutual destruction to pursue victory, God will not allow them to keep winning forever. Neji watched as Lee was carried away, thinking to himself. In just a moment, the damage Lee had inflicted on Gaara was completely healed. Gaara calmly glanced at the spot where Lee had left and returned to the spectator stands. Kakashi, looking at the dejected guy, softly apologized for the irresponsible words he had said about Guy from the stands earlier. Putting himself in Guy's shoes, Kakashi knew he wouldn't have been able to stop Lee either, nor would Naruto, whose stubborn personality was so similar to Lee's. After everyone left the arena, the electronic bulletin board flashed again. Ino and Choji above watched the names nervously. Soon, Dosu and Choji's names appeared on the screen, making Ino heave a huge sigh of relief, followed by a complex expression. Then, the final match, the 11th round, please come down. Seeing the displayed names, Hey-8 announced. Finally, my turn to take the stage. Dosu said, stepping onto the field with a sigh. Win, and then go eat barbecue. Lured by Asuma's promise of barbecue, Choji stepped onto the field with the determination to eat meat. Then, the 11th round, begin. Seeing both combatants ready, Hey-8 quickly announced. Do your best. Shikamaru above cheered excitedly for Choji as the match began. Ino, not wanting to let things be too calm, called out Choji's most hated nickname. Damn it, just watch. I'll finish this exam right away, and then deal with you. Hearing Fatso, Choji's expression turned extremely fierce, veins bulging on his face. Then I won't play around with you. Let's finish this quickly, Fatso. Seeing Choji so sensitive to the nickname, Dosu spoke to him with a sly tone. You mummy-looking cucumber roll. Hearing Dosu say it too, Choji transferred all his anger towards him, his eyes blazing as he looked at Dosu. Your weakness, I understood it clearly from our previous encounter. Since you emit shockwaves from the holes in your arm, I just need to prevent the sound waves from reaching my ears. Although angry, Choji didn't lose his composure. He analyzed the situation and decided on a plan of action. Multi-size technique. Next, Konoha Taijutsu, human bullet tank. As Choji grew larger, he finally retracted his arms, legs, and even his head into his body, transforming into a high-speed spinning sphere charging at Dosu. Alright, crush him, Choji. Ino in the stands cheered excitedly for Choji. However, Shikamaru wasn't as optimistic. He understood Choji's plan. Dosu's attack could hit the opponent with sound even without direct contact. For Choji, who had retracted his head inside his body, Dosu's attack shouldn't work. But Shikamaru felt it wouldn't be that simple or easy. Now on the field, Choji, transformed into a fast-rolling sphere, continuously pursued Dosu. But Dosu, looking at the relatively slow sphere, easily dodged his attacks, even luring him into crashing into a wall. Now you'll have to stop for a while, right? Seeing the stopped sphere, Dosu said calmly. Now's the chance. Dosu punched Choji's round, soft belly, his arm sinking in somewhat from the pliable feel. I've blocked my ears. It's useless. Seeing he wasn't greatly affected, Choji said triumphantly. No, it's over. However, Dosu spoke with full confidence. Then, he flicked the metal device on his right arm with his left hand. A piercing sound wave quickly transmitted through Choji's body, causing massive damage. With a scream, Choji deflated. When the dust settled, everyone saw Choji already unconscious on the ground, his eyes swirled into spirals. Over 70% of the human body is composed of water, which transmits sound. In other words, your entire body is like an ear, Dosa said flatly, looking at the unconscious Choji. Winner, Dosa Kinyuta. Seeing that Choji wouldn't be waking up anytime soon, Hey-8 Gecko announced. And the remaining contestant, Ino Yamanaka, advances automatically. Hey-8 Gecko added. I won just like that. Hearing Hey-8's words, Ino felt somewhat helpless. Thinking about everyone's performances in the preliminaries, she grew hesitant. Dosu on the field, hearing Hey-8's announcement, left calmly. Orochimaru-sama, no, Orochimaru. I want to tell you, I'm not just a decoy. Dosu, having analyzed Orochimaru's purpose, thought to himself. He clearly understood that in Orochimaru's eyes, he was just an ordinary pawn, a tool to stimulate and train Sasuke. This made Dosu very unconvinced. Are you okay? Soon, medical team members arrived, giving Choji preliminary treatment and asking. I want meat. The first words from the waking Choji were still about wanting meat. Yeah. The opponent didn't go for the kill either. Hearing this, Shikamaru said, resting his chin on his hand. Oh well, even though he lost, let's still take him out for some barbecue, Asuma above said with an amused smile. It's finally over. Hey-8, seeing the preliminaries finally conclude, breathed a sigh of relief. The official matches are finally about to begin. Hiruzen, who had watched the entire preliminaries, thought to himself. Then, up to now, the preliminary selections for the third stage of the Chunin exams are completely over. These are the contestants confirmed for the third exam of the Chunin exams. Although one contestant is absent, congratulations to all of you. After gathering the qualifiers, Hey-8 addressed them. Including Sasuke, who isn't here, there are 9 from Konoha, 2 from Sunagakure, and 1 from Otogakure. Scanning Takaru and the others, Hiruzen began to speak. Then I will now explain the details of the matches. Meanwhile, in a certain location in Konoha, Orochimaru and Kabuto were meeting. Although Kabuto hadn't understood Orochimaru's goals initially, after a series of events, he had seen through Orochimaru's purpose. Orochimaru, for his part, was preparing to leave Sasuke's affairs to Kabuto for oversight. Orochimaru seemed particularly impatient, mainly due to the unstable factor of Naruto, and besides Naruto, there was also Takaru. Takaru was too mysterious, his goals completely unclear. Most importantly, his strength posed a huge threat even to Orochimaru. Although Takaru only asked him to collect ninjutsu scrolls, Orochimaru naturally didn't fully believe him, especially after receiving intelligence from Kabuto that Takaru couldn't use ninjutsu at all and apparently couldn't learn chakra from a young age. Therefore, Takaru's purpose in collecting ninjutsu became even more bizarre. If Takaru was helping others, according to intelligence, he interacted with very few people, mostly inconspicuous individuals. Yet he possessed such powerful and strange strength, and knew many of his plans. So after some analysis, Orochimaru simply couldn't imagine what Takaru's true goal was. However, to avoid trouble, Orochimaru prepared to gather some ninjutsu scrolls for Takaru, whether to placate him temporarily or not. At the very least, it wasn't suitable to start a conflict with Takaru at this time. Chapter 215. Chapter 215, A Month of Preparation Time. 1333 words. Returning to the preliminary matches, the third Hokage quickly explained the tournament situation to Takaru and the others. He hoped that as representatives of their respective nations, they would fight without regret, giving their all. Furthermore, the official matches would be held 1 month later. They're not starting now. Hearing Hiruzen's words, Naruto asked in confusion. This is what you would call the corresponding preparation period, Hiruzen stated plainly. How does that work? The group was still somewhat unclear. This is the preparation time needed to notify the daimyo, and ninja leaders of the various nations that the preliminaries have concluded, and to formally invite them as observers. Moreover, this is also preparation time for you, the examinees. Seeing that everyone still didn't understand, Hiruzen had to spell it out. During this 1 month, everyone could analyze their opponents. After all, many contestants' abilities had been exposed during the preliminaries. The next step was to diligently study how to fight against specific opponents. The month could also be used for further training to increase one's chances of victory. As for Takaru, seeing that another month's wait was required, he showed no particular reaction. During this time, aside from training, Takaru could also properly collect ninjutsu scrolls and do some planning. After Hiruzen finished explaining the rules, he had everyone draw lots. Takaru drew number 4. The results were Naruto 1, Niji 2, Gaara 3, Takaru 4, Shino 6, Temari 7, Ui 8, Shikamaru 9, Ritsu 10, Dosu 11, Ino 12. Sasuke, who was absent, was defaulted to number 5. Following the draw, Hiruzen let everyone view the tournament bracket. It displayed the match pairings, 1 versus 4, and so on in a cycle. Winners would advance to fight the next opponent. When only 3 contestants remained, the person with the later number would receive a bye to advance, and would finally face the winner of the other match. I have a question. If this is a single elimination tournament, only one person can ultimately win, right? Meaning, only one person can become a Chunin. Shikamaru promptly raised the question. Ui and Ritsu also looked intently at Hiruzen. If that were truly the case, they might as well give up, as there was absolutely no way they could defeat Takaru. Just recalling Takaru's previous battle with Orochimaru was enough to understand the terrifying extent of his combat power, not to mention he was their team leader. No, that's not correct. For this exam, there will be examiners present, including myself, the Kazekage, the daimyo who commissioned us, and the ninja leaders from various nations. By observing the elimination matches, the examiners will evaluate you. Those deemed to possess sufficient qualities of a Chunin can be promoted, even if they are defeated in the first round. Because promotion in this exam was not solely based on final victory, but also on overall performance, receiving a bye was not necessarily advantageous. On the contrary, consistently demonstrating one's abilities made promotion more likely. In other words, the more matches one fought, the greater the opportunity for improvement. So, does that mean everyone here has the potential to become a Chunin? Hearing his explanation, Temari asked directly. Conversely, it's also possible that none of you will, the third Hokage stated plainly. Seriously, what a drag. Shikamaru felt deeply exasperated. Takaru's eyes also narrowed slightly. So, merely displaying combat prowess did not guarantee a promotion spot. However, since their mission did not explicitly require becoming Chunin, he wasn't overly concerned. After all, while a Chunin's strength wasn't necessarily paramount, demonstrating strategic capability was its own trouble. Alright then, you've all worked hard. We will reconvene in 1 month. Dismissed. After the explanations were complete, Hiruzen announced. Upon the dismissal order, Takaru immediately left with Ui and Ritsu. Takaru NII, this exam seems so troublesome, even more unpredictable than the hunter exam. After leaving the examination hall, Ui said to Takaru. Don't worry. When the time comes, just focus on properly defeating your opponent. Your opponent is Temari. Is that manageable? Takaru looked at Ui and said with a slight smile. Although her strength seems decent, if it's only at the level she displayed, defeating her shouldn't be too difficult. Hearing Takaru's words, Ui replied with a confident smile. That's good. As for you, Ritsu, your match is trickier. Compared to someone like Temari, Shikamaru's intellect is considerable. Furthermore, the arena conditions will be uncertain, offering many elements he could exploit. Stay alert to the situation. But remember one thing, Shikamaru will absolutely not resort to lethal force. Also, your basic attributes are slightly superior to his. As for Dosa later on, although his soundwave attack is somewhat peculiar, using observation haki combined with long-range magic should be sufficient to defeat him. After hearing Yui's confident statement, Takaru turned to Ritsu with a light smile. I understand. I'll work hard, strive to use observation haki more fluidly. I will diligently improve. Hearing Takaru's words, Ritsu nodded earnestly. Subsequently, Takaru and the two found Karen, who had been waiting outside for a considerable time, and brought her back to their lodgings. Since Karen was currently affiliated with Kizugakure, keeping her here involved certain difficulties that Takaru needed to resolve. Apart from Takaru's group, after leaving, Naruto ran straight to the hospital, only to be informed that visits to Sasuke were currently prohibited. The reason was that while Takaru and the others were receiving Hiruzen's briefing, Sasuke's room had been infiltrated by Kabuto. Kabuto easily subdued the three Umbu guarding Sasuke, and upon Kakashi's arrival, demonstrated formidable skills. He even managed to retreat safely from Kakashi's presence without raising an alarm. Consequently, Kakashi had no choice but to personally guard Sasuke. He understood that Orochimaru's target was Sasuke. With him present, even if Orochimaru were to appear, he could hold his own long enough for reinforcements to arrive. Hey, why? Hearing the receptionist's words, Naruto couldn't help but shout. You're asking me? The receptionist showed an awkward expression. She didn't know either, and she was simply following orders. Miss, why? Naruto persisted, refusing to let it go. Naruto, maintain quiet in the hospital. At that moment, Kakashi emerged and reprimanded Naruto. Oh, Kakashi-sensei. That. Seeing it was Kakashi, Naruto excitedly rushed over. No need to explain. All right, I knew you'd come. I've already arranged for someone to instruct you. Seeing Naruto's eagerness, Kakashi said directly. I want Kakashi-sensei to teach me. Hearing Kakashi, Naruto exclaimed excitedly. I have pressing matters to attend to. No time to look after you. Seeing Naruto's reaction, Kakashi felt somewhat helpless. He was now responsible for Sasuke, and furthermore, his own skills weren't particularly suited for Naruto. Oh, so you're going to teach Sasuke instead, right? Catching his meaning, Naruto reacted with agitation. Ah, don't say it like that. The instructor I found for you is far more capable than I am. Hearing Naruto, Kakashi could only reply evasively. Who is it? Only then did Naruto ask curiously. At that moment, Ebisu, wearing sunglasses, stepped forward. Ah, it's you, you big pervert. Seeing Ebisu, Naruto exclaimed. That is terribly rude. I can't accept this. I don't care if he's an elite instructor. How am I supposed to get stronger with this pervert who's weaker than me teaching me? Naruto loudly protested. However, under the circumstances, Naruto had no choice but to accept Kakashi's arrangement and leave with Ebisu. Naruto insisted on a sparring match first, agreeing to be taught only if he won. Kakashi paid no further attention and simply let the two depart. While Naruto was sparring and training with Ebisu, he coincidentally encountered Jiraiya. Because Ebisu interfered with Jiraiya's peeping activities, he was knocked unconscious. Naruto seized this opportunity to pester Jiraiya, demanding that he become his master. Finally, worn down by Naruto's persistence, Jiraiya agreed to instruct him. In truth, Jiraiya only consented because he was aware of Naruto's identity and circumstances. Chapter 216. Chapter 216 Plotting for the 8 Inner Gates 1439 words, and so 3 days passed like this. On that night, Dosu, with a hunched posture, found Gaara who was watching the moon on a rooftop. Honestly, don't you sleep at night? Dosu frowned as he looked at Gaara. What do you want? Looking at Dosu, Gaara said expressionlessly. I want to defeat you here. That way, the probability of facing Sasuke in the final match will also increase. After all, you are definitely the most unstable factor. Moreover, I understand your sand-based attacks perfectly. Compared to my sound, which one is faster? Just like in the original work, driven by the desire to fight Sasuke, Dosa decided to eliminate Gaara, this extremely dangerous existence. After all, in the preliminary matches, the most dominant performer had undoubtedly been Lee. Yet, despite Lee being like that, he still failed against Gaara. So to face Sasuke, Dosa needed to overcome many obstacles. Apart from winning himself, he also had to ensure Sasuke's victory. That's why he conceived the idea of eliminating Sasuke's strong rivals to guarantee Sasuke could reach the end and meet him. And Dosa possessed unparalleled confidence in his own strength. However, ideals are beautiful, but reality is very cruel. At this moment, because of the full moon, the one tail inside Gaara was very restless. So Gaara let go of his control over the one tail, turning into a partial transformation, easily defeating Dosa with a single blow. So powerful. Is this his true form? In the distance, Kabuto, watching this scene, narrowed his eyes as he spoke with Baki. Is that really okay? That Otogekyu's ninja. Baki hesitated, looking at Dosu. It's fine. He no longer has any use, Kabuto stated calmly. I thought he was a tool to test that kid Sasuke's strength. Hearing Kabuto's words, Baki said in understanding. The scene of the two talking was directly discovered by Hayate. Looking at the two, Hayate also sensed a huge conspiracy. Then Kabuto even said there was no need to test Sasuke's strength. Orders had already been issued to seize Sasuke. It's just that Kabuto's own action failed, and his identity as an Otogekyu's spy was also exposed. Then, if our secret conversation here is discovered, the plan to destroy Konoha will come to nothing. I heard you are Orochimaru's right-hand man. How foolish to come find me after exposing your appearance, Baki then expressed his disdain for Kabuto. How unpleasant. To be precise, it's not that I was discovered, but I let them discover me. I wanted to test what moves Konoha would make. Seizing Sasuke later is not too late. If you fail, then we will withdraw immediately. This was originally Otogekyu's plan. Tsunagakure will absolutely not act unless absolutely necessary. That is the Kazekage's intention. Kabuto spoke calmly. Being discovered by Kakashi wasn't because the plan was exposed, but because Kabuto actively revealed himself. And Hayate, hidden in the shadows, overheard their entire conversation, and prepared to report it to the Hokage. But just as he was about to leave, he noticed he was completely exposed. Without further thought, Hayate directly and quickly chose to flee, and Baki similarly used the body flicker technique to pursue. Soon, on the roof of a large building, Baki directly intercepted Hayate. However, Hayate, possessing the strength of a special Jonin at least, directly dodged Baki's sneak attack. If it isn't the Proctor. What are you doing here all alone? Looking at Hayate, Baki mocked. Looks like I have no choice but to fight. Looking at Baki, Hayate drew the sword from his back. Konoha style, Dance of the Crescent Moon. As Hayate's words fell, he swiftly charged towards Baki. During the charge, Hayate's figure directly split into 3 illusions, all simultaneously launching a surprise attack on Baki. However, while Baki was confused, the clones passed through Baki's body, but the real body appeared from a blind spot above Baki, slashing down at Baki's shoulder with his sword. And with the sound of the blade entering flesh, blood soon splattered onto Hayate's face. But just as Hayate tried to pull the sword out, he found it seemed stuck, unable to move. So this is the Konoha-style Dance of the Crescent Moon. To master this technique at such a young age, Konoha truly has talented individuals emerging constantly. The swordsmanship is good, but being able to block this blade is only natural. However, the wind blade is something no one can block. Looking at Hayate, Baki even had the leisure to praise him. Then, as Baki launched his attack, feeling the sharpness of the wind blade, Hayate's expression drastically changed. After that, there was no and then. Under the attack of the wind blade, he was instantly killed. His body was only discovered by Umbu the next day. One of the Umbu picked up his sword, a deep sorrow rising in her heart. And this incident was treated with high importance. The Hokage once again summoned many Chunin and Jonin for discussion, as the matter might concern Orochimaru. And Orochimaru, as one of the legendary Sannin, his strength has reached Kage level. If he truly allied with another nation to attack Konoha, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for Konoha. But in the end, because there was too little information, they couldn't make wild guesses. And Konoha's advisor, Udatane Koharu, also stated that acting rashly would plunge them into danger, and the enemy might have this very purpose. The other advisor, Mitokado Hamura, also expressed great trust in everyone. As for Takaru, after handling Karen's matters, on the 5th day after the preliminary exams, he went to find Guy. Because during the exams, Takaru had left a shadow person on him, naturally he could easily grasp his movements. After bidding farewell to Ui and the others, Takaru sensed his location, and then quickly ran towards it. About 10 minutes later, Takaru saw Guy, who was watching the injured Lee train relentlessly from a distance outside the hospital. Lee's situation was basically known to all exam participants. Lee himself also knew his fate, but with his unyielding personality, Lee was still training with his severely injured body. Because Takaru made no attempt to hide, as Takaru approached, Guy noticed the anomaly. "Hello, Jonin Mike Guy. Let me introduce myself. I'm Nara Takaru." Seeing the alert Guy, Takaru greeted him with a light smile. "It's you. Is there something you need?" Seeing it was Takaru, Guy said in understanding. Although Takaru hadn't shown particularly terrifying power during the battles, he had displayed remarkable insight and easily knocked Kankuro unconscious, enough to prove his strength wasn't weak. Most importantly, when Tenten lost her match, Takaru was the first to appear and save Tenten. This left Guy with a fairly good impression of Takaru. "Yes, there is indeed something. In summary, I came to find you because I want to make a transaction with you." Looking at Guy's demeanor, Takaru said with a light smile. "Transaction?" Hearing Takaru's words, Guy frowned in confusion. "That's right. Rock Lee is a very important student to you, isn't he? You could even say he's your successor without much exaggeration." Takaru looked at Lee training with severe injuries in the distance and spoke softly. Hearing Takaru's words, Guy didn't answer immediately, instead calmly looked at Takaru. Although somewhat surprised at how Takaru knew he valued Lee the most, he was also very curious about Takaru's purpose at the moment. If Takaru knew Guy's thoughts, he'd have to remark, "You guys' relationship was too obvious." Even without knowing the plot, just your performance in the Chunin exams alone could easily lead someone unaware to think you might be father and son. Lee's condition is not optimistic. Moreover, if he continues forcing himself in his current state, he will become completely crippled. Seeing Guy remain silent, Takaru continued. "So what exactly is your purpose?" Hearing Takaru mention Lee becoming crippled, Guy's brow furrowed tightly. "My purpose is simple. I want to make a transaction with you. I can heal Rock Lee, but I need the ninjutsu scroll for the 8 gates in exchange." Seeing Guy somewhat agitated, Takaru directly stated his purpose. "8 gates? What do you want it for?" Hearing Takaru's words, Guy became guarded. Although hearing Takaru could heal Lee made him somewhat excited, he quickly became cautious. It was far too suspicious. The power of the 8 gates is undeniable. Although the usage conditions are demanding, if used well, it could create a large number of suicide troops, easily causing great calamity for this world, even though the 8 gates are difficult to learn. Chapter 217. Chapter 217 Healing Lee, Guy's excitement 1458 words. "Don't be so tense. I can give you my word, aside from my own learning, I absolutely will not spread it in this world. If I myself have no talent, then that is my own problem. And regarding Lee's issue, I can treat him in advance. You can give me the scroll only after he is completely healed." Looking at the guarded Guy, Takaru spoke frankly. Hearing Takaru's words, Guy was stunned again, only for his own learning. It didn't matter if he couldn't learn it. And it was conditional on healing Lee first. Why should I believe you? Although somewhat hopeful, Guy still expressed doubt. This is all I can say. Whether you agree or not is up to you. Besides, although the 8 gates is quite troublesome, if I wanted it, I could obtain it through other methods as well. It's just simplest from you. Moreover, I can promise you that even if I cannot completely cure Lee, I can definitely make his condition much better than it is now. Facing Guy's suspicion, Takaru didn't mind at all, and instead spoke very casually. After all, although Guy could be somewhat scatterbrained, becoming a jonin was enough proof that his intelligence wasn't low. Naturally, he couldn't just believe Takaru's words outright. But Takaru had his own confidence. Next, it depended on Guy's impression of him, and his care for Lee. And most importantly, although the 8 gates was indeed precious, it had long been collected by the Hokage in the Scroll of Seals. Also, the fact that he taught it to Lee meant it wasn't some secret never to be passed on. When Lee used it, Kakashi even copied it with his Sharingan. Now the most important issues for Guy regarding Takaru were two: one, the worry that Takaru would spread the 8 gates far and wide, and the other, whether Takaru could truly heal Lee. Just as Guy was hesitating, Lee in the distance, because his injuries were too severe, cried out and lost consciousness again, only to be discovered by a nurse who had someone carry him back. Watching this scene, Guy's heart was filled with pain. Over these 5 days, he had regretted countless times. If he could go back, he still didn't know whether he should have stopped him or allowed it. But now, Takaru offered a sliver of hope. Guy gritted his teeth, thought for a long time, and finally nodded. Takaru, calmly sitting on the tree, gave a light smile upon seeing his nod. So how do you plan to treat Lee? What preparations are needed? Having decided, Guy looked at Takaru seriously. No, nothing is needed. Only that I go over, with no one disturbing. And since Rock Lee seems to have passed out now, we can treat him immediately. Hearing his question, Takaru replied directly. I need to watch you while you do it. Hearing Takaru's words, Guy stated directly. That's not a problem, but only you alone. Takaru agreed to his request. In that case, let's not waste time. Let's go directly now. Once decided, Guy appeared extremely urgent. Seeing his demeanor, Takaru nodded. He wasn't worried about Guy reneging. If he did, Takaru naturally had ways to make him regret it. Soon, Takaru and Guy quietly infiltrated the hospital room. Looking at the sleeping Lee, Guy felt his heart ache again. Takaru briefly examined the specific condition. It seemed the shattered bones had already been set. So Takaru could just use a healing spell. Thinking this, Takaru's expression turned serious. His hands began to emit a green light. Guy watched nervously, but upon noticing the green light, he had a special feeling, sensing that this unusual light was indeed harmless. Under Takaru's control, the green light enveloped Lee's body. Soon, Lee's entire form was wrapped in the green glow. Lee, who had been slightly frowning, began to relax his brow within the light, seemingly feeling a long-lost sense of ease. As for Takaru, while maintaining the advanced healing, he also activated observation haki. He could clearly perceive the injuries within Lee's body healing, even some old hidden injuries accumulated from overtraining began to dissolve. Confirming the situation was improving, Takaru breathed a sigh of relief. At least there was no case of it not getting better. That was enough. After about 5 minutes, Takaru stopped. Not because the healing was complete, but because Takaru didn't plan to heal him completely in one go. How is it? Seeing the green light dissipate and Takaru looking somewhat fatigued, Guy asked anxiously. It's much better now. But to fully heal will require about 3 more times. 1 treatment every other day should do. Also, during this time, he must not move around randomly to avoid reopening wounds and making treatment more difficult. Seeing Guy's nervous look, Takaru explained directly. I understand. Really, thank you so much. Hearing Takaru say this, Guy didn't doubt it. After all, he could see with his own eyes that many small wounds had already healed, and Lee's vitality seemed much better. This is just a transaction. I hope to see the 8 Gates scroll in a week. Looking at Guy, Takara directly shook his head. I understand. And you're really sure you won't pass it on? Hearing Takara's words, Guy asked for confirmation once more. I swear, if I obtain the 8 Gates, I will absolutely not pass it on to anyone else in this world. Seeing his look, Takara gave his assurance again. Hearing Takara's words, Guy felt it was a bit odd, but there didn't seem to be anything wrong with it. Takaru indeed wouldn't pass it on within the ninja world. As for when he returned to the main world or other mission worlds, that was another matter. Of course, if possible, Takaru wouldn't make such a fuss. Unless it was for someone important to him or very useful, he couldn't be bothered to spend great effort teaching someone the 8 Gates. He might not even learn it himself. The reason for collecting it was just incidental. Moreover, changing Lee's situation should also increase his mission evaluation score a bit. This was killing multiple birds with one stone. After hearing Takara's words, Guy nodded seriously, then prepared to create the scroll. After all, apart from being recorded in the Hokage's scroll of seals, he only had the 8 Gates memorized in his mind. He wasn't entirely clear why Takaru insisted on the scroll, but he could somewhat understand. Perhaps Takaru was worried he wouldn't learn it all at once. But since Takaru requested it, Guy wouldn't say anything about proactively teaching him. Alright, that's enough for today. Now I need to go back. Next, you can wake him up and let him feel for himself. But remember one thing, do not let him engage in strenuous exercise. I think with his personality, he definitely isn't the type to stay quiet. You'd better be strict. After all, I don't want to increase my workload. After saying this to Guy, Takaru looked out the window and directly left the spot. Hearing Takaru's words, Guy hesitated for a moment, but still hopeful that what Takaru said was true, he shook Lee awake. Guy-sensei. Waking slowly from sleep, Lee yawned and rubbed his eyes with his right hand. That's strange. It doesn't seem to hurt as much anymore. Suddenly, Lee noticed something was off. The pain in his body had diminished significantly compared to before. To test it, he even stood up and bounced a couple of times, though he finally aggravated the injury in his left leg, making him yelp. You fool! Don't do that. Seeing his actions, Guy was excited, but remembering Takaru's words, he loudly scolded Lee. But Guy-sensei, I really feel like I'm almost better. Let's go train again. Losing to that guy this time must mean my effort wasn't enough. Hearing Guy, Lee said excitedly. Hearing his words and determination, Guy felt gratified, but now was not the time. Why, Guy-sensei? Hearing him, Lee asked agitatedly. Lee, your injuries were treated by someone I asked to help. The treatment still needs 3 more sessions. That means it will take about a week to fully recover. During this time, you absolutely must not train on your own. Recover properly. Guy said seriously, looking at Lee. I understand. Seeing Guy's earnest expression, Lee was stunned for a moment. But compared to before, a week was something he could endure. That's great. I knew I wasn't wrong about you, Lee. Your fight was truly brilliant. Seeing Lee agree, Guy, tears in his eyes, hugged him. Guy-sensei. Seeing Guy suddenly crying, Lee also shed tears. Chapter 218. Chapter 218 Weighted Training 1504 words. Takaru didn't know the details of the hospital events, but he could roughly guess. Compared to being unable to be a ninja for life, not training for a week probably wouldn't be considered much. After leaving the hospital, Takaru headed directly to a waterfall with absolutely stunning scenery. At that moment, Ui, Ritsu, and Karen were also there training. Seeing Takaru return, Karen excitedly rushed over and hugged him. Seeing her action, Takaru gave a slight reprimand. Karen stuck out her little tongue, but was reluctant to let go of her fair arms. Ui also looked enviously at the bold Karen. Thinking about her own situation with Takaru, Yui also felt somewhat hesitant. To be honest, she greatly admired Takaru, mixed with a trace of affection. But sensing Takaru's excellence, and that many girls around him were also interested in him, she felt somewhat at a loss. So now, seeing Karen hug Takaru without any reservations, Yui felt deeply envious in her heart. Takaru nii, welcome back. Although she didn't know what Takaru had done, seeing him return, Yui revealed a sweet smile. Yui, how's the training going? Seeing Yui's smile, Takaru unconsciously showed a gentle smile as well. It's improved a lot compared to before. And my ken can be maintained for 32 minutes now. Hearing Takaru's question, Yui quickly replied. Is that so? Yui, as I said before, your nin type is conjuration. So if you use conjuration abilities, you can exert 100% of your strength. Using transmutation abilities gives you 80%, while other categories are basically only 60% or 40%. As for conjuration, I know 3 people. I'll roughly explain their situations to you. How you want to develop it depends on you. Looking at Yui, Takaru thought for a moment and spoke directly. Ah, I understand. Hearing Takaru's words, Yui nodded. Alright, let me first tell you. Conjuration is changing the form of your aura into something you desire, essentially materializing aura, turning it into substance. You can create tangible weapons with aura for attack. Theoretically, you can conjure anything, like objects, space, special abilities, or even consciousness. Usually, conjured objects disappear as soon as they leave the body. But through training, you can set conditions for their disappearance, though you lose the advantage of easy retrieval. Weapons materialized from aura are usually not simple weapons, and they mostly have unique abilities attached. In the original work, Shizuku's vacuum cleaner can suck up any non-living thing, Kortopi's forged objects have the characteristic of N, Kurapika's chain jail forces the bound person into a state of Zetsu, and Nov's hide and seek allows for instant teleportation. Conjuration users can divide and conceal space. But compared to emission users, conjuration users' spatial manipulation is skilled at creating various rules within a space. Among them, Takaru also told her about the abilities of Bomber, Gen-Through, Little Flower, Countdown, and Kurapika's chain abilities. Lastly, there was Kite's crazy slots. These 3 were quite representative figures in conjuration. Nin is really amazing. After hearing Takaru's explanation, Yui felt that Nin development was truly vast. Even Ritsu, listening nearby, showed a look of envy. After all, aside from her relatively fixed and special magic, she didn't yet possess a special ability like Nin. Thinking this, she looked at Karen and began to wonder if she should learn chakra. Takaru also noticed Ritsu's situation. What's wrong, Ritsu? Takaru, I wanted to ask, what do you think about me learning chakra? Ritsu hesitated before speaking. That's quite good too. Actually, to be honest, I've also been thinking about whether to train in chakra. Hearing Ritsu's words, Takaru said softly. Ah, really? Hearing Takaru say this, Ritsu was surprised. Seeing her expression, Takaru nodded. Takaru, you don't have chakra. Hearing Takaru and the others' conversation, Karen said in shock. She had been somewhat puzzled before but hadn't thought in that direction. Now that Takaru and the others admitted it themselves, she found it somewhat hard to believe. After all, Takaru didn't have chakra, yet he still provided many chakra training methods for her, making her current strength much greater than before. Also, Takaru gave her scrolls for the 5 elements seal, and the mystical palm technique. After a few days of training, her chakra control was now much more skillful, and she had also preliminarily learned the mystical palm technique. Seeing the shocked Karen, Takaru just smiled and shook his head. After a few days together, Takaru trusted Karen quite a bit, and didn't hide many things from her. Of course, he didn't actively hide things, but he also wouldn't proactively explain everything to her. As for Yui, after gaining inspiration, she once again immersed herself in the development and training of her nin ability. As for Ritsu, although she wanted to train chakra, it wasn't something she could just start learning now. Having never learned chakra before, she didn't know how long it would take to learn. And she had a major battle in just over 20 days. In such a short time, even if she could refine chakra, it would be of little use. It would be more convenient to wait until returning to the reincarnation space, and use a C-rank evaluation and 3,000 points to exchange for directly learning it. Moreover, according to what Yuta said, exchanging for chakra extraction technique even came with a bit of chakra, saving a lot of trouble. At least she wouldn't have to start from scratch. Thinking about it this way, the reincarnation space was quite considerate. As for the ninjutsu Takaru collected, although he couldn't learn them directly, after exchanging for chakra, he would probably be able to figure them out. If he still didn't understand, exchanging for a couple more ninjutsu should allow him to learn on his own. Afterward, Takaru and the others basically came here every day to train. For instance, to train their stamina, Ritsu and Yui often endured the waterfall's impact while also wearing the gravity training equipment Takaru prepared for them. It was similar to Lee's, but the two had different weights. For example, Ritsu's total body weight added up to only 150 kilograms, while Yui wore 300 kilograms of weights. As for Takaru, it was 2 tons. Normally, Takaru also needed to use telekinesis attached to his feet to avoid accidentally stomping small craters, which also helped train his psychic power. As for how they obtained the weights, controlling some ordinary people with his nin needles was simple. He collected some fees, and had a blacksmith make them. As for Karen, she used small animals to become much more familiar with the mystical palm technique, and the 5-element seal. As for her pre-existing adamantine sealing chains, they also grew significantly stronger through constant training. Additionally, she awakened the Mind's Eye of the Kagura. Mind's Eye of the Kagura is one of the abilities of the Uzumaki clan. After closing her eyes and opening her mind's eye, she can sense any abnormal movement with chakra within a radius of several tens of kilometers. If she has specified a particular chakra, she can even sense its detailed location and movement, the number of people, their characteristics, and even their speed of movement. Furthermore, when in danger, she can hide her own chakra, and can judge whether someone is lying by sensing their chakra. It's essentially another form of observation hockey, with an incredibly wide range. Of course, the maximum range Karen, having just awakened it, could sense was only 3 kilometers, and it was still somewhat taxing for her, requiring further training. During this period, Takaru completely healed Lee. Naturally, Lee also learned that the person who healed him was actually Takaru, which made him extremely grateful. Takaru was utterly disgusted. Also, Guy fulfilled his promise, directly handing Takaru a scroll containing the method for training the 8 gates. However, when he gave it to Takaru, he still cautioned him not to practice it lightly until his physical stamina reached a certain level, and that it was a double-edged sword, improper use would only harm himself. Takaru understood these points very well and merely nodded to him. In the blink of an eye, over 20 days passed like this. Nothing particularly special happened to Takaru's group, aside from him going to find Orochimaru to have him fulfill his promise. Seeing Takaru arrive, Orochimaru, who was disguised as the Kazekage, was shocked at how Takaru found him. But to avoid trouble, he still handed over the ninjutsu scrolls he had prepared earlier. After glancing through them, Takaru left satisfied. This harvest was quite substantial. Although Orochimaru clearly held back a few tricks, seeing some of the ninjutsu included, Takaru was very satisfied, indicating that this matter was considered concluded for now. Subsequently, taking all the ninjutsu scrolls, Takaru quickly disappeared from the land of wind. Watching Takaru's departing figure, Orochimaru felt a deep sense of unfathomability. However, at this point, he couldn't abandon his plans because of Takaru. Chapter 219, Chapter 219 A month's gains, the third stage officially begins 1375 words. Today was the 44th day in this world, and it was also the day for the third stage of the Chunin exams. After a month of arduous training, Takaru and the others had made significant improvements. Even Takaru's own strength had progressed considerably. Reincarnator number 3, Nara Takaru race, human. Innate abilities, photographic memory, telekinesis, absolute defense, perseverance, gluttony, giant killing, Nen, hyper-regeneration strength, 392, 245, average person 20, constitution, 396, 8, defense, 863, 378, speed, 388, 4, spirit, 620, 38. Magic power, 350, 1240, average person 0, training method, none skills. Evaluation and points, remaining S rank evaluation X1. A rank evaluation X1. B rank evaluation X1. C rank evaluation X1. Points, 108,600. Apart from notable increases in basic attributes, there was also progress in skills like Nen and telekinesis, and the use of observation hockey and armament hockey had become more proficient. Finally, although the Rokushiki hadn't reached an advanced level yet, Takaru had already mastered some of their derivative skills. During this time, Takaru also discovered that among the basic attributes, defense was the hardest to improve. This might be because his defense attribute was already too high. Perhaps taking frequent beatings could speed up improvement, but in Takaru's case, others couldn't even break his defense, making it naturally very difficult. Fortunately, while constantly training armament hockey and Rokushiki, his defense seemed to be exercised as well, increasing slightly. Alright, today is the official third stage of Chunin exams. Is everyone ready? Just before setting off, Takaru showed a smile as he spoke to the group. Of course. Hearing Takaru's words, Ritsu and Yui answered confidently. After Takaru's training, their strength had improved tremendously. Especially through sparring with Takaru, their practical combat skills had also significantly strengthened. Alright then, let's go. Hearing their words, Takaru and the group headed directly to the arena. Upon entering, the place was already packed with many people, appearing exceptionally lively. The huge arena was already buzzing with excitement, with many important figures present. Of course, these important figures were nothing in Takaru's eyes. When Takaru's group arrived, 3 people were still missing. Seeing this, Takaru and the others didn't pay too much attention. Since they weren't very familiar with the others, Takaru just gave a slight nod to a few people before closing his eyes to rest on the spot. After waiting a while, until the very last minute, Naruto rushed into the arena, in a disheveled manner. Sakura above, seeing Naruto, finally showed a smile and softly called out, Naruto. Humph, you were almost late, you know. Ino, next to Shikamaru, looked at Naruto with disdain. Haha, well. Hey, where's Sasuke? Naruto, who was about to say something, noticed Sasuke hadn't arrived yet, and was surprised. After all, that guy Sasuke would absolutely not be late in a situation like this. And Dosu, who I'm supposed to fight, isn't here either. Hearing his words, Ino spoke up directly. Since Dosu was her opponent, she naturally paid some attention to him. Alright, you all, stop wandering around. Stand straight and face the audience properly. Due to Hayate's death, Shiranui Ginma had to take over as the proctor. Hearing his words, Naruto finally noticed the roaring, bustling scene above. The deafening cheers gave him a unique feeling he was experiencing for the first time in his life. You are the stars of this match. Ginma continued. Has Sasuke still not been found? The third Hokage above asked his guard, Namishi Rado. Several Umbu teams have been sent to search, but there's been no news. He might have already fallen into Orochimaru's hands. If that's the case, then he probably can't be found. Hearing Hiruzen's question, Rado quickly replied. I understand. Hearing his words, Hiruzen felt his strength waning. The reason for his concern about Sasuke, apart from him being the last surviving Uchiha, was most importantly his promise to Itachi. Thinking of Itachi's fearsomeness, Hiruzen wasn't sure if Itachi would bring great disaster to Konoha. However, one thing Hiruzen was relatively reassured about was that Itachi held significant affection for Konoha, even choosing the village over his clan. Oh, what a rare guest. Soon, noticing the Kazekage's arrival, Hiruzen quickly cast aside his complicated thoughts and greeted him. The journey must have been tiring, right? Looking at the seated Kazekage, Hiruzen said with a smile. Not at all, it was fine. It's good the venue is in Konoha. Though you are still young, if you had to make a special trip, it would likely be tiring for you, Hokage Dano. I think you should decide on a successor soon. Looking at Hiruzen, Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage, spoke flatly. Ha ha ha, don't treat me as an old man. I plan to work for another 5 years. Whether due to attachment to power, or because no one in Konoha at the moment could shoulder the burden alone, Hiruzen stated directly. Honored guests, I express my sincere gratitude for coming to Konoha to observe the Chunin exams. Next, the 11 examinees who pass the preliminary matches will proceed with the official selection matches. Please enjoy the viewing. The Hokage announced loudly to the daimyo and common people below. It seems one is still missing. Hearing his words, Orochimaru scanned the crowd below and found no sign of Sasuke. Instead, he caught Takeru's gaze directed this way, which made him pause briefly before returning to normal. Before the matches, let me say a few things. Hearing the Hokage's words, Genma spoke to Takeru and the others. Due to certain reasons, there have been some changes to the first round's matchups. Please confirm your opponents again. As Genma spoke, he produced a chart. Originally, number 11 Dosu was to fight No. But now, number 10 Ritsu would first face number 12 Ino, and the winner would then fight number 9 Shikamaru. Noticing this, Ritsu was stunned. Ino also saw her opponent had changed to Ritsu. She first sighed in relief, but then remembered Ritsu had easily defeated Sakura, meaning her strength was probably much greater than her own. Still, at least Ritsu was also a girl, which was better than facing the gloomy Dosu. Takeru looked calmly at the match list. Clearly, Dosu had already been eliminated offline, and the perpetrator was likely Gaara, just like in the original work. But exactly when it happened, Takeru wasn't sure. After all, Takeru didn't keep a vast-range observation hockey monitor on the village 24/7. Excuse me. At that moment, Naruto called out. What is it? Looking at Naruto, Genma frowned and asked. Well, Sasuke still isn't here. What should we do? Naruto scratched his head, worried. If he doesn't appear by his match time, it will be considered a forfeit by default. Hearing Naruto, Genma said calmly. That's weird. With his personality, he'd come even if he had to drag himself here. Naruto looked worriedly towards the arena entrance. Listen up, all of you. Although the venue is different, the rules are the same as the preliminaries, there are no rules. The match continues until one party dies or concedes. However, if I judge the outcome is decided, I will stop the match. No resistance is allowed. Looking at Takeru and the others, Genma said seriously. Then the first match is between Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Neji. These two remain. The rest return to the waiting room. Genma looked at the group and announced seriously. As Genma's words fell, Takeru and the others calmly walked towards the nearby stairs, soon arriving at the waiting room. The so-called waiting room was actually a mid to high level viewing platform within the arena, offering a clear view of the two combatants below. Hey Hinata, there's a seat here. Kiba, who arrived just in time, smiled at Hinata, who was wearing a blue top and black pants. However, Hinata's expression wasn't good. It seemed the damage Neji inflicted a month ago hadn't completely healed yet. Do your best. Beside them, Lee, who had already recovered, was excitedly cheering for the two. Your injuries are already healed. Looking at Lee next to Tenten, Kiba was stunned and asked in surprise. Of course. Hearing Kiba's words, Lee flashed a bright, toothy smile and gave a thumbs up. Chapter 220. Chapter 220. The first match begins, Naruto vs Neji. 1354 words. I really didn't expect that kid to last until now. Looking at Naruto, Kotetsu said in surprise. If he got this far by luck, it should end here for him. That guy called Naruto. Izumo also wasn't optimistic about Naruto. The opponent is too formidable. There's no way he can defeat a member of the Hyuga clan by any means. Kotetsu added again. Hinata, hearing their words, felt a complicated mix of emotions in her heart. Though I thought the same at first, if you underestimate him, you'll be in for a shock, everyone. Looking at the others, Kiba thought with a grin. Then, under Akamaru's reminder, Kiba noticed the Umbu in the arena, feeling surprised. Back on the battlefield, the two faced each other. It seems you have something to say. Looking at Naruto, Neji spoke calmly. I said it before. I swear I will definitely win. Looking at Neji, Naruto directly extended his right hand, clenching a fist toward him. Hearing his words, Neji activated his Byakugan, also noticing the confidence in Naruto's eyes. It wasn't an empty bluff. That's more interesting. I really want to see your panicked eyes when you face reality. Hearing Naruto, Neji showed a faint smile and directly assumed a starting stance. Stop babbling and start already. Hearing him, Naruto said impatiently. Then, the first match begin. Looking at the two, Genma announced. After a brief standoff, Naruto sensed the aura emanating from Neji. A drop of sweat slowly trickled down his cheek. Watch carefully, Hanabi. He has inherited the Hyuga clan's Kekkei Genkai exceptionally well. Your sister can't compare to him. Looking at Neji, Hayashi said calmly to Hanabi. Nei-san can't compare to him. Hearing her father's words, Hanabi was stunned. He's probably stronger than you too. Hearing Hanabi, Hayashi said calmly. Soon, Naruto also initiated the attack, true to his usual style, directly throwing two kunai at Neji. However, they were easily caught by Neji, who also knocked the other one away. Afterwards, Naruto charged straight at Neji. Idiot, who attacks head-on like that? Watching the reckless Naruto, Kiba couldn't help but exclaim excitedly. Naruto below naturally couldn't hear. He threw a punch directly at Neji. However, with a light tap from Neji's hand, his attack was simply deflected. Simultaneously, he lost his balance and was about to fall to the ground. But Naruto reacted quickly, performing a roll to regain balance while also creating distance from Neji. As soon as he landed, he propelled himself toward Neji again. Then came a series of rapid attacks. But before Neji's Byakugan, Naruto's moves were already seen through. Neji simply stood his ground, using his palms to block all of Naruto's punches. Then, with a palm strike, he pushed Naruto back. Naruto retreated slightly but jumped again to kick at Neji. After dodging, Naruto threw another punch at Neji. But this time, Neji seized the opportunity, releasing chakra from his hand and striking Naruto's chest. The chakra simultaneously flowed into Naruto's body. Feeling the flow of his chakra become somewhat obstructed, Naruto felt extremely uncomfortable. While Naruto was in pain, Neji's attack came again. This time, it aimed at a chakra point on Naruto's right shoulder. Can't let him hit that. Watching Neji's attack, Naruto recalled Neji's fight with Hinata. That was the only thought in his mind. He then endured the discomfort, leaned back, and performed a roll to quickly evade Neji's attack. Did it miss? Because of Naruto's body movement, Neji realized the last strike probably didn't hit the chakra point. Damn, getting too close means getting hit with the gentle fist, making ninjutsu unusable. So I have to keep my distance to fight him. Clutching his attacked right shoulder, Naruto thought while panting. You understand now, don't you? You have no chance of winning. Looking at Naruto, already panting without Neji having used much effort, Neji spoke calmly. I was just testing your strength earlier. The real fight starts now. Looking at Neji, Naruto stood up and declared. Shadow Clone Technique. As he said this, Naruto performed his signature technique. Instantly, 5 Narutos appeared on the field. What an interesting guy. Shadow clone technique is a Jonin-level technique. That guy even knows this. Looking at Naruto, Kotetsu and Izumo admitted they had somewhat underestimated him. After creating clones, all 5 Narutos simultaneously drew kunai. Shadow clones. By evenly distributing chakra to each clone, even my Byakugan can't distinguish the real body. Noticing the same flow of chakra in each clone, Neji understood. But ultimately, there's only one real body. Though he couldn't immediately tell which was real, Neji wasn't worried at all. Humph, stop boasting. With his clones, Naruto felt more confident. Come at me. Seeing this situation, Neji simply said calmly. It's useless. Before Neji's defense, attacks are pointless. 10-10 on the viewing platform said calmly, watching Neji. Humph, don't underestimate me. Seeing Neji's expression, Naruto said with a grin. Then 4 shadow clones charged at Neji, while Naruto's real body stayed put, watching. Seeing the 4 clones charging, Neji got slightly more serious. Facing the attacks of 2 clones first, Neji pressed down on their bodies, using their support to leap over them. Upon landing, he extended both arms simultaneously, lightly deflecting the stabbing attempts of the other 2 clones. Then, 1 clone seized the opportunity, kicking directly at Neji. But Neji, the instant before the foot reached his chin, performed a backflip, landing gracefully back on the ground, beautifully dodging the attack. Damn, next time I'll succeed. Seeing he almost hit Neji, Naruto felt somewhat frustrated. However, Neji's aura changed upon landing. Facing the encirclement of 2 Narutos again, he jumped and spun continuously in place. As the 2 clones got close, he kicked out with both feet, sending the 2 clones flying. 1 clone directly dissipated into smoke. At that moment 2 other clones seized the chance, stabbing at Neji's back with kunai. But Neji didn't even turn his head, and with 2 backward slaps of his hands, he caused both Naruto's attacks to miss, their bodies stumbling forward uncontrollably. Then, Neji delivered 2 palm strikes to the backs of the 2 clones. With sounds and smoke, the 2 clones dissipated near Naruto. Afterwards, Neji walked toward the clone he had kicked earlier, the one that hadn't dissipated but had lost combat ability. He easily lifted it and delivered a palm strike, causing it to dissipate as well. This guy, does he have eyes on his back too? Seeing his clones attack from behind only to be easily detected and countered by Neji, Naruto felt extremely tricky. Become Hokage? That's impossible. After easily dealing with the clones, Neji turned his head and said flatly to Naruto. Hearing his words, Naruto frowned again. I can see it with these eyes. A person's talent is determined from birth. Everything is predetermined. Why do you keep making arbitrary judgments, you jerk? Hearing Neji say this again, Naruto felt extremely angry. Then, are you saying anyone can become Hokage if they work hard? Those who can become Hokage are very few. Face reality. Those destined to become Hokage are born with that fate. It's not something you can become just because you want to. Because fate arranges it this way. Everyone must live under an unyielding fate. There is only one fate where all are equal, death. Neji spoke seriously. Seeing this situation, Guy couldn't help but sigh. He naturally understood Neji's talent very well. But Neji belonged to the Hyuga clan's branch family, harboring resentment towards the main family, something Guy couldn't interfere with too much. Also, regarding Neji's talk of fate, Guy didn't know how to enlighten him. Takaru nii, he seems to be in a lot of pain. Hearing Neji's words, Ui could sense Neji's resentment toward the world, his hatred for an unchangeable fate. But honestly, his fate isn't that bad. It's already much better than most people's. And a large part of this hatred stems from resentment towards his own powerlessness. Hearing her words, Takaru gently shook his head and said. Chapter 221, Chapter 221 Revolving Heaven 1327 Words regarding the Hyuga clan system. as an outsider, Takaru couldn't comment much. However, in Konoha, both the original Senju and Uchiha clans had perished, while the Hyuga clan alone continued to thrive. This indicated it had certain merits. That look, is he still resentful toward the main family? Hayashi on the viewing platform watched Niji, his heart filled with mixed emotions. So what if it is? I won't give up so easily. Hearing his words, Naruto remained resolute as he looked at Niji. Shadow clone technique. Saying this, Naruto immediately created dozens of clones. In an instant, it looked quite spectacular. Watching the shadow clone technique, Takaru smiled. Although he had previously looked down on chakra somewhat, he couldn't deny that chakra truly possessed many special abilities and unique ninjutsu. Like the multiple shadow clone technique Naruto was using now, it was an incredibly powerful training aid. Moreover, this ability was very suitable for Takaru. Although Takaru had already developed his shadow core, the shadow clone technique could greatly increase his strength. Takaru was already strong on his own. Now, if he became multiple versions of himself, even dozens, Takaru believed conquering the world would be very simple. Because the weaknesses of shadow clones were dividing chakra and dissipating upon taking damage. Takaru's strength didn't rely on chakra. As for taking damage, he believed most people couldn't injure him. And Takaru had already obtained the scrolls for both the shadow clone technique and the multiple shadow clone technique from Orochimaru. Additionally, there were many other good ninjutsu. After all, although Orochimaru himself didn't practice many ninjutsu, perhaps to better understand and modify them, he had collected a vast number of ninjutsu, which now benefited Takaru. Raw. Accompanied by many Narutos shouting as they charged at Niji, the arena seemed somewhat chaotic. Then, a chaotic battle ensued on the field. Unfortunately, Naruto didn't have any coordinated attack techniques. More often, only one or two clones attacked Niji at a time. With his Byakugan, Niji didn't face much pressure. The result was an increased drain on Naruto himself, while he still couldn't touch a single corner of Niji's clothing. I said I'm not that stupid, right? After dodging Naruto's attack again, Niji looked at Naruto with a confident smile. Then, he quickly moved past the many Naruto clones, heading straight for one Naruto. With an exceedingly confident smile, Niji reached a Naruto standing at the very back and delivered a vertical palm strike to his heart. Hit by Niji's attack, Naruto showed an expression of pain. To avoid getting your chakra points sealed, you're the one with the fewest attacks. The more you keep attacking, the clearer I can see. So the real body is you. Looking at Naruto's expression and the continuously dissipating clones, Niji spoke with absolute confidence. Hinata worriedly watched Naruto. It's over now. Kotetsu said flatly. Noticing the arrogant Niji, Takaru shook his head. Niji had fallen for the trick due to his pride. So I told you not to decide so arbitrarily. Naruto, bleeding, looked at Niji and said. Then, the heavily attacked Naruto dissipated into a puff of smoke. Could it be? Noticing this, Niji reacted, turning his head to see two Narutos who had used the dissipating smoke and sound to get behind him, now leaping to attack. Alright, Naruto, go for it. Noticing this scene, Kiba exclaimed excitedly. After being defeated by Naruto, Kiba fully acknowledged him. Did he see through my plan and deliberately use one clone to lure me? Seeing this, Niji was shocked. He hadn't expected Naruto to possess such cunning. Take this. Seeing Niji's astonished look, Naruto felt victory was within grasp. However, as Naruto's fist struck Niji's face heavily, it felt unable to advance further, stopping a few centimeters away. After a brief stalemate, Naruto's smile froze. Then, a chakra storm erupted from Niji's body. The high-speed rotating, outwardly released chakra directly flung Naruto away. Seeing the rapidly rotating chakra released from his body, Ui was surprised. Quite a valuable reference. Seeing Ui's expression, Takaru said to her with a light smile. If while using Ren, I make the aura rotate at high speed, it could not only enhance defense but also possess offensive capability. Yui quickly replied. Hearing her words, Takaru nodded with a slight smile. Compared to chakra, Takaru and the others had long mastered aura emission. Next, they just needed to make it rotate to accomplish this easily. And it was only now, seeing Niji use Revolving Heaven, that Takaru remembered this ability could be applied to aura. Hearing Takaru and Yui's conversation, Temari glanced at Takaru, puzzled. What was that just now? The flung-away Naruto looked at Niji in disbelief. You thought you had one? With a mocking smile, Niji said flatly. Naruto's punch should have hit him. Sakura on the viewing platform, seeing this, found it utterly unbelievable. Both Hinata and Hayashi on the viewing platform were somewhat shocked. They clearly understood the difficulty of the Revolving Heaven. Most importantly, Hayashi knew he hadn't taught Niji this. On the field, Naruto, knocked away by the Revolving Heaven, felt extremely unwilling. He immediately used shadow clones again to charge forward. But the result was the same as before, all were knocked away and dissipated in the air by Niji's Revolving Heaven. It's over. You are already within my 8 trigrams formation. Looking at Naruto, who had sat up and was wiping away blood, Niji said calmly. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Watching the standing Naruto, Niji spoke softly, assuming a stance. 8 trigrams, 2 palms. Soon, Niji moved, bursting forth with extreme speed to appear in front of Naruto. With his hands in a point-striking form, he struck at the chakra points on Naruto's body. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. 64 palms. Starting from 2 palms, Niji's attacks poured into Naruto's body like a violent storm. From the moment he was hit by the first 2 palms, Naruto was in a state of absolute helplessness. By the time Niji finished all 64 palms, Naruto was sent flying once more. Yui above watched Niji intently. As the attacks continued, she noticed Niji's strikes grew faster and faster. Even she would have trouble dodging the last dozen or so. Has the branch family members' strength surpassed the main families? What a fearsome talent! To think a child from the branch family, who absolutely should not have inherited the Hyuga clan's Kekkei Genkai, inherited it so brilliantly. Hizashi. Indeed, you should have been the head of the Hyuga clan. Taking in all of Niji's attacks, Hayashi felt endless emotion in his heart. It's over. At this moment, Genma walked over, glancing briefly at the motionless Naruto. As a special jonin, Genma had some understanding of the Hyuga clan's special abilities. Naruto, hit by the 64 palms, absolutely could not use chakra now. A ninja without chakra wouldn't differ much from an ordinary person. Moreover, trying to defeat a genius like Niji after losing chakra was simply unrealistic. I've struck all 64 points on your body. You shouldn't be able to stand up. Looking at Naruto, Niji said calmly. Unwilling. Kneeling before an unchangeable power, realizing your own helplessness. The idea that dreams can be achieved just through hard work is merely an illusion. Looking at Naruto, Niji mocked with a faint smile. Cough, cough. Hearing Niji's words, Hinata on the viewing platform seemed stimulated, triggering her injuries. Yui, Ritsu, I'll be right back. Noticing the situation on the viewing platform, Takaru thought for a moment and spoke to Yui and Ritsu. Takaru, where are you going? Hearing Takaru, Ritsu asked in surprise. Something came up. Hearing her, Takaru simply nodded lightly. Then, Takaru left the spot and headed towards the viewing platform. Since his location allowed direct access there, he walked over through the passageway. Chapter 222. Chapter 222 Healing Hinata 1249 words While Takaru was leaving, Naruto, whom Niji had deemed impossible to stand up again, slowly rose with great willpower. You actually... Seeing Naruto's action, Niji felt somewhat shocked. I told you, I don't like giving up. Hearing him, Naruto said seriously. On the viewing platform, Hinata was in great pain. The recurrence of her old injury made her cough up blood. "Hey, are you okay? You're coughing blood. Your injury from the prelims. Hinata, hang in there." Seeing this, Kiba exclaimed anxiously to Hinata. "Let me take a look." Approaching, Takaru saw the continuously coughing Hinata and the worried Kiba. He went directly to them. Seeing Takaru's arrival, Kabuto, who was about to act, stopped and watched Takaru curiously. "Nara Takaru." Hearing Takaru, Kiba was stunned. "I know some medical skills. I can treat her. Also, Rock Lee's injuries were healed by me." Looking at the doubtful Kiba, Takaru said calmly. "You healed him? Are you a medical nin?" Hearing Takaru, Kiba was even more astonished. Cough, cough. While Takaru and Kiba talked, Hinata's coughing interrupted them. "Then I'll leave it to you." Seeing this situation, Kiba couldn't care less and quickly said to Takaru. "Leave it to me." Looking at him, Takaru directly picked up Hinata and headed towards the rear passageway. Kiba hurriedly followed. Kabuto, disguised as an umbu, also followed curiously. Takaru noticed this but, knowing he had no hostile intent, didn't pay much attention. Soon, Takaru brought Hinata to the highest, unoccupied area, materialized a blanket, and placed her on it. Healing magic. Seeing Hinata's condition, Takaru's hands brimmed with refreshing green light. Then, Takaru placed his hand, imbued with healing light energy, on Hinata's smooth forehead. Quickly, the green energy spread from her forehead, slowly enveloping Hinata's entire body. Through observation haki, Takaru understood that Hinata's current injuries were mainly in her heart and other internal organs. So he quickly directed the energy into her body for treatment. Enveloped in this energy, Hinata's pained brows gradually relaxed. Kiba, noticing this, sighed in relief. This guy. Did he really heal Lee's injuries? He has such strength, and even medical skills. Is he really a genin? Kiba looked at Takaru, his mind filled with thoughts. Kabuto in the distance watched the advanced healing technique Takaru used with surprise. Although it closely resembled the mystical palm technique, he felt its healing effect was much stronger. Most importantly, he didn't sense any chakra fluctuation from it. While Takaru treated Hinata, Naruto and Neji below faced off again. "It'll be the same even if you keep fighting. I hold no grudge against you." Looking at Naruto, Neji advised directly. "Even if you say that, I have a big grudge against you." Naruto said angrily. "What do you mean? Why, when you're so strong, do you act like you see through everything, pushing someone as hardworking as Hinata to the brink?" Naruto was furious. "That's none of your business." Hearing Naruto mention this, Neji frowned. Treating Hinata like a fool, labeling her a loser. "I don't know what happened between your main and branch families, but I absolutely won't forgive a jerk who always calls others losers." The reason for Naruto's anger toward Neji, aside from Hinata, was Neji's attitude, which made Naruto extremely annoyed. "Fine, I understand. Then I'll tell you everything." Hearing Naruto, Neji fell silent for a moment. He began to openly share the Hyuga clan's matters, even revealing the caged bird seal on his forehead. Finally, he told Naruto about his father's death due to the main family, how he himself would be bound and oppressed by the main family his entire life, with only death offering release. Moreover, Neji's father and Hinata's father were twins with almost identical strength, yet due to birth order, they were divided into main and branch families. This fate was unacceptable for Neji. "So in this exam, the moment you faced me, your fate was decided." Narrating, Neji projected his own fate onto this exam. Naruto now represented himself in the past, trying to resist this tragic fate. That's why Neji felt such a strong impact. Ui and Ritsu above also frowned upon hearing this. Having been exposed to modern knowledge, they felt uncomfortable with such matters and gained some understanding of Neji. As for Naruto, hearing his words, he fell silent, his mind recalling his own childhood, his parents' early death, hosting the Nine Tails, others' lack of understanding and rejection, subjecting him to inhuman treatment from a young age. The most ironic part was that Naruto, growing up in such an environment, not only harbored no desire to destroy Konoha but became its great protector. In Takeru's view, this was too unbelievable. Yeah, I can understand. But so what? Naruto said calmly. Hearing Naruto's offhand words, Neji thought Naruto was just mocking him. Humph, don't put on airs. Don't think you're the only special one in this world. She suffers just like you. Being from the main family but not recognized, she desperately tries to change herself. Holding on to that thought, even while coughing blood, she persists in fighting you. You're the same. As a branch family's member supposed to protect the main family, you used the exam to beat Hinata like that. You're also desperately resisting fate, aren't you? Naruto shouted back. Overly agitated, Naruto painfully coughed. The cough snapped Neji out of Naruto's words. He looked calmly at Naruto. Even if the words made sense, being powerless against a powerful fate made it all futile. Your 64 points are sealed. How will you fight without using chakra? Looking at Naruto, Neji said calmly. In the end, your fate and Hinata-sama's are the same. Neji added. Hearing him, Naruto impatiently interrupted. He truly disliked Neji's attitude of having seen through fate. Returning to the viewing platform, after a round of treatment, Hinata's injuries were completely healed. All right, she's healed. She just needs to rest for a day or two to recover fully. Looking at the sleeping Hinata, Takeru calmly told Kiba. Ah, thank you. Hearing Takeru, Kiba quickly expressed his gratitude. I'll head back now. The match should be ending soon. Hearing him, Takeru casually waved and headed back the way he came. When Takeru returned, he saw Naruto with his eyes closed, his consciousness seemingly entering a special cage. Hey Fox, lend me your power. In the endless darkness, Naruto shouted loudly. Hearing Naruto's shout, a giant eye opened in the darkness. Then, Naruto's heart began to beat violently. Enough chatting. On the arena, seeing Naruto and Neji talking for so long, Genma said directly. Proctor, I intend to kill this guy. If you want to stop me, feel free. Hearing Genma, Neji said to him, seemingly stating his determination. If Naruto could survive his next attack, then he would acknowledge Naruto. Naruto could defeat him, he would accept Naruto's words. At that moment, Naruto formed a hand seal. I told you, it's useless. I've sealed your chakra points. Neji was very confident about his gentle fist. Seeing Naruto now, he directly said. Naruto. Lee above watched, filled with emotion. Why resist your fate so much? Neji looked at Naruto, seemingly asking him, but also asking himself. Because you called me a loser. Hearing him, Naruto opened his eyes and looked at Neji. As he continued to gather energy, powerful red chakra slowly swirled around Naruto, even creating some air currents. Chapter 223, Chapter 223 A Surprising Victory, Neji's Acceptance. 1183 words, that is. Using observation hockey to sense the specific situation, Yui was stunned. She could clearly sense that the energy Naruto was using now wasn't his own, but the chakra of the monster residing within him. Impossible. Neji knew nothing about the Nine Tails. Seeing Naruto, who should have been sealed, use chakra again shocked him. This guy, just what? Seeing the chakra Naruto erupted with, even more immense than before, Neji was astonished. Aside from Neji, some ninja spectators in the audience were also shocked. Even Orochimaru watched Naruto in surprise. He remembered placing a 5-element seal on Naruto during the exams a month ago, so Naruto shouldn't be able to use Ninetales chakra now. This chakra, there's no mistake. The Ninetales. When did he start using the Ninetales chakra? Hiruzen, looking at Naruto's condition, also showed surprise. Yeah, I'm coming. Looking at Niji, Naruto, having fully adjusted his state, declared directly. Niji could only passively endure the air currents stirred up by the chakra Naruto gathered. Such strong power. It feels even stronger than during training. I can feel it. Naruto, feeling the abundant energy within him, was filled with confidence. Then, Naruto moved slightly, and his figure swiftly disappeared from everyone's sight. By the time Niji reacted, Naruto was already in the air behind him. Seeing the shuriken Naruto quickly threw, Niji instinctively used Revolving Heaven, easily deflecting the shuriken. He even caught two in the process, then also drew several shuriken from his own pouch and launched them at Naruto's location. But Naruto burst forth with extreme speed again, evading the shuriken's attack range. His speed increased. How is this possible? Seeing the speed Naruto displayed, Niji found it somewhat hard to believe. While Niji was puzzled, Naruto appeared from the side, throwing a punch at Niji. However, the alert Niji dodged it with a small jump. Then, without hesitation, both drew kunai and threw them at each other. With a collision sound, the two kunai swiftly veered off course. Both halted their momentum, then leaped forcefully to catch the deflected kunai, colliding violently upon landing. This clash remained evenly matched. I recalled you're confident in close combat, right? Naruto, upon landing, said to Niji before charging straight at him, even stirring up rolling dust. With unparalleled conviction, the moment Naruto got close to Niji, he erupted with most of the chakra on his body. Niji could only hurriedly use Revolving Heaven for defense. With their collision, the battlefield erupted in a violent explosion. Accompanied by a huge blast, sand and stones flew, billowing smoke rose, and even the arena shook slightly. The commotion caused by the two shocked the audience above. What Takuru found most amusing was that Naruto used the explosion to pull off a trick. What astonishing power! That kid unleashed such incredible force. This way, that Hyuga kid. Looking at the arena situation, Genma was uncertain of the outcome. As the smoke dissipated, everyone could only see two human-shaped craters below. Which one is Naruto? Sakura above worriedly watched. Soon, a hand reached out from one crater. Under everyone's gaze, Niji quickly climbed out. Cough, cough. Climbing out, Niji appeared somewhat disheveled. Clearly, the collision had caused him great pain. But after adjusting, he noticed Naruto in the other crater, seemingly unconscious, and he sighed in relief. Loser, sorry, but this is reality. Now you're really, looking at Naruto, before Niji could finish, he sensed a slight movement below. Then, before he could react, a fist rapidly broke through the ground. Naruto's figure emerged, delivering an uppercut from below that sent Niji flying. After sending Niji flying, Naruto panted heavily. The Naruto in the crater dissipated, revealing an even smaller hole inside. Everyone realized the clone was just a decoy to conceal his digging. Takuru could even clearly sense Naruto's nails were bleeding. Clearly, digging with bare hands caused significant damage, especially when done quickly. Even when knocked down, he believed he would win and thought of the next move. The power of confidence can become the power to change fate. This guy understands that, and he's born with it. Looking at Naruto, Genma felt emotional. In that situation, you could still immediately use a shadow clone. That's your specialty. I underestimated you. Looking at Naruto, Niji said with emotion. I failed the graduation exam at the academy 3 times in a row. My luck was terrible. The ninjutsu tested in the graduation exam was always the one I was bad at, the clone technique. It used to be my worst ninjutsu. So don't keep spouting nonsense about fate being absolutely unchangeable. Because you and I are different. You're not a loser. Hearing Niji, Naruto refuted without hesitation. Hearing Naruto's words and feeling his earlier persistence, the ice in Niji's heart began to melt and beat again, more vibrantly than ever. Naruto's actions completely shattered his views on fate. Above, Takuru watched this scene. Noticing Hayashi's gaze from the audience seats, he knew that once Hayashi gave Niji the message Hisashi left for him, along with Hayashi's apology, Niji would completely let go of his obsession with so-called fate. Winner, Uzumaki Naruto. With a slight smile, Ginma quickly announced Naruto's victory. Sakura above, hearing this, exclaimed excitedly. Others, hearing the announcement, also applauded enthusiastically. I never expected that fox-brat to be so strong. Kotetsu had to admit he had misjudged him. What a great match! Spectators above cheered excitedly for Naruto. Feeling the cheers, Naruto was stunned, then couldn't help but rub his nose and grin. Yeah. He still has the energy to run around. Is this guy a stamina monster idiot? Watching Naruto's actions, Ginma felt amused and exasperated. Naruto, he's getting stronger and stronger. Somehow. I'm a bit envious of you. After watching your match, I feel an urge to work hard too. After watching this fight, Sakura thought to herself. Honestly, during the month Takaru and the others were preparing, Sakura hadn't trained much. That guy won. Seriously. I thought only he and I were the unpopular type. Looking at the cheering, jubilant Naruto, Shikamaru said somewhat unwillingly. The unpopular type. Hearing Shikamaru, Shino asked, puzzled. Everyone's excited and shouting. Now he's part of the popular crowd. But I probably can't beat him. It's terrible. I feel really down. Shikamaru said directly, implying Naruto had betrayed their organization. Then you should work harder. Just fix your lazy personality. Hearing Shikamaru, Ino gave him a hard pat on the shoulder. Hearing Ino, Shikamaru just rolled his eyes at her, indicating he didn't want to talk. Below, Naruto was still jumping around. Niji was placed on a stretcher by medical personnel. Niji didn't say anything, just stared intently at the birds freely soaring in the sky. Soon, Naruto and the others left the arena. Hayashi also left the audience seats, heading toward the temporary ward. Then, with Hayashi's apology, Niji came to a complete realization, letting go of his grievances toward the main family, transforming them into hope, and strengthening his determination to become the strongest. Chapter 224, Chapter 224 Malicious Aura, the terrified Gaara 1194 words soon, it was Takaru and Gaara's turn to face off. Because of the earlier match between Naruto and Niji, Gaara's blood was currently boiling, and he could barely contain his killing intent. Takaru nii, do your best. Knowing Takaru was next to face Gaara, Ui quickly cheered. Kankuro in the distance watched Takaru with mixed feelings, but he believed Gaara was invincible. At the very least, no one in this Chunin exams could be his opponent. As for Temari, she was somewhat worried. She feared Gaara might lose control now, forgetting their mission. After all, their current task wasn't just to pass the Chunin exams, but to wait for the signal and carry out their assignment. However, neither Takaru nor Gaara cared about these matters at the moment. Having watched from above for a while, Takaru felt his hands itch for a fight. Although Gaara seemed somewhat weak now, he could still provide some entertainment. Gaara, looking at Takaru, exuded an intense murderous aura, appearing extremely unstable. This was largely due to the earlier stimulation from Guy and Lee, which troubled Temari, who feared things might get out of hand. But trying to persuade him now was useless. The current Gaara wouldn't listen, and if irritated, he wouldn't care that Temari was his sister. You two please come down. Seeing both Takaru and Gaara had come to the arena, Ginma spoke softly. Lee and Kiba in the audience watched Takaru facing off against Gaara, silently cheering for Takaru. However, Lee didn't hold much hope, as even after opening 5 gates, he couldn't defeat Gaara. He feared Takaru would also struggle. Takaru, do your best. Karen in the audience excitedly shouted, completely ignoring the surrounding gazes. Aside from Orochimaru, who knew Takaru's strength, and Ui's group, others favored Gaara more. I didn't expect to face you so soon. I hope you don't disappoint me. Looking at Gaara, Takaru said with a smile. That's what I want to say. Looking at Takaru, Gaara trembled uncontrollably, eager to begin. Seeing both ready, Genma quickly announced and jumped back. As Genma retreated, a large amount of sand flowed from the gourd on Gaara's back. Takaru, his previously smiling expression slowly faded. His immense aura surged forth, and with his will, a massive amount of malicious aura flooded toward Gaara. Sensing the malicious aura Takaru released, Gaara was stunned. The malice Takaru exuded faintly surpassed the evil aura of Shikaku. In other words, Takaru seemed even more malevolent than the One-Tail. This discovery left him in disbelief. Come on, don't hold back. Otherwise, you'll die. Looking at Gaara, Takaru's expression turned extremely terrifying. Especially in Gaara's eyes, under the influence of Takaru's aura, the world darkened, and the surroundings seemed enveloped in an abnormally terrifying bloody scene. Under this terrifying murderous malice, Gaara's heart pounded violently, and he felt as if he might lose consciousness. Even the sand floating in the air seemed to lose vitality, falling to the ground. What is this? It feels so terrible. Genma nearby was also affected by Takaru's aura, feeling a chill and discomfort. He instinctively stepped back to distance himself from Takaru, and his chakra sped up, making him feel slightly better. This is Takaru Nii's aura. It's really powerful. Ui above quickly used Gyo, and saw Takaru's aura was like a vast ocean. If her own aura was a cup of water, Takaru's was probably a river. What's happening? Gaara seems afraid. Seeing the expression on Gaara's face, Temari and Kankuro were stunned, their hearts feeling like a level 12 typhoon had struck. As terrifying as ever. I hope he doesn't disrupt my plans. Orochimaru also watched Takaru intently, silently praying. What's wrong with him? Why isn't he attacking? Naruto in the audience looked puzzledly at the motionless Takaru and Gaara. Shikamaru also felt puzzled, but considering Takaru's mysteriousness, he sensed this wasn't simple. He glanced at Ui, having just heard an unfamiliar term, aura. What's wrong? Aren't you going to attack? Seeing Gaara still motionless, Takaru spoke again. Hearing Takaru, Gaara remained unresponsive, still trapped in that terrifying malice. After all, although Gaara's heart was filled with violent emotions, his mind wasn't fully mature yet. Facing an aura seemingly even more malevolent than his own left him at a loss. Is this all? If you won't attack, then I will. Seeing Gaara still hadn't reacted, Takaru said flatly. With that, Takaru slowly walked step by step toward Gaara, soon reaching a distance of less than a meter. Yet, Gaara remained motionless as Takaru approached. Then, Takaru raised his arm and threw a punch directly at Gaara's face. I don't know what's wrong with Gaara, but an attack like that definitely can't hurt him. Seeing Takaru attack like that, Temari and Kankuro asserted. With an explosive sound, they were shocked to see Gaara's sand shield shattered by Takaru's punch. The fist mercilessly struck Gaara's face, sending him flying. Impossible. The suddenness left Kankuro in the audience standing up, his expression losing composure. Gaara's sand shield was shattered. Temari in the competitor's area watched the flying Gaara in disbelief. Go Takaru. Unlike Temari and Kankuro's shock, Karen cheered excitedly. What a terrifying attack. Seeing the sand shield he couldn't break shattered by Takaru's simple punch, Lee was astonished. Guy also narrowed his eyes. With such strength and having obtained the 8 gates, if Takaru mastered it and turned against Konoha, his threat would be extremely high. How is this possible? A simple punch shattered Gaara's sand shield. Baki couldn't help but gulp, sensing things were getting serious. If such an attack hit Temari, Kankuro, or even himself, they'd probably be done in one hit. Meanwhile, Gaara quickly stood up. The sand armor on his face continuously fell off, clearly broken by Takaru's punch, which had shattered both his sand shield and sand armor. The pain brought Gaara's consciousness back to reality. Clutching his slightly swollen face, this was the first time since birth he felt physical pain. The sensation was novel and maddening. Well, are you clear-headed now? Next time, the attack won't be so light. Seeing Gaara's seemingly clearer gaze, Takaru said flatly. Sensing Takaru's disdainful gaze, Gaara instinctively grew furious. Sand coffin. With that thought, he extended his hand toward Takaru. Quickly, a large amount of sand, following Gaara's will, surrounded and bound Takaru. Since Takaru simply stood with his arms crossed, watching Gaara, the sand easily enveloped him. As the sand covered him, Takaru remained calm, doing just one thing, manifesting his twilight armor. The reason was purely to avoid ruining his clothes, and there was also a slim chance Gaara could shatter the armor. Why didn't he dodge? Those in the competitor's area noticed Takaru hadn't moved at all and were stunned. Yui and Ritsu were also puzzled but sensible, choosing to trust Takaru's abilities. It's over. Too arrogant. Seeing this, Temari mentally mourned for Takaru. Lee also watched nervously as the sand enveloped Takaru. After all, his own right arm and leg were crippled by this very attack. If not for Takaru's treatment, he would have been permanently disabled. Chapter 225, Chapter 225 The Injured Gaara, The Terrified Kankuro, and Temari 12:21 words Humph, arrogant fool. Sand funeral. Seeing Takaru's head emerge, his gaze still indifferent, Gaara grew furious and unleashed another skill without hesitation. The violent contraction of the sand produced a sound, with much of the sand splattering outward. Takaru felt a powerful force pressing against him, yet he felt no pain, not even much sensation, just a faint sense of pressure. Perhaps if this force were 10 times stronger, it might cause him some pain. Even Takaru's twilight armor remained completely undamaged, making him sigh lightly. Indeed, the current Gaara posed no threat to me at all. As the sand slowly fell away, Takaru's completely unharmed figure reappeared before everyone, stunning Temari, Kankuro, Baki, and others who had been certain Takaru was doomed. Even Shikamaru and the others found it hard to believe. What is Takaru wearing? Could it be that armor blocked Gaara's attack? Suddenly, Naruto exclaimed, staring at Takaru's twilight armor. It looked incredibly cool, and paired with Takaru's looks, it elevated his appearance several levels, making Naruto somewhat jealous. So handsome. Others also stared dumbfounded at Takaru. Before, Takaru wore ordinary clothes, somewhat masking his handsome features. But now, with this equipment, his incredibly high level of attractiveness made him impossible to ignore. So handsome. Ino clapped her hands, her eyes sparkling with hearts. Karen felt the same. Already devoted to Takaru, seeing his godly level of attractiveness now made her feel faint. Gaara, seeing Takaru unharmed, was utterly shocked. Truly disappointing. Takaru said softly, but his figure vanished from the spot, appearing right in front of Gaara. Then he punched Gaara's head again, sending him flying. This time, Gaara couldn't hold back a cry of pain. Takaru's punch had completely shattered the sand armor covering his face, and blood gushed from his mouth. He's vomiting blood. Noticing Gaara spitting blood, Temari was stunned. Looking at Takaru, her gaze turned somewhat frightened. This was the first time she'd seen someone injure Gaara, even drawing blood. It's over. Seeing Gaara's emotional state becoming out of control, Kankuro panicked internally. This is blood. I'm bleeding. Looking at the blood he'd spat onto his hand, Gaara's expression turned somewhat crazed. Yes, and now how will you deal with it? Looking at the seemingly insane Gaara, Takaru wasn't in a hurry to finish him off instantly. That would be too boring. It's over. Surrender quickly, Gaara. Temari in the competitor's area watched Gaara nervously, constantly praying in her heart. However, though frenzied, Gaara hadn't completely lost his sanity. He glared angrily at Takaru, formed a hand seal, and sand immediately enveloped him. Is that guy Gaara planning to use that jutsu? Noticing Gaara's gaze, Kankuro felt extremely panicked. Why hide? Looking at the sand sphere enveloping Gaara, Takaru shook his head gently and walked toward it again. Soon, he was close. When less than half a meter away, the sphere suddenly shot out numerous sand spikes. Takaru saw them but still showed no intent to dodge. The sand spikes struck him hard but caused no damage whatsoever, not even enough force to make him retreat. Stopping mere tens of centimeters from the sand sphere, Takaru raised his arm slowly, clenching his fist. Soon, a fist imbued with Ko moved toward the sand sphere. A powerful explosion erupted. Within the arena, the area where Takaru and Gaara had been seemed to have suffered some terrifying bombing. The strong air wave even affected spectators in the audience. Genma, closest to Takaru and Gaara, was directly swept away by the air wave, flying over 10 meters before barely stabilizing himself. What kind of power is this? Even the Hokage, seated high and far away, felt the sweeping air wave and exclaimed in shock. Chakra-enhanced strength. Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage, first thought of Tsunade's signature technique, then dismissed it. Takaru couldn't use chakra, so it couldn't be her skill. Only after the smoke cleared did everyone see a huge crater on the ground. Gaara had been sent flying by the earlier attack, crashing into a distant wall with such force that it left a large dent. Aside from a pile of sand beside him, Gaara seemed to have lost consciousness. It's over. He actually hurt Gaara, who has never been injured before and twice at that. That guy is a monster. Sensing the special chakra within Gaara seemed about to erupt, Temari slumped to the ground. Why am I so happy? I finally understand now. This pain, defeating someone who can hurt me, taking everything from them, makes me feel more intensely alive. Gaara cried out crazily. Under everyone's gaze, his body began to change. His right arm transformed into Shikaku's arm, and the right side of his face similarly took on a monstrous appearance. In other words, Gaara had entered a partial transformation state. Feeling the sudden increase in Gaara's chakra, and the increasingly terrifying aura, Takaru remained utterly calm. That is. The third Hokage, seeing Gaara's change, was shocked. If he guessed correctly, Gaara was Tsunagakir's Jinchuriki. Hiruzen never expected the Kazekage to be so crazy as to let a Jinchuriki participate in the Chunin exams. Above, Guy and Asuma also watched the partially transformed Gaara seriously. Kankuro felt despair, wanting to stop Gaara but not daring to, and also unable to. Ordinary civilians, unsure what was happening, kept shouting, "Monster!" Some timid ones even left their seats, causing commotion in the arena. The partially transformed Gaara's sanity was somewhat confused. But just an arm change wasn't enough. Soon, a mass of sand appeared, forming a tail. What are those things? Naruto above, seeing Gaara's change, said in shock. So terrifying. Shikamaru felt a sliver of fear. I absolutely do not want to fight that guy. Feeling the violent aura emanating from Gaara, Naruto felt horrified. So this is the monster inside him. He can actually release it. It's really strong. Yui also found Shikaku tricky. She knew she couldn't fight such a monster, as she sensed it wasn't fully released yet. Gaara, having grown a tail and Shikaku's arm, gathered strength like a fired bullet and swiftly charged at Takaru. Seeing his action, Takaru shook his head gently. Just as Gaara was about to collide with him, Takaru also raised his fist and punched him, sending him flying again. Their collision unsurprisingly caused another explosion in the arena, with smoke and dust flying. In the smoke-filled area, no one could see what was happening. Only Yui and Ritsu, using observation haki, could clearly perceive the situation through the smoke. Karen, not wanting to be outdone, used Mind's Eye of the Kagura to sense inside. Once again, even in his partially transformed state, Gaara was sent flying by Takaru. This time, while being sent flying, his mutated arm and tail expanded to protect him, preventing secondary impact damage. However, the damage from Takaru's direct punch was fully received. So much pain. The powerful force left marks on his face, making Gaara somewhat frantic. So amazing. Lee stared dumbfounded. Earlier he thought Takaru would quickly lose, but now, Takaru's strength limits were unclear. Sen Shuriken. Regaining his senses, Gaara unleashed shuriken made of sand at Takaru without hesitation. Looking at the densely packed sand shuriken, Takaru sighed lightly, feeling helpless toward Gaara's persistence. Chapter 226, Chapter 226 Guiding Gaara 1317 words, since that's the case, you can try my white ice shards too. Ignoring the sand shuriken coming at him, Takaru summoned a massive number of sharp ice shards, even more numerous than Gaara's sand shuriken. With a wave of Takaru's hand, all the ice shards shot toward Gaara. The multitude of shards quickly riddled Gaara like a sieve. Although he used his beastly arm and tail to block, Takaru's white ice shards weren't so easy to withstand. They easily pierced his defenses, causing significant damage to his main body. Blood continued to flow from his wounds. Seeing this, Temari worriedly exclaimed, her gaze toward Takaru turning frightened. Guy Asuma and the others, watching Takaru, couldn't help but gulp. That bizarre, formidable defense was one thing, but there was also terrifying strength and strange ice release. Was this really a genin? They felt they probably couldn't win against him themselves. Damn it, damn it. The injuries on his body drove Gaara even more insane. Soon, he changed again, his entire body transforming into a monstrous form. A miniature Shikaku appeared before everyone. That is. Seeing this, the third Hokage finally fully reacted, even standing up involuntarily. Takaru ignored others' reactions, focusing on Gaara. He felt it was about enough. If he didn't defeat him completely soon, once Gaara transformed fully, the entire arena might be destroyed. I'll crush you to dust. Wind release, infinite sand dust breakthrough. At this moment, Gaara thought of nothing but utterly defeating and killing Takaru to prove his existence. Some spectators grew frightened, as this attack wasn't just aimed at Takaru, and many civilians could also be hit. Guy Asuma, Kurenai, and others could no longer stay seated, preparing to step forward to evacuate and protect the crowd. But they didn't have the ability to block the sandstorm. Even Kakashi using Earth Release could only protect the civilians and daimyo to an extent. Most helpless was Genma, who is still in the arena. Facing the impending terrifying sandstorm, he prepared for serious injury. However, just as everyone grew nervous, a thick ice wall materialized out of nowhere, rising from the ground. As Gaara's attack was about to hit the crowd, it enclosed the battlefield. Others could only see the thick ice wall, completely unaware of what happened inside. As for Genma, Takaru created an ice chamber to help him withstand the attack. Takaru himself faced the attack head-on. Too weak. Time to end this. Feeling the infinite sand dust breakthrough assail him, Takaru felt bored. He appeared beside the miniature Shikaku form of Gaara, raised his arm, and delivered punch after punch. After over a dozen strikes, Gaara's original form was revealed again, covered in bloodstains, his consciousness somewhat blurred but not yet lost. Now lying on the ground, he had lost his fighting ability. His gaze toward Takaru became vacant. Gaara, do you think you're just a lump of flesh filled with hatred and killing intent, that you've never felt love? Looking at the dazed Gaara, Takaru stopped and spoke calmly. Hearing Takaru, Gaara struggled to lift his head to look at him. Yes, love. Your uncle once told you your mother was filled with hatred for you, right? And he himself tried to love you but ultimately hated you as the one who took his sister's life. Recalling Gaara's past from the series, Takaru continued. Do you know? Hearing Takaru, Gaara looked at him in shock. You've always longed to find love, yet it's been by your side all along without you realizing it. How much your mother loved you. Before dying, she stored her chakra within you, protecting and accompanying you in this way. Have you never considered, if she truly hated you, why would she need to protect you? Takaru added. Impossible. Hearing Takaru, Gaara's heart wavered slightly, yet he desperately hoped it was true. And your uncle, Yoshimaru, you haven't forgotten him, right? Do you know why he tried to assassinate you and said those things before dying? Takara shifted the topic to Yoshimaru. Yoshimaru. Hearing this, Gaara felt somewhat agitated. Because of orders. Apart from the order to assassinate you, there was also an order to lie to you. The purpose was to test your so-called value, to see if you could control your emotions and suppress Shikaku. The result, your emotions went out of control, Shikaku went berserk, leading your father to deem you a failure. Hearing this, Gaara found it hard to accept. The beliefs formed over years felt like they were crumbling. Finally, 6 years of continuous assassination attempts. If they truly wanted you dead, why always send people they knew couldn't really harm you, instead of acting personally to kill you directly? With Takara's final words, Gaara was completely dumbfounded. Takara said no more, casually casting a healing spell on Gaara, treating his physical injuries somewhat but not completely. Gaara's fighting ability wouldn't recover quickly either. Tell me all this. After a long silence, Gaara looked at Takara with a pained expression. Just felt somewhat emotional. But one thing, I think that man doesn't deserve to be your father. Also, you have 2 people who genuinely care about you by your side now, but the killing in your heart has blocked their care. That's all I'll say. The rest is up to you. After speaking, Takara dispelled the massive ice. As the ice wall shattered, sunlight once again fell on Gaara. He stared blankly at the sunlight above, and felt the world seemed different now. The reason Takara went through such trouble to persuade him was simply to potentially increase his mission world evaluation score. Takara didn't have personal experiences to relate, but with his knowledge of the plot, he could only try reasoning. If Gaara didn't listen, there was nothing more Takara could do. But now it seemed somewhat effective. Above, Temari, seeing the ice wall shatter and Gaara lying in a pool of blood, couldn't help but rush down to his side, calling his name. Seeing the concern in Temari's eyes, Gaara felt somewhat dazed. After a long while, Gaara softly said to Temari. Hearing Gaara, Temari was stunned. Did I just hear Gaara apologize? No, it's okay. As long as you're all right. This time, Temari heard clearly. Though she didn't understand what happened in that brief time inside, one thing was clear, Gaara had changed. Subsequently, because Gaara lost his fighting ability, he was declared defeated. Having undergone a spiritual awakening, Gaara no longer clung to victory, and knew he absolutely couldn't defeat Takara. So, supported by Temari and Kankuro, he calmly left the arena. As Gaara left, Takara also exited the now pitted and scarred arena. In the audience, fewer people remained, but upon hearing Takara's victory, they still erupted in cheers. Putting aside other factors, just the cool ninjutsu displayed by Takara and Gaara alone left everyone awestruck. The third Hokage, seeing the situation calm down, sat back down, paying even more attention to Takara. He didn't understand why Takara, possessing such strength, had always hidden it. This made him uneasy, and he prepared to investigate Takara thoroughly. However, Takara was ultimately from the Nara clan, which made him relatively trustworthy. When Takara returned to the competitors' area, Ui and Ritsu were the first to congratulate him. Others looked at Takara with strange and fearful eyes. Even Naruto now dared not speak of challenging Takara, as the pressure Takara had exerted earlier was too overwhelming. Shikamaru's gaze at Takara was also strange. He didn't know the Nara clan had such a terrifying person. With this strength, Takara could easily lead the Nara clan. Yet Takara was just an inconspicuous figure. He had asked his father, who said Takara, unable to refine chakra, was assigned to a peripheral area. His father wasn't very clear about the specific details. Chapter 227, Chapter 227 Temari vs. UI 1182 words. Although the commotion caused by Takara and Gaara was quite significant, the third Hokage, on the suggestion of the Kazekage, did not halt the tournament. Orochimaru's plans weren't yet complete, and naturally, he wouldn't give up midway. Thus, the matches continued. The third match was supposed to be Sasuke vs. Shino. However, since Sasuke hadn't arrived, Orochimaru proposed postponing Sasuke's match and proceeding with the fourth match's contestants first. This decision was also accepted by the remaining spectators, and the fourth match commenced immediately. This match was Temari versus Ui. Although shaken by the previous battle, Temari considered forfeiting. After all, Ui was Takeru's comrade. She feared Takeru's retaliation, was grateful that Takeru seemed to have guided Gaara, and worried Ui's strength might be similar to Takeru's. However, she ultimately chose to compete. She realized this wasn't just about winning, and she needed to display sufficient ability. Forfeiting would be the worst option. The third match began. Seeing both appeared ready, Genma announced the start. "I'll attack with my full power. Be careful." Before starting, Temari warned Ui. "Bring it on." Hearing her, Ui calmly nodded. She has invisibility ability, and her speed and strength seem considerable. Looking at Ui, Temari raised her guard to the max. Strike first. Ninja art, Kamaitachi. With that thought, she opened her giant fan behind her and unleashed her technique. Seeing this, Ui understood the Kamaitachi's wide range. Instead of dodging, she burst forth with her aura, quickly using Ken. With Ken active, Temari's wind release couldn't even approach Ui's body, being blocked by an invisible aura barrier. Due to the Kamaitachi, strong winds swept the arena, forcing spectators above to endure the whirlwind's effects. Why is it ineffective? What ability is that? Noticing her Kamaitachi attacks were blocked by an invisible shield around Ui, Temari was stunned. Ui, seeing the Kamaitachi couldn't pierce her Ken defense, remained calm, unsurprised. Since Kamaitachi couldn't hurt Ui, Temari didn't hesitate. Gripping her giant fan, she charged at Ui's position, swinging the fan directly at her. Seeing Temari engage in close combat, Ui didn't mind. With a swift movement, she left her spot at even greater speed, quickly ran, and then entered an invisible state. Not good. Seeing Ui vanish, Temari became alert. Without further thought, she opened her giant fan again, unleashing a wide-range Kamaitachi on both sides. Instantly, violent winds completely enveloped the arena. Ui, seeing this, temporarily abandoned her attack opportunity, using Ken for defense. When she recaptured Ui's figure, Temari sighed in relief. Seizing the moment while Ui was suppressed by the strong wind, she threw several kunai at Ui's location. Ui saw the kunai. Though knowing they couldn't break her defense, she wasn't one to stand and get hit. She burst forth with extreme speed, dodging them. Temari, seeing Ui move so fast despite the wind suppression, grew serious. Also, unleashing Kamaitachi 3 times without holding back left Temari panting. Ui's strength was more terrifying than she imagined. Ui roughly estimated Temari's strength and then moved. Sensing Ui's action, Temari's heart tightened. Soon, Ui's fist turned pitch black, covered in armament hockey, and struck directly at Temari. Temari reacted quickly, using her sturdy fan to block. But the moment Ui's fist touched the iron fan, Temari's expression changed. She was sent flying uncontrollably. If she hadn't quickly fanned behind her to use the wind to halt her momentum, she would have crashed directly into the wall. Although she neutralized this attack, Temari's arms were now somewhat numb from the shock. What a terrifying strength! Feeling her condition, Temari gulped. Used too little force. Seeing Temari seemingly unharmed, Ui was slightly surprised, then spoke softly. Then, looking at Temari's position, Ui burst forth with extreme speed again, vanishing from sight. Seeing Ui's action, Lee couldn't help but stand up again. Ui's speed approached his own after removing his weights. What Lee didn't know was that Ui was still wearing her weights. Sakura on the viewing platform stared dumbfounded at Ui. She never imagined a girl could be so strong. Ino looked at Ui, then at Ritsu beside her. Was I going to fight a monster like this soon? Noticing Ino's gaze, Ritsu was puzzled but gave her a smile. Though they'd soon be opponents, Ritsu didn't hold any grudge toward Ino. Seeing Ritsu's smile, Ino quickly returned one, thinking to herself, I should probably just give up. After watching Naruto vs Neji and Takara vs Gaara, Ino had completely lost her desire to fight. The gap was too vast. She wondered if this was really a Chunin exams match. Thinking of Takara's terrifying power, Gaara's monstrous form, Takara casually summoning a sky full of ice shards, and that towering ice wall, Ino couldn't imagine how she could survive if she had to fight Takaru. What's wrong? Seeing Ino staring intently, Takaru asked curiously. And nothing. Seeing Takaru look over, Ino flusteredly waved her hands. Is that so? Seeing Ino's flustered gaze, Takaru didn't press, simply giving her a smile before turning back to watch UI's match below. When Ino saw Takaru's smile, her heart raced. This feeling was much stronger than when she saw Sasuke. Back on the battlefield, after vanishing from Temari's sight with extreme speed, UI charged straight at her. Then, with a powerful punch, she aimed directly at Temari. Not good. Seeing UI suddenly appear and the fast-approaching small fist, Temari couldn't think. Though knowing she couldn't block it, her speed was much slower than UI's, making evasion impossible. She could only use her giant fan to block in front of her. The powerful force exploded. Temari could no longer hold her fan, which flew away. Temari herself was also sent flying by the immense force, crashing into the wall and leaving a dent. She spat blood, having sustained serious injuries. Kankuro in the audience worriedly looked at Temari, his gaze toward UI filled with fear. Konoha was truly terrifying. Geniuses seemed as common as cabbages encountered everywhere. Temari. Gaara above also looked at Temari, feeling a thread of worry, a sensation he'd never experienced before. But it didn't seem bad. It's over. UI said, drawing a knife and pointing it at Temari. I surrender. Seeing the knife tip close at hand, Temari said with difficulty. Honestly, she didn't want to be so severely injured now. She should have given up earlier. This was too dangerous. Kankuro also noticed Temari's injuries, his brow furrowed, worried they'd be directly captured if war broke out. I declare the winner of this match, Hirasawa UI. With Temari's surrender, Ginma quickly announced. Hearing this, the audience above applauded enthusiastically. Truly amazing. These genin are really strong. Izumo and Kotetsu said with emotion. Temari, even you lost. Watching the battlefield below, Baki felt quite helpless. He silently looked toward his Kazekage, hoping he'd abandon the unwise Konoha crush plan. After all, Konoha was simply too terrifying. However, Baki's hopes were in vain. The one above was Orochimaru, not the real Kazekage. So Tsunagekyu's ninjas' deaths meant nothing to him. Chapter 228, Chapter 228 Ritsu vs Shikamaru 1268 words. Congratulations, UI. When UI returned, Takara congratulated her with a light smile. Although he knew undercurrents were swirling, they didn't affect Takara much. After UI and Temari's match, it was Ritsu's turn against Ino. However, when Ginma called them down, Ino directly chose to forfeit. Since Yamanaka Ino forfeits, Tainaka Ritsu wins by default. Hearing this, Ginma quickly announced. The remaining spectators were surprised but didn't say much. Ino gave up. Then Shikamaru will probably forfeit too. Choji, who had just arrived, thought to himself while munching on chips. The next match is Nara Shikamaru vs Tainaka Ritsu. Since Ritsu won by default last round, there was no need for a break. Damn, what a drag. I might as well forfeit too. Glancing at Ritsu below, who seemed highly motivated for battle, Shikamaru thought helplessly. Great, Shikamaru, do your best. Just as Shikamaru considered forfeiting, Naruto excitedly jumped behind him, gave him a pat and a push, sending Shikamaru tumbling down into the arena. That bastard Naruto. Falling onto the arena floor, Shikamaru mentally cursed. Shikamaru lay there for several minutes. The audience above grew impatient, angrily demanding he start fighting, even throwing things like empty cans and banana peels at him. Hey, hey, how long are you going to lie there? Come on and fight already. Seeing this, Ritsu shouted loudly. She wanted to test the results of her month's training. Although her strength couldn't match Takeru's or Yui's, she didn't want to fall too far behind. She had entered the reincarnation space only 10 days after Takeru and Yui, yet she found the gap between their strengths immense. Takeru was a bug-level figure, but even compared to Yui, the difference was huge. This motivated her to work hard, as she didn't want to be left behind alone. Especially since Mio, Sylphan, and others who entered the reincarnation space with her had surpassed her by a lot, giving her a faint sense of crisis. Why is my opponent another woman? Hearing Ritsu, Shikamaru glanced at her and thought helplessly. That guy never had any fighting spirit to begin with. Asuma, watching Shikamaru, sighed. As his Jonin instructor, he knew Shikamaru very well. Hey, what are you doing? Shikamaru, show us what you can do. He glanced at the carefree white clouds in the sky, sighed, then lazily walked toward Ritsu. All right, the fourth match, begin. Seeing Shikamaru's movement, Genma felt his blood pressure rise. Once Shikamaru approached, he didn't wait, immediately announcing the start. Fireball. Once Shikamaru was close, a fireball quickly appeared above Ritsu's right hand. Without further thought, Ritsu hurled the fireball at Shikamaru. Seeing it fly over, Shikamaru immediately chose to flee, hiding behind a wall with substantial shade. Ritsu, noticing this, had no intention of pursuing. From previous matches, she clearly understood Shikamaru's shadow control ability. Moreover, Takara had told her that while Shikamaru's strength was average, his intelligence was very high. So when fighting him, she needed to pay attention to every detail, as each of his actions might have a specific purpose. The best approach was to pressure him, preventing him from thinking. Shadow imitation technique. Seeing Ritsu not approaching, Shikamaru controlled his shadow, extending it using the wall's shaded area toward Ritsu's position. Ritsu didn't hesitate, quickly jumping back to create distance. Ritsu clearly understood that no matter how one stretched or changed a shadow, there was a range. No matter how the shape changed, it was limited to the shadow's surface area. Then, 2 more fireballs appeared in Ritsu's hands, which she threw at Shikamaru. Seeing this, Shikamaru's expression turned serious. Looking at the incoming fireballs, he quickly left his spot. 2 sounds echoed. Shikamaru's original position was scorched black by the high-temperature flames. Fire release. So troublesome. Looking at Ritsu, Shikamaru frowned. Blaze bomb. Sensing Shikamaru hiding behind a large tree, Ritsu didn't hesitate. A blaze bomb, larger and more powerful than before, appeared in her hand, then flew straight at Shikamaru's position. Not good. By the time Shikamaru realized something was wrong, the blaze bomb quickly struck the tree and exploded, completely destroying it. Shikamaru, who dodged a step too slow, was affected, sustaining minor injuries. Using the smoke and dust, Shikamaru hid behind another tree. Ritsu, with observation hockey active, was very aware of Shikamaru's every move. Sensing the still panting Shikamaru, Ritsu smiled. Another fireball appeared in her hand. Compared to the blaze bomb, the fireball spell had a fast cooldown. After it appeared, Ritsu let it gather power for a while. Once the power was sufficient, the fireball spell again flew toward the tree where Shikamaru hid. The large fireball directly hit the tree, instantly setting it ablaze. Shikamaru behind the tree was again affected. Though he dodged again, he still suffered considerable damage. She can accurately know my position. What's giving me away? Scent or sound? After 2 consecutive precise attacks from Ritsu, Shikamaru quickly realized Ritsu definitely knew his location. It couldn't be a coincidence. But he didn't understand how Ritsu was sensing him, or how Takeru and Yui seemed to have shown similar abilities before. While Shikamaru thought, Ritsu's blaze bomb cooldown ended again. Soon, another explosion occurred on the field. Cough, cough. Using another tree as cover, Shikamaru looked uncomfortably at Ritsu outside. He was now completely certain Ritsu could detect his position through some means. So Shikamaru didn't dare stick close to the tree anymore. Noting there were only 2 large trees left in the shade, meaning he could only use them to withstand Ritsu's attacks a bit more, he would soon have to face her fireball attacks directly. He sighed with emotion. Furthermore, observing Ritsu's actions, it was clear she didn't intend to give him rest time. Then, as time passed, when the last large tree was destroyed, Shikamaru could only hastily organize one attack. However, Ritsu, using observation haki, detected the abnormality and dodged his trap. At this point, seeing Ritsu gathering another blaze bomb, Shikamaru could only raise his hand in surrender. He had noticed that although Ritsu used several rounds of fireball attacks, she seemed to have no significant drain. Continuing to drag it out, he couldn't defeat her. He didn't know Ritsu's magic power was almost depleted. If it didn't work, she would have had to risk engaging Shikamaru in close combat. Now the result was relatively perfect, at least Shikamaru couldn't last until her magic power was depleted. The winner of the 4th match, Tainaka Ritsu. Seeing this, Ginma quickly announced. As expected, that's Shikamaru for you. Choji above poured another bag of chips into his mouth, chewing and nodding. The opponent was really smart, never giving Shikamaru a chance to catch his breath. Asuma said with emotion, looking at Ritsu. He wasn't at all surprised Shikamaru lost, just didn't expect Ritsu to be so cautious and seemed to have some special ability to sense Shikamaru's position. Congratulations, Ritsu. As Ritsu returned, Yui excitedly congratulated her. Hearing her, Ritsu showed a happy smile. Although the fight didn't involve much close combat, at the very end, she had relied on superfast speed to dodge Shikamaru's sneaky control, showing some results. Moreover, Shikamaru's fight was just an appetizer, and the following matches were the most crucial. Though Ritsu and Shikamaru's fight wasn't intense, essentially Ritsu bombing Shikamaru with fireballs, the audience above still found it very satisfying. Chapter 229, Chapter 229 The Arrival of Kakashi and Sasuke 11:19 words now, for the final match of the first round, only Sasuke vs Shino remained. With continuous matches, considerable time had passed, and Sasuke and Kakashi finally arrived. Really, sorry we're late. Looking at everyone, Kakashi smiled apologetically, though no apology was evident. Sakura above finally showed a smile upon seeing Sasuke. Looking at Sasuke, Ginma asked calmly. Uchiha. Hearing Ginma's question, Sasuke slowly replied. He finally made it. Lee also showed a smile. Seriously, being so late and still acting all high and mighty. Shikamaru, still on his way up, thought to himself. With an Uchiha's appearance, the audience above cheered loudly. Many had come specifically to see the famed abilities of the last remaining Uchiha clan's member. Humph, you're really late. Thought you were too scared to face me. Seeing Sasuke arrive, Naruto excitedly jumped down from the competitors' area. Did you win your first match? Looking at Naruto, Sasuke simply showed a faint smile. Of course. Hearing him, Naruto replied excitedly. Don't get too careless, you idiot. Seeing Naruto's excitement, Sasuke said coolly. We made quite an entrance, but that guy Sasuke won't be disqualified, will he? Kakashi asked hesitantly. Does your habit of being late rub off on others? Hearing Kakashi, Ginma sighed. And then, what happened? No problem. Sasuke's match was postponed. It just happens to be the last match of the first round now. Although you cut it close, you're not disqualified. Seeing Kakashi's concern, Ginma said calmly. Ahaha, that's good, that's good. Hearing this, Kakashi scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Meanwhile, Sasuke noticed the injured Gaara and the completely unharmed Takaru, feeling surprised. Though he hadn't fought Gaara personally, Gaara had sought him out earlier. The overwhelming killing intent and dangerous aura were evident. Moreover, Kakashi had warned him about Gaara's terror, stating he was likely the biggest threat. But now, it seemed that assessment might have been wrong. Naruto, Gaara fought Takeru, right? Thinking of something, Sasuke directly asked Naruto for confirmation. Hearing Sasuke, Naruto's expression turned serious, no longer playful. He slowly nodded. Was he strong? Seeing Naruto like this, Sasuke's heart sank. Very strong. If Takeru got serious, I probably couldn't take even one move. Hearing Sasuke, Naruto hesitated before speaking. Hearing Naruto, Sasuke's pupils contracted. As Naruto's teammate, he knew Naruto's capabilities. Though he hadn't seen Naruto for a month and didn't know how much he'd improved, Naruto had defeated Neji. Based on earlier observations, Naruto's strength wasn't weak. Yet Naruto now said such a thing, which naturally shocked Sasuke. Hearing this, Kakashi also looked surprised at Takeru. Soon, Genma had Shino come down and instructed irrelevant people like Kakashi and Shikamaru to leave. The rules are similar to the preliminaries. The match continues until one dies or surrenders. Sometimes, I'll stop the match when the outcome is clear. That's my decision. Because Sasuke was late, Genma explained the rules again. Kakashi, upon reaching the audience area, immediately went to Guy. Guy is Lee's body completely recovered. Seeing the spirited Lee, Kakashi was stunned and asked curiously. Thanks for your concern, it's completely fine now. Hearing Kakashi, Lee excitedly gave a thumbs up. Fully recovered. Regarding Kakashi's concern, Guy smiled. Kakashi-sensei. Just as Kakashi was about to ask, Sakura called him. Sorry. You must have been worried too. Sorry for not contacting you. Hearing Sakura, Kakashi showed an apologetic look. That's okay. Kakashi-sensei, the mark on Sasuke's neck is gone, right? Is that? Sakura hesitated, then asked. Don't worry. It's nothing. Hearing Sakura, Kakashi said softly. Hearing Kakashi, Sakura smiled again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8. 8 people. Such a big arena, only 8 umbu. Only 2 teams is too few. There are too few spectators here. What exactly is the Hokage thinking? Instinctively surveying the arena, Kakashi frowned. Though many people had gradually returned after Takeru's match, there were still far fewer than before. Many seats were empty. No, without knowing the enemy's specific actions, we have to scatter the umbu in the village's main areas. It's about to start. Though we can't let our guard down, let's focus on the match for now. One could say, as expected of Kakashi's close friend. Seeing Kakashi's expression, Guy immediately understood Kakashi's thoughts and spoke softly to him. Kakashi, how did you train Sasuke? I'll carefully check your results because you'll always be my rival. Suddenly, Guy turned to Kakashi with a competitive smile. Did you say something? Noticing Guy's gaze, Kakashi looked at him curiously. No way, Kakashi. Why are you always so heartless? Seeing Kakashi's reaction, Guy's morale collapsed again, his smile completely stiffening. You two to the center. On the battlefield, Genma spoke to Sasuke and Shino. Seeing both close in, Genma quickly announced the start and leaped away. Shino, upon hearing this, immediately jumped back to create distance from Sasuke. Then, a massive swarm of Kakashi flew from his arms, looking like a dense, dark cloud. Ui and Ritsu on the viewing platform even instinctively stopped using observation haki, it was just too disgusting. Seeing this, Sasuke quickly threw 2 shuriken at him. Shino, not daring to be careless, quickly leaped away from his spot. However, Sasuke watched where Shino would land and charged forward. Seeing Sasuke's fist rapidly approaching, Shino hurriedly used Kakashi to block in front of himself, preparing for both defense and offense. But just before contacting the Kakashi, Sasuke abruptly halted, showing a light smile. His body vanished from the spot, reappearing beside Shino, then delivering a punch. Bam! The immense force struck Shino's face, instantly sending him flying. Basically the same speed as Lee's standard and... Seeing this, Guy was stunned. Exactly the same taijutsu movements as mine. Lee was also surprised. The sent-flying Shino stood up, feeling great pain, his brow furrowed. Bring it on. After sending Shino flying, Sasuke stood confidently, smiling at him. Hearing this, Shino clasped his hands together. A massive swarm of Kakashi charged at Sasuke. But Sasuke moved swiftly, shaking off the insects. The Kakashi couldn't keep up with Sasuke's speed. Noticing this, Shino's expression grew more serious. He saw Sasuke rapidly approaching him. Secret technique, insect wall. Without hesitation, Shino softly called out. A large number of Kakashi surrounded him, rotating at high speed around him for defense. Seeing this, Sasuke's poised fist paused. He quickly distanced himself with superfast speed. Looking at the insect barrier, Sasuke knew taijutsu attacks wouldn't work. But dealing with insects didn't worry him either. Then, Sasuke quickly performed hand seals. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. With the seals complete, Sasuke spewed numerous small fireballs from his mouth, attacking the Kakashi. Chapter 230, Chapter 230 The Konoha Crush Plan 1196 Words Under the attack of the Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Shino sensed batches of his Kakashi slowly dying, causing him to frown. Sasuke, seeing some fallen Kakashi on the ground, realized the technique was effective and performed hand seals again. Fire release, Dragon Fire Technique. This time, it wasn't small fireballs but a straight line, high-speed flame. The powerful fire roasted the Kakashi, accelerating their death rate. When Sasuke stopped his attack, Shino quickly withdrew the remaining Kakashi, and again distanced himself from Sasuke. However, the speed difference was too great. Shino was soon caught by Sasuke, and hit by a thrown kunai. As everyone was surprised, Shino's entire body turned into insects, quickly swarming toward Sasuke. It turned out Sasuke had attacked an insect clone, while the real Shino had hidden himself earlier. But since Sasuke used a kunai attack, Shino's insects couldn't catch up to the now alert Sasuke. Then, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, quickly spotting the hidden Shino among the sparse trees. He performed hand seals again, unleashing another Phoenix Sage Fire Technique at him. Faced with Sasuke's caution, Shino could only evade again. But the moment he landed after dodging the Phoenix Sage Fire, Sasuke appeared behind him once more, punching him flying. After being sent flying, Sasuke again appeared behind him, pressing a kunai against him. I surrender. Seeing this, Shino could only sigh. At this stage, Shino was still too young. His use and number of Kakashi were still lacking. Moreover, Sasuke's superiority in speed, fire release, and the dynamic capture of the Sharingan countered him significantly. In a forest battle, Shino might have been able to maneuver a bit, but defeat was still highly likely. Match over. Winner, Uchiha Sasuke. Hearing Shino's surrender, Genma quickly announced the result. Upon hearing Genma, the area above fell silent. Most importantly, several people heard an explosion coming from the Hokage's location. It turned out that during Sasuke and Shino's intense battle, the audience above had been placed under a genjutsu by Kabuto and others. Ordinary civilians and even some regular ninja had fallen asleep. Rewinding a few minutes, spectators watching Sasuke's brilliant attacks were excitedly cheering when they suddenly saw a large amount of feathers appearing before their eyes, feeling drowsy. Kakashi, this is... Sensing the situation, Guy quickly looked at Kakashi beside him. It's a genjutsu. Then, both quickly disrupted their chakra to dispel the genjutsu. Apart from Kakashi and Guy, Izumo and Yamashiro Aoba also dispelled the genjutsu. What's happening? Sakura quickly realized something was wrong and performed the release. Genjutsu. The mask has started to move. Then it's about time. Thinking this, Baki looked toward the Kazekage on the arena. Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage, looked at the third Hokage. Sensing Orochimaru's gaze, Hiruzen looked back in confusion. It's the signal. Upon hearing this distinct sound, Otogakure and Tsunagekyure's ninjas outside quickly reacted, advancing toward Konoha village. The Umbu in the arena also quickly acted upon hearing the sound, some heading directly toward the Hokage's position. Baki and Kankuro quickly stood up. Temari and Gaara in the competitors' area also frowned, as neither was in condition to fight now. Let's withdraw. Giving a complex look at Takaru beside him, Gaara said to Temari. Hearing Gaara, Temari also glanced at Takaru before helping Gaara leap out of the towering arena, heading outside. Takaru and should we pursue? Sensing the arena's disturbance and Temari and Gaara's escape, Ui and Ritsu immediately looked at Takaru. Hearing them, Takaru shook his head. From the start, Takaru had no intention of doing anything to them. Otherwise, they would have been killed earlier. Kazekage Dano, what are you doing? The third Hokage found the Kazekage's series of actions difficult to understand, though he vaguely had some bad premonitions, hoping they were just guesses. Hokage-sama. Rado quickly came to Hiruzen's side, but soon both were enveloped in thick smoke. Umbu from the audience area quickly reached the Hokage's side. Two Umbu teams allocated tasks, one to protect the Hokage, the other the daimyo. The Umbu protecting the Hokage, seeing Tsunagekyure's guards rush out from the smoke, immediately attacked them. The sneaking Tsunagekyure's ninja were directly cut in half, falling onto the roof behind them. Above the Umbu, as the smoke slightly cleared, Rado beside the Hokage had been hit by 4 kunai, painfully leaning against the wall. Hokage-sama, please escape. After saying this, Rado could no longer hold on and lowered his head. At that moment, the Kazekage seized the still shocked third Hokage, placing a kunai at his neck as a threat, then jumped with him to the highest roof. Then, the Tsunagekyure's guards seemingly killed earlier by Umbu shed their disguises, splitting into 4 individuals. The 4 quickly took positions at the 4 corners of the roof, forming a rectangle. Finally our turn to appear. Kidamura said with an excited smile. Being in a transformed state all this time, I'm completely unsatisfied. Sakan and Yukon smirked. You all smell of sweat. Taiyuya looked at the other 3 with disgust. Don't be like that, we're comrades, right? Jirobo acted as the peacemaker. Otogakure's ninjas. Noticing their forehead protectors, the third Hokage was surprised. Rado, cover the Hokage. Beware of traps. The lead Umbu, leader of the wood team, shouted to the 3 Umbu behind him. Hearing him, they quickly nodded and leaped toward the roof where the Hokage and Kazekage were. Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage, ordered Kidamura and the others. Hearing Orochimaru, the 4 simultaneously formed a hand seal. Ninja art, for violet flames formation. As their words fell, a special purple barrier quickly enveloped them. An Umbu tried to penetrate the barrier, but upon slight contact, his body burst into flames and rolled down. The other 3 Umbu quickly maintained a certain distance from the barrier, not daring to act rashly. A barrier ninjutsu. Guy also noticed the situation at the Hokage's location. To act before the Umbu, they're no ordinary foes. Looking at the situation above, Kakashi frowned. Then both prepared to go assist, but as they moved, an Umbu appeared in the audience area, blocking their path. What are you doing? The Hokage is in danger. Looking at the Umbu, Guy said loudly. The Umbu didn't speak, slowly raising his head to look at Kakashi and Guy. Some masked individuals disguised as spectators quickly jumped beside the Umbu, appearing to follow his lead. What a bother. Seeing this, Kakashi sighed. To think the enemy would disguise themselves as Umbu. Was the Genjutsu user also him? Looking at Kabuto, who maintained a hand seal, Guy said flatly. Correct, it's him. Hearing him, Kakashi confirmed. I never thought Tsunagekyure would betray Konoha. The third Hokage above looked at the Kazekage in disbelief. Treaties are mere decoys to lull the opponent. The Chunin exams end here. From now on, history will change. Hearing him, Orochimaru said flatly. Do you wish to start a war? Hearing him, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked gravely at Orochimaru. Orochimaru nodded indifferently. We should avoid force, seek peaceful negotiation to resolve issues. There's still time, Kazekage Dano. Seeing Orochimaru's gaze, Hiruzen still tried to persuade him. Chapter 231, Chapter 231 The Chaotic Situation. 1229 words grown old and made foolish by peace, haven't you, my dear teacher? Hearing Hiruzen still trying to persuade him to give up at this point, Orochimaru couldn't help but mock him. You bastard. Hearing his words, Hiruzen finally understood who had seized him, his expression filled with anger. While the two conversed, on Konoha's walls, 3 giant snakes materialized outside the towering battlements. Inform Hokage-sama immediately. A guarding Chunin urgently told his comrade. But as the words left his mouth, a giant snake head descended, crushing the wall like paper in an instant. After breaching the wall, the 3 giant snakes slithered inside. At that moment, several kunai tied with explosive tags were shot at one of the giant snakes, but apart from causing it slight pain, they had no effect. Seeing the few ninjas attacking it, a snake head opened its bloody maw, instantly killing them. Quick, get reinforcements. A Konoha's ninja, sensing the situation was bad, told his comrade. But just as his comrade was about to leave, he was hit by 4 kunai, wailing as he fell. Looking back, the ninja saw 5 Tsunagekyou's ninjas standing atop the wall. They had launched the attack. Meanwhile, back in the arena. Kankuro, go protect Gaara and Temari. When the operation began, Baki and Kankuro in the audience area immediately jumped down. Baki quickly instructed Kankuro. Hearing him, Kankuro nodded without hesitation, preparing to chase after Gaara and Temari. However, the moving Kankuro was directly intercepted by Genma. Seeing this, Baki quickly blocked Genma's path. Gaara is Tsunagekyou's trump card. We must have Gaara act no matter what. Go help them treat their injuries. Once he recovers, execute the plan immediately. Blocking Kankuro, Baki added. I understand. What about you, sensei? Hearing Baki's resolute tone, Kankuro could only nod again. I'll hold these guys off. Hearing Kankuro's question, Baki looked at the eager Genma. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Shino frowned as they watched them. Sasuke didn't understand what was happening, having just arrived. The situation escalated even before his first match ended, leaving him confused. As for Shino, injured from his fight with Sasuke, he could only stay put to observe. Do you think I'll let him leave just like that? Hearing Baki, Genma looked flatly at him. I'll make sure he does. After confronting Genma for a moment, Baki seized an opportunity and shouted to Kankuro. Hearing this, Kankuro didn't hesitate, immediately leaving the spot. Seeing Kankuro leave, Genma frowned. However, Baki's pressure was significant, and he didn't dare act rashly. Moreover, there were Shino and Sasuke here. Thinking this, he glanced at Takaru above. If Takaru acted, this problem could be easily solved. So, Orochimaru is the mastermind behind this. Unable to pursue Kankuro, Genma tried to get more information from Baki. Who knows? Let's just get things lively first. Hearing him, Baki naturally wouldn't say much. Sasuke, sorry. The Chunin exams end here. You're already at Chunin level. As a Konoha's ninja, lend your strength to the village. At this point, Genma could only look at Sasuke beside him. So just stop their actions, right? Hearing him, Sasuke understood and said flatly. Don't pursue too deeply. This is no longer an exam, it's real combat. Hearing Sasuke, Genma reminded him flatly. Not much different. Hearing Genma, Sasuke quickly glanced at Baki and dashed toward the wall. Don't even think about it. Seeing this, Baki threw 2 shuriken at Sasuke, but Genma also threw 2, colliding with his and intercepting them. As Sasuke also left, Baki clicked his tongue in annoyance. Kakashi in the arena also frowned, watching Sasuke leave. Naruto in the competitors' area also noticed Sasuke's departing back and shouted, "What a hassle!" Seeing this, Shikamaru frowned. From the explosion at the Hokage's location, Shikamaru realized something had changed. If possible, he wished he were in the audience area, asleep along with the unconscious spectators. "Shikamaru, Takaru, everyone, let's go help Sasuke." Seeing the situation, Naruto excitedly said to Takaru and the others still capable of fighting, "No, Naruto. Sasuke should be fine for now. Gaara is severely injured. Though his recovery is strong, he won't be combat ready immediately. For now, let's check the situation in the audience area first." Hearing Naruto, Takaru directly shook his head. Hearing Takaru, Naruto, though eager to chase Sasuke, thought for a moment and decided to listen to Kakashi's words first. "Good grief, I plan to take Sasuke during the chaos caused by Gaara. It seems things can't always go as planned." Orochimaru also saw Sasuke running out of the arena, and said flatly, "Is that so? So that's how it is. Your targets are this Konoha village and Sasuke." Hearing Orochimaru, Hiruzen said with understanding, "Is the Konoha village something so important? Besides, if Gaara fully awakens, you'll see something even more interesting. But let's put that aside for now," Orochimaru said disdainfully. However, thinking of Takaru's mysterious and unfathomable abilities, Orochimaru hesitated, then changed the subject. "Your foolishness has plunged Konoha into this chaotic situation." Orochimaru looked seriously at Hiruzen. "You never know the outcome until the very end." Hearing Orochimaru, Hiruzen spoke confidently. Hearing him, Orochimaru frowned, then removed his Kazekage disguise. "I knew this day would come eventually. But taking my head won't be so easy." Looking at Orochimaru's familiar face, Hiruzen said seriously to him, "I should have told you, you should have decided on the 5th Hokage sooner. Because the 3rd, that is, you, will die here." Looking at Hiruzen, Orochimaru spoke with absolute confidence. Meanwhile, inside Konoha village, whether Academy's teachers or others, all saw smoke rising from the wall area. "Damn Orochimaru." Looking at the wall, Ibiki, who had been briefed earlier, frowned. "Should we provide support?" A ninja directly asked Ibiki. Acting without clear information is dangerous. If the mastermind is Orochimaru, it's even more dangerous. Hearing him, Ibiki refused. Ibiki was only a special jonin, he was self-aware of his strength. Is Orochimaru such a dangerous figure? Hearing him, a ninja behind asked, puzzled. He was originally Hokage-sama's student. Seeing this, Ibiki directly stated Orochimaru's identity. Then why did he become a missing nin? In the past, when deciding the 4th Hokage, it's said Orochimaru insisted he was the most qualified candidate, but wasn't recognized by everyone. Soon after, he left the village. Orochimaru might hold a grudge against Hokage-sama over this. Ibiki directly told everyone. If Takaru were here and heard Ibiki's words, he'd probably laugh. Takaru clearly understood Orochimaru's situation. The specifics were, Konoha devoted its entire village's resources to researching the revival of the first Hokage's would release. However, the Hashirama's cell transplantation experiments conducted on adult volunteers continually failed, increasing the number of casualties. Therefore, this attempt was deemed a forbidden technique and sealed. Yet Orochimaru, to collect various ninjutsu, continued the already forbidden Hashirama's cell transplantation experiments. He successively kidnapped Genin, Chunin, Umbu from the village, and 60 infants from villages around Konoha. He extracted genetic material from the first Hokage's corpse, then injected it into the 60 infants for human experimentation. But the rejection reaction was severe, and they died one after another. Just as Orochimaru was about to dispose of the bodies, his experiments were exposed, leading Orochimaru to finally leave Konoha. Behind this, Takaru was also well aware that there was also Danzo's shadow. Chapter 232, Chapter 232 The Wary Kabuto. 1121 words. A giant snake has appeared near Konoha's east gate. Approximately 100 Tsunagekyou's ninjas have invaded the village, and are currently engaging patrol ninjas nearby. Just as Ibiki was explaining Orochimaru's terror, a Chunin appeared, quickly reporting to Ibiki. Tsunagekyou's ninjas. Groups 1 and 2 stay. The rest head to the east gate. Hearing this, Ibiki quickly made a judgment. Others, hearing Ibiki's order, didn't hesitate, quickly acting. As the giant snakes advanced unimpeded within Konoha, many ninja jumped out to block them. However, without Jonin and elite Jonin assistance, the blocking force suffered significant casualties. Quite a number. In the audience area, Kakashi looked at the ninja blocking his path, and said flatly, "We were careless." And even Hokage-sama. Kakashi, look inside that barrier. Suddenly, Guy, with his excellent eyesight, noticed Orochimaru inside the barrier removing his disguise. Orochimaru. Seeing this, Kakashi was stunned. Orochimaru, why is he here? Could he be after Sasuke again? Hearing Orochimaru's name, Sakura first thought of Sasuke. Coming to her senses, she noticed Sasuke was no longer in the arena. As Sakura was in a daze, 2 Otogekyou's ninjas seized the opportunity, leaping up to kill Sakura. At the critical moment, Takaru, who had already arrived, casually unleashed white ice shards, riddling the 2 Otogekyou's ninja who had overlooked others. What was that? Noticing the suddenly appearing ice shards, Kakashi, who had prepared to act, froze. Yo, Takaru-kun, you came. Seeing Takaru, Guy showed an enthusiastic smile and greeted him. Uncle Guy, still as energetic as ever. Seeing him, Takaru smiled lightly. As Takaru and Guy greeted each other, several seemingly sleeping spectators in the arena suddenly jumped up, charging straight at Takaru and Guy. However, the ninja rushing at Takaru with a kunai, before even approaching Takaru, was swiftly cut down by Ui beside Takaru, who drew a short sword imbued with armament haki and shu. The one charging at Guy didn't fare better either, heavily kicked away by Guy, losing combat ability. This battle seemed to fully ignite. Awake Konoha's ninjas quickly engaged Otogekyou and Tsunagekyou's ninja. Kabuto, hidden behind a mask, saw Takaru and showed extremely wary eyes. He recalled Orochimaru once inquiring about Takaru, warning him to be very careful and to flee if necessary. Previously puzzled, after watching Takaru's battle with Gaara, he deeply understood Takaru might be an even more terrifying existence than Kakashi. Now facing 3 top-tier combatants like Kakashi, Guy, and Takaru, plus Asuma and Kurenai, Kabuto felt an immense headache. This differed from the original plan. However, Otogekyou and Tsunagekyou's ninja still held a numerical advantage. Moreover, Kakashi and Guy were concerned about the sleeping civilians, so this area temporarily wouldn't be in immediate danger. Damn, I'm still worried about Hokage-sama. Guy, after punching away another Otogekyou's ninja, regrouped with Takaru, Kakashi, and others. Leave the top to the Umbu. Besides, Hokage-sama isn't someone easily taken down. Compared to Guy's worry, Kakashi was quite reassured. After all, Hiruzen was Konoha's Hokage. Sakura, Naruto, it's been a while since our last mission. Seizing this chance, Kakashi quickly looked at Naruto and Sakura. Hearing this, Sakura was stunned. What mission? Hearing mission, Naruto's eyes lit up. An A-rank mission, the first since Land of Waves. Kakashi said seriously. A-rank mission. Hearing this, Naruto's eyes brightened further. If not for the many Otogekyou's ninjas watching eagerly, he might have jumped up. Sensei, we got an A-rank mission in this situation. What exactly do we need to do? Hearing this, Sakura frowned. Sasuke went to pursue the 3 Tsunagekyou's ninjas. Sakura, you, Naruto, and Shikamaru go after Sasuke. I'm really worried, Kakashi said with a grave look. What about me? Hearing this, Ino was stunned. Bring Ino and Takeru's group. More people is better, isn't it? Hearing this, Sakura quickly added. Probably, many Sunagakure and Otogakure's ninja have already entered the village. Acting in teams of 4 or more would be inefficient and easily noticed by the enemy. You learned this during the academy's patrol training, right? Hearing her, Kakashi shook his head. So if it's for people, will Kakashi-sensei come too? Sakura asked curiously. No, I can't leave here. Summoning technique. Kakashi shook his head, performing the summoning technique. Soon, the dog Pakken was summoned. Next, this Pakken will track Sasuke based on his scent. Kakashi explained. Don't tell me the 4th member is this little dog. Sakura looked at the dog in surprise. Hey little girl, don't call me a cute little dog. Hearing Sakura, Pakken jumped before her. I didn't even say. Looking at Pakken, Sakura was stunned. Our 4th teammate is a dog. Sakura said dumbfoundedly. What a hassle. Why bring me? Takeru alone could handle it, right? Hearing Kakashi, Shikamaru held his forehead. Sorry, but count me out for the pursuit. However, I can help clear some obstacles. Hearing Shikamaru, Takeru said calmly. Then, looking at a guy preparing to sneak attack from the side, he calmly punched him flying. Kakashi had 2 reasons for not asking Takeru. 1, he wasn't familiar with Takeru, and 2, he didn't know Takeru's strength. Though Takeru had shown unusual power, he couldn't ask him to go. Besides, Takeru, Ui, and Ritsu being here eased some of their pressure. Unlike Naruto and the others still somewhat reacting, Takeru and Ui had already killed several Otogakure's ninjas. Even Ritsu used armament haki and blaze bomb to send 2 Otogakure's ninjas preparing to sneak attack her flying. Then, Guy directly dealt with an Otogakure's ninjas preparing to sneak attack Naruto, incidentally smashing the wall behind everyone. Alright, I'll brief you on the mission. After hearing it, leave through this opening. Find Sasuke, rendezvous with him, stop him, then wait at a safe location until new orders are given. Kakashi quickly told them. I understand. Hearing this, Sakura and Naruto quickly replied. Then they quickly pulled the unwilling Shikamaru down, with Pakken quickly following. What about me? Ino stared blankly at Takeru, Ui, and the others still fighting Otogakure's ninjas. She realized standing here was also extremely dangerous. Looking at the conscious Ino, Kakashi showed a troubled expression. If Ino had sufficient strength, it'd be fine, but now she seemed somewhat of a hindrance. Ino also realized this, deeply lowering her head. Don't space out. Find a safe place to hide. After repelling an Otogakure's ninjas preparing to attack Ino, Takeru said flatly to her. Kakashi also approvingly nodded at Takeru's words. Seeing this, Ino could only flee the audience area. For the fleeing Ino, Kabuto didn't order Otogakure's ninjas to pursue. After all, the Otogakure's ninjas in the audience area were already feeling increasing pressure from Takeru and the others' attacks. Chapter 233 Chapter 233 Orochimaru vs. Hiruzen 1140 Words on the roof. Orochimaru held a kunai against Hiruzen, his eyes gradually becoming moist. Are you crying from joy? Is there some sadness in killing your teacher? Looking at Orochimaru's eyes, Hiruzen smiled and lightly mocked. Hearing Hiruzen, Orochimaru said flatly, pressing the kunai closer. With Hiruzen's surprised gaze, blood droplets continuously fell onto the roof. Feeling drowsy since earlier. Finally awake now. As the kunai pierced his own palm, Orochimaru yawned and said flatly. I knew it would be like this. Hearing Orochimaru, Hiruzen said, having anticipated it. Then, Orochimaru released Hiruzen, slowly creating some distance. I know you're not a man who acts out of hatred. You have neither purpose nor motive. Looking at Orochimaru, who had let him go, Hiruzen said flatly. That's right. There is a purpose, though. If I must say, seeing things move is interesting. Things that don't move are boring, right? It's like a windmill that doesn't move. Sometimes it might look nice depending on the mood, but basically, it's not worth watching. Now, I want to use the wind of destroying Konoha to set the windmill in motion. Orochimaru spoke with implication. You haven't changed at all. Hiruzen also smiled faintly. Fighting you again. Orochimaru looked at Hiruzen with a hint of excitement. This barrier can only be broken from the inside. As long as Hokage-sama can defeat one of those four, we can go in and assist. The helpless Umbu outside looked at the four violet flames formation. Hey, it's about to start. Kidomaru looked at the other three. Let's set up a barrier on the inside too. Sakan and Yukon said directly. Taiyuya and Jirobo responded flatly, then the four began moving. Soon, another special barrier appeared behind them, protecting them. It seems leaving won't be simple. Noticing this, Hiruzen said leisurely. Hypocrite. For you, having those burdens come in would only hinder your fight. Hearing Hiruzen, Orochimaru mocked flatly. Hearing Orochimaru, Hiruzen smiled without speaking, clearly agreeing. This was their final duel, and they needed a resolution. Ninja art, tile shuriken. Soon, Hiruzen initiated the attack. With his hand seals, chakra surged. Some roof tiles floated up, swiftly flying toward Orochimaru. Too naive. Hidden shadow snake hands. Seeing the incoming tiles, Orochimaru dodged at the last moment, unleashing his jutsu, hidden shadow snake hands. His tongue transformed into a poisonous snake, directly biting the neck of Hiruzen, who was still forming seals. Bitten, Hiruzen painfully tried to pry open the snake head. Attacks of this level. I really don't want to grow old, sensei. Seeing the power of Hiruzen's jutsu, Orochimaru mocked flatly. Then, Orochimaru, rapidly approaching Hiruzen, was stunned. The Hiruzen bitten by hidden shadow snake hands turned into a pile of mud, slowly melting away. Substitution technique. Noticing this, Orochimaru quickly landed back on the roof, remaining alert. Earth release, earth flow river. The next moment, Hiruzen appeared behind Orochimaru. The solid roof where Orochimaru stood instantly turned into a mudslide, causing Orochimaru to slide down uncontrollably. Is this all? Though the earth flow river destabilized Orochimaru, he quickly regained balance and formed hand seals. Don't even think about it. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. Seeing Orochimaru preparing to counterattack, Hiruzen was one step ahead. The ordinary mudslide instantly formed a dragon head beside Hiruzen. Inside the dragon head, earth turned into cannonballs, rapidly firing toward Orochimaru. Fire dragon bullet. But that wasn't all. He swiftly spewed fire, igniting the earth cannonballs into fireballs, engulfing Orochimaru. Combining earth and fire release. As expected of Hokage-sama. Umbu outside, seeing Hiruzen's combination technique, said with emotion. Inside, Orochimaru finally couldn't hold back a scream. When everything calmed, his figure had vanished. Stop these boring performances, Orochimaru. Though knowing his attack's power was not to be underestimated, facing his prize student, Hiruzen naturally wouldn't believe Orochimaru was so easily dealt with. As expected of sensei. Truly impressive. Soon, Orochimaru's figure slowly emerged from the roof. However, I'm also being underestimated. Did you think such level ninjutsu could kill me? Orochimaru looked displeased at Hiruzen. You're still as unlikable as ever. Hearing Orochimaru, Hiruzen frowned. Don't say that. Isn't it said the more troublesome students are the cuter, sensei? Hearing Hiruzen, Orochimaru said flatly. In the audience area, Kabuto, seeing Naruto and the others leave, frowned. He considered having subordinates pursue and incidentally rescue Sasuke, but seeing the rapidly falling Otogekyu's ninjas, he frowned. Honestly, compared to the original work, Takeru's three-person edition added too much pressure. And Sasuke was still very important. So, even under pressure, Kabuto hesitated, then dispatched for Otogekyu's ninja to track Naruto's group. Those brats, just a few genin. It shouldn't matter much. And Otogekyu's ninja looked at Kabuto, puzzled. The situation here was barely holding, and dispersing combat strength might make them not last long. Of course, aside from some Otogekyu's ninja losing combat ability or dying, some Chunin, or special Jonin in the audience area also lost fighting capability. Ritsu, having continuously taken down 4 or 5 mid to high level ninja, was somewhat out of breath now. After all, her strength was much weaker compared to Ui and others, maybe similar to Izumo and Kotetsu. Too naive. Underestimating them will make you stumble. Seeing their completely indifferent expressions, Kabuto frowned. Then, the 4 Otogekyu's ninjas exchanged glances, preparing to charge out of the arena. What a hassle. Wouldn't it be better to stay put quietly? Looking at the 4 Otogekyu's ninjas preparing to leave, Takeru lightly shook his head. Multiple gray ice giant horns. Then, Takeru looked at the Otogekyu's ninja preparing to jump away. The demon's extract within him surged. Instantly, starting from Takeru's feet, a giant ice pillar rapidly shot out, splitting into 4 in midair, skewering the 4 Otogekyu's ninja preparing to jump away. Seeing Takeru suddenly take action, Kabuto's expression grew more somber, becoming more wary of Takeru. He realized Takeru hadn't been serious earlier, just slacking off. But if more people left, it might anger Takeru. If Takeru went all out now, Kabuto wasn't sure what would happen. He didn't know Takeru's concerns, but staying calm seemed better. Ui, Ritsu, stay here for now. I'll check over there. Scanning the remaining Otogekyu's ninja proficiency in the arena, Takeru told Ui and Ritsu, then leaped to where Orochimaru and Hiruzen were fighting. The Umbu, seeing Takeru's arrival, remained alert. Orochimaru inside also noticed Takeru, frowning tightly. Naturally, Hiruzen noticed Orochimaru's unusual behavior and curiously glanced at Takeru, wondering why Orochimaru seemed to mind him. Takeru gave them a faint look, then drew Twilight Moon, thrusting it into the barrier. Upon contacting the barrier, special flames began burning Twilight Moon. However, Takeru noticed these flames couldn't destroy Twilight Moon, which had already been reforged 7 times. Still, it wasn't completely ineffective, and it seemed to require some time. Chapter 234, Chapter 234 Edo Tensei 1488 words. Seeing this, Takeru simply maintained this state, while the flames at this moment spread onto his arm. Sensing slightly, he found that these flames could not harm him at all, so Takeru did not pay them much mind. However, he still materialized the Twilight Armor and Twilight Shadow. After all, although the flames could not injure him, ordinary clothing could not withstand them. Afterward, Takeru just let the flames burn him as they pleased. Seeing Takeru's actions, the 9 people present were completely bewildered. Seeing that Takeru did not seem prepared to break the 4 violet flames formation, Orochimaru also sighed in relief. After all, with Takeru's special methods, whether he could break this barrier was something Orochimaru was not confident about. At the very least, something like the roar of the Thunder Dragon released earlier could probably forcibly break this barrier. Takeru also had no intention of paying attention to the others. Receiving the baptism of this special flame, he sat cross-legged on the rooftop, activating his observation haki, sensing Ui and Ritsu along with the surrounding situation. We should all stop playing around, this is not a class at the Ninja Academy. Confirming that Takeru seemed ready to be a bystander, Orochimaru could only return his focus to Hiruzen Sarutobi. You are right about that. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Hiruzen also took a deep look at Takeru sitting calmly within the flames, then discarded his Hokage robe. Underneath, he was already wearing combat attire, as if prepared long ago. Have you already predicted your own death date? Seeing Hiruzen's attire, Orochimaru said in surprise. Subsequently, the two also began to erupt with chakra. The clash of chakra and their auras on the rooftop caused some tiles to break, and the shattered tiles seemed pulled by some force, continuously floating upwards. I will not go easy on you just because you have grown senile, you know. Looking at Hiruzen, Orochimaru said calmly. Suits me just fine. Depending on the completion level of your jutsu, I will decide whether to take you back to the Ninja Academy for re-education. Hearing Orochimaru's words, the third Hokage retorted without backing down. Do not disappoint me now. Seeing this, Orochimaru said with a light laugh. It is incredible, such powerful chakra, it feels like even the air is pressing down on us. As the two's chakra clashed, an Umbu outside the barrier exclaimed in awe. As their auras reached their peak, the two moved at the same time. The third Hokage charged at Orochimaru while instantly throwing a shuriken. The moment he threw it, he quickly performed hand seals. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. As Hiruzen completed his seals, the single shuriken rapidly multiplied into dozens. Summoning Technique, Edo Tensei. Watching the large number of incoming shuriken, Orochimaru paid them no mind, and instead used his not yet perfected Edo Tensei. Using a summoning technique for defense. And that is. Seeing Orochimaru's seals, Hiruzen was shocked. In that brief moment of distraction, Orochimaru had already summoned two specially prepared coffins. I must stop the third one. With that determination, the moment the third coffin was about to emerge, Hiruzen used a special seal to interrupt the Edo Tensei. The third person seems impossible. Well, forget it then. Hidden behind the two coffins, Orochimaru noticed the Edo Tensei was interrupted. Though it was a slight pity, he did not mind much. Looks like I managed to block the third one after all. But now comes the real trouble, calling out those two of all people. Seeing the third coffin retract, Hiruzen broke out in a cold sweat, watching the slowly opening coffin lids. Could those two be? Seeing the two figures inside the coffins, an Umbu outside the barrier exclaimed in shock. Those two. Noticing his captain Yu seemed very shocked, a newly joined Umbu asked in confusion. How will you deal with this, Sarutobi-sensei? No, third Hokage-sama. Looking at Hiruzen, Orochimaru said with a faint smile. Takaru also looked curiously at the first and second Hokage inside the coffins. However, Takaru clearly understood that because this Edo Tensei was not fully perfected yet, the two probably could not even exert 1/10 of their power. Put that way, it is considerably worse than Kurome's Taigu, Yatsufusa. At the very least, if Kurome were to control them, she might be able to make them exert at least half their strength. As for more than that, it would be quite difficult with Kurome's Yatsufusa. So each ability has its own merits. At the very least, once fully perfected later, the characters summoned by Edo Tensei could exert even greater power. Long time no see, Saru. You have grown old too, Saru. The second Hokage looked at his student and said with emotion. I never imagined I would meet you brothers again under such circumstances. I feel great regret. Looking at the two, Hiruzen said emotionally. Please be prepared, first Hokage-sama, second Hokage-sama. Hiruzen's gaze turned serious. The relatively young Umbu outside, hearing Hiruzen's address, were stunned, never expecting the two to have such significant backgrounds. Edo Tensei, huh? So it is this young man who summoned us using a forbidden technique. What a remarkable fellow. Turning his head and seeing Orochimaru's appearance, the second Hokage, Tobirama, said with feeling. In that case, Hiruzen, we will have to fight you, will we not? Soon, Hashirama also understood the general situation, and looked at Hiruzen with equal helplessness. Enough of the old-timers' small talk. Let us begin. Watching their conversation, Orochimaru interrupted. Do we have to fight in every era? Hearing his words, Hashirama felt a hint of helplessness. You enjoyed it, did you not? Hearing his words, Orochimaru said with a wicked smile. You dare to mock the dead. Toying with time will not end well. Hiruzen rebuked Orochimaru. Facing his scolding, Orochimaru paid no heed, directly taking out 2 kunai with special talismans attached. Let us begin. Before we start, I must ask you two to return to your original forms. Please be prepared, Sarutobi-sensei. Speaking to the 3, Orochimaru directly inserted the special kunai from behind into the brains of the 2. As the talismans entered, their eyes turned vacant, but their originally lifeless auras transformed, gaining vitality. What kind of jutsu is that? An Umbu could not help but ask his captain. Edo Tensei. A forbidden summoning technique that revives the dead in this world. Summoning technique generally require the caster's blood as a price. I have heard this jutsu summons the soul of the deceased to the present world. As a vessel for the soul, a living person's body must be used as a sacrifice. The so-called Edo Tensei is an S-rank forbidden technique, developed by the second Hokage. This technique can call back the souls of long-dead ninja to the world of the living and revive them in physical form. It needs a certain amount of the deceased's flesh, uses a living person's body as a vessel for the deceased soul, then summons the deceased soul from the Pure Land to the present world, attaching the deceased soul to the vessel, covering the living body with dust to assume the appearance of the deceased before death. Burying a kunai inscribed with a talisman formula into the back of the deceased's brain can erase the deceased's consciousness. Whether to retain emotions and will is completely decided by the caster. The caster must also collect a large number of the deceased's remains before performing this jutsu. There are also many ways to break this technique. First, the caster can release the control. Second, if the deceased knows the hand seals of the technique, the deceased can break the summoning contract with the caster and break free from control. Third, if the reincarnated still retains their own personality and has strong enough willpower, the soul can break free from the restraints and ascend, automatically canceling the Edo Tensei. Representative figures of this include Shin and Sasori. Fourth, seize control of the reincarnated. One of the known methods is Kodo Amatsukami. Fifth, seal the reincarnated's body. This only stops the reincarnated's actions, while the Edo Tensei itself is not cancelled. Also, if the deceased is truly revived, the technique will automatically cancel, or if the vessel is completely destroyed. Although there are many ways to break this jutsu, except for the first one, the others are not very easy to execute. While Takaru pondered the advantages and disadvantages of this ninjutsu, the third Hokage also became sentimental. After all, under Orochimaru's refinements, Hashirama and Tobirama more closely resembled their living appearances now. Can you understand it? The sense of achievement and joy in harming someone you once called sensei. To let you experience this joy, I prepared this scene. Enjoy it to the fullest. Saying this, Orochimaru directly formed a hand seal. As the seal was completed, Hashirama and Tobirama also began to slowly walk towards Hiruzen. Chapter 235, Chapter 235 The showdown between the first, second, and third Hokage 1309 words soon, the two changed from walking to running, the distance between them and Hiruzen closing rapidly. Compared to Hashirama who charged directly at Hiruzen, Tobirama flanked him from the left to attack him together. Hokage-sama. Even if their figures and appearances are exactly the same, those two are absolutely not the first and second Hokage-sama. Seeing Hiruzen seemingly somewhat dazed, an Umbu waiting outside the barrier shouted a reminder. I know that. Hearing his shout, Hiruzen quickly replied. By now, Hashirama's attack had already arrived in front of Hiruzen. Hiruzen quickly responded, directly blocking Hashirama's kick with his arm. Hiruzen also quickly seized an opportunity with a sweeping motion, forcing Hashirama back. As Hashirama retreated, Tobirama had already closed in. With a big leap, he arrived at Hiruzen's side, then with another jump, he swiftly launched an attack at Hiruzen. However, because they lacked self-awareness, Tobirama's attacks also seemed somewhat stiff, so Hiruzen didn't find it very difficult to deal with them. After blocking 3 of his attacks in a row, Hiruzen also seized an opportunity. He grabbed Tobirama's leg as it kicked towards him, spun him around several times, then forcefully threw him towards the first Hokage's side. However, Tobirama simply performed 2 consecutive backflips to dispel the force Hiruzen had thrown him with. Here I come. Fire release, Great Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. After warming up, Hiruzen also shouted and began using ninjutsu. As Hiruzen completed his hand seals, he gathered chakra, then released an ultra-strong blast of flame from his mouth in one breath. The flames danced like a furious dragon, and due to the extremely high temperature, the firelight even turned white. The powerful flames quickly engulfed Hashirama and Tobirama. Water release, Water Formation Wall. Standing in the sea of fire, Tobirama seemed to feel no heat from the flames at all, suffering no damage. Nevertheless, he still released his own technique to neutralize the fire. A large amount of chakra surged forth, quickly transforming into violent streams of water that enveloped and protected Tobirama and Hashirama. The contact between the high-temperature flames and the water produced a large amount of steam. Noticing this situation, Hiruzen stopped his Great Fire Dragon Flame Bullet in surprise. How is this possible? To unleash a water release ninjutsu of this level in a place with no water. Looking at the large amount of water surging forth, an Umbu exclaimed in shock. As expected of the previous generation's Hokage. Watching the commotion caused by Tobirama, Orochimaru also showed a faint smile and sighed. Water release, Water Shockwave. Then, as Tobirama pressed his palms together again, a massive amount of water appeared out of thin air, soon swirling violently around him like a tornado. Soon, as the amount of water reached a certain level and attained an extreme height, the water spread out like a waterfall and rushed down towards Hiruzen. Earth release, Earth-style wall. Watching the torrential water surging towards him, Hiruzen didn't dare underestimate it. He quickly performed hand seals, and an earthen wall rapidly formed in front of him. The violently rushing water was blocked by the earth wall, allowing Hiruzen behind it to escape the fierce impact of the water flow. Afterward, the rooftop directly accumulated a large amount of water. Clearly, besides attacking, the main purpose of Tobirama's water shockwave was to fill this area with water. Now Hashirama, standing on the water's surface, quickly charged towards Hiruzen. Seeing Hashirama charging over, Hiruzen met him head-on without backing down. As Hashirama approached, Hiruzen directly used fire release to harass him. However, facing Hiruzen's fire release attacks, Hashirama accurately blocked all of them. Then, after closing to within less than 5 meters of him, Hashirama leapt high into the air and kicked down at him from above. Seeing this, Hiruzen crossed his arms to block. Upon landing, Hashirama directly kicked water splashes towards Hiruzen with his foot. Hiruzen, his eyes hit by the water, made a mistake because of it. Then Hashirama directly delivered a 2-hit kick combo, striking Hiruzen in the head. Next, a heavy left hook even distorted Hiruzen's face, making saliva fly, before another kick sent him flying. Still the same superhuman strength as ever, Hiruzen sighed, slowly standing up from the water's surface. At that moment, a large number of bubbles appeared behind him. Before he could react, water surged from behind, enveloping him and dragging him underwater. Facing these two is really a bit taxing. Hiruzen thought miserably as he was dragged underwater, but he quickly broke free from Tobirama's control and swiftly climbed onto the earth-style wall he had created earlier. The moment he climbed up, several slender streams of water appeared in the water again. The water streams were like slender arrows, shooting towards Hiruzen with unstoppable force. Seeing this, Hiruzen quickly jumped, dodging them. Although he dodged, the earth-style wall was directly pierced through by this special water flow. As the earth-style wall collapsed, Hiruzen could only fall back onto the rooftop, breathing heavily. Before he could fully catch his breath, special sprouts emerged from the rooftop, quickly growing into towering trees. Damn, this is first Hokage-sama's unique secret technique. Watching the churning tree roots, Hiruzen grew anxious. Without thinking, he directly bit his finger. Would release secret technique, nativity of a world of trees. As Hashirama's voice fell, these trees fully formed. Watching the constantly churning trees, Hiruzen quickly jumped and dodged. Even the earth-style wall he had summoned earlier became a rock wall supporting the giant trees. However, as Hashirama exerted his power, Hiruzen was ultimately bound by a large number of extending vines. Chakra became the life source of the sea of trees. So amazing. The people outside seeing this were also shocked. Seeing this scene and thinking of Yamato later on, Takuru felt the gap was truly huge. And this ability would be incredibly practical for greening projects. In fact, if someone in Sunagakure could master this ability, it could definitely change their barren situation. Finally caught you, sensei. Seeing Hiruzen completely bound by the trees, Orochimaru walked up to him and said with a faint smile. Looking at the smug Orochimaru, Hiruzen said nothing, just forcefully pressed his bloodied hand against the tree in front of him. Ninja art, summoning technique. Come out, Monkey King Enma. As his voice fell, a large amount of air current surged forth. Seeing Hiruzen could still use a summoning technique in this situation, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. A troublesome thing has come out, old Monkey Enma. Looking at the familiar summon, Orochimaru also frowned. Orochimaru, so it's like this after all. Old Enma jumped, quickly spotting Orochimaru below, then sighed and said. How pathetic, Hiruzen. It's all because you refused to kill him back then. Enma then turned to look at Hiruzen and said. We'll take action next. Hearing Enma's reproachful tone, Hiruzen also sighed and replied. It's already too late. Hearing his words, Enma shook his head and said. I'm counting on you, Enma. Adamantine staff. Hiruzen also had no time to continue catching up, quickly saying to Enma. Kill him. Don't let that guy transform. Hearing Hiruzen's words, Orochimaru also nervously ordered Hashirama and Tobirama. Hearing Orochimaru's command, Hashirama and Tobirama quickly charged at Hiruzen, but were directly sent flying by Enma. Enma also quickly transformed into a staff. It then spun, breaking the trees binding Hiruzen, allowing Hiruzen to be freed. Freed, Hiruzen quickly took the adamantine staff that Enma had transformed into, then warily watched Orochimaru. Holding the staff, Hiruzen's aura clearly became strong again. It's finally getting interesting. Although the situation had improved for Hiruzen, Orochimaru quickly let it go. Then, he pressed his stomach, and Orochimaru opened his mouth. Subsequently, his tongue transformed into a giant snake. The giant snake opened its mouth again, slowly spitting out a sword. Chapter 236, Chapter 236 Forbidden Technique, Living Corpse Reincarnation. 1462 Words The Kusanagi Sword. Watching Orochimaru's actions, Hiruzen slightly frowned. Let's go, Enma. Looking at the Kusanagi sword in Orochimaru's hand, Hiruzen understood that even Enma was not indestructible. Even a diamond-hard body would hurt when struck by the Kusanagi sword. Thinking this, he directly leaped high into the air, then thrust the staff at Orochimaru. Seeing this, Orochimaru performed 2 backflips, jumping away from his original spot and dodging the attack. Seeing the first strike miss, Hiruzen used the adamantine staff to quickly land on the ground, then began rapidly spinning the staff in his hands. Orochimaru also tightly gripped the Kusanagi sword, starting to look for an opportunity to attack. Soon, it was Hiruzen who took the initiative to attack first, swinging the staff at Orochimaru several times in a row. Orochimaru directly used the Kusanagi sword to block the staff. Just as the two were clashing weapons on Takuru's side, the twilight moon, which had been burning for a long time, finally showed a trace of damage. However, it was repaired almost instantly. And the twilight moon underwent another round of destructive growth. Twilight moon, defense plus 135, power plus 270, additional skill, destructive growth. Damage count, 8. Seeing this, Takuru slightly nodded. It was worth being burned by the fire for so long. But seeing that the twilight armor and twilight shadow on his body showed no sign of damage at all, Takuru sighed and directly left the burning area. As Takuru stopped contacting the barrier, the flames didn't disappear immediately. However, with a thought from Takuru, a large amount of ice enveloped him, instantly extinguishing the flames. Afterward, Takara directly used ice to create a room and quickly took out his Demon Slayer core uniform and undergarments, putting them on swiftly. Although the burning flames couldn't injure Takaru, his clothes had still been burned off. As for Kadamaru and the others, seeing Takaru finally leave the barrier, they heaved a sigh of relief. Maintaining the barrier normally didn't consume much chakra, but if someone continuously attacked it, chakra consumption would accelerate. Although Takaru only touched it simply with his sword, the continuous burning of the flames consumed much more chakra for them than normal maintenance. After taking care of his appearance, Takaru dissolved the ice room, and saw that inside the barrier, Orochimaru and Hiruzen were currently in a stalemate with their weapons. It seemed Hashirama and Tobirama had also come back online, starting to attack Hiruzen. First, Hashirama swept his leg at Hiruzen. Noticing Hashirama's attack, Hiruzen lightly jumped, dodging the attack, and even took the opportunity to place an explosive tag on his leg. Then, he dodged Tobirama, who tried to attack him, also placing an explosive tag on his arm. However, to place the tag, he was kicked away by Tobirama the next moment. Noticing Hiruzen's current state, Orochimaru quickly charged forward, starting to punch his head repeatedly. Then, he jumped up again for a heavy kick, sending him flying. How foolish, rushing over without even using the shadow clone technique. Looking at the fallen Hiruzen, Orochimaru didn't forget to mock him. Hearing Orochimaru's words, the Umbuhir understood clearly. It wasn't that Hiruzen didn't use shadow clones earlier, but because of his age, his chakra reserves had diminished compared to his youth. Coupled with not having any particularly special physique, his chakra amount couldn't compare to people like Naruto. The shadow clone technique required dividing chakra equally. Although a certain amount of chakra would be returned upon dispelling, there would still be loss. He was afraid of wasting chakra for nothing. Are you all right, sensei? Please pull yourself together. You are the one known as the professor, versed in all the ninjutsu that exist in Konoha, aren't you? Please don't disappoint me too much, ha ha ha. Looking at Hiruzen's exhausted face, Orochimaru revealed a wicked smile. Hokage-sama, please pull yourself together. Then please save the Konoha village. The Umbuhir, seeing this, shouted loudly at Hiruzen. Hearing their words, Takaru looked at these Umbu speechlessly. These guys were really too weak. Hiruzen, what's wrong with you? This isn't like your usual self. It's completely unbecoming. What are you hesitating for? It's time to settle this. Enma, cast aside to the side, also opened one eye and said to Hiruzen. Hearing Enma's words, a tear involuntarily fell from Hiruzen's eyes as he looked at Orochimaru. Facing this disciple he once cherished so much, he ultimately found it difficult to sever ties. Orochimaru, you fool. At this moment, Hiruzen finally completely made up his mind. Compared to Orochimaru, he cared more about Konoha. Thinking this, he also shouted and launched an attack at Orochimaru. Taking advantage of his distraction, he grabbed Orochimaru's collar, then kicked his legs, making him lose balance. The adamantine staff also suddenly extended an arm, directly grabbing Orochimaru by the neck. Orochimaru, you're finished now. I'll break your neck. Compared to Hiruzen, Enma didn't have much fondness for Orochimaru. However, when he exerted force, Orochimaru's body turned into mud, scattering. Clearly, it was a mud clone. But Orochimaru's real body soon emerged from below the mud clone. Seeing this, Hiruzen kicked him away. Seeing Orochimaru knocked away, Hashirama prepared to move. However, Hiruzen gave Hashirama a calm look, then detonated the explosive tag on his leg. With the explosion, he completely lost balance. He did the same with Tobirama, detonating the explosive tag on his right hand. Instantly, Tobirama also fell beside the trees. However, seeing this scene, Orochimaru had a calm expression. Then, under everyone's gaze, the armless Tobirama and the legless Hashirama rapidly regenerated. In less than 10 seconds, the two stood up again. As expected, I must find a way to deal with the souls bound by the Edo Tensei themselves. Otherwise, it's meaningless. Relying on this, indeed, I can only use the jutsu of the fourths. First Hokage-sama, second Hokage-sama, please forgive me. I am going to perform that jutsu. Thinking this in his heart, Hiruzen also pressed his palms together. Sensei, your breathing seems quite labored. You've grown old. I've never seen you in such pain before, hee. Sensing Hiruzen's breathing becoming ragged, Orochimaru said with a faint smile. What's so funny? Looking at Orochimaru's smile, Hiruzen frowned. How pathetic. Even you, once called the god of ninja, cannot defeat aging. Saying this, Orochimaru tore off his disguise again. A young woman's face appeared before everyone. Seeing Orochimaru turn into a woman, not only was Hiruzen shocked, but even the Umbu outside were stunned. Only Takaru clearly understood this was Orochimaru. He had simply performed the living corpse reincarnation to obtain eternal life and a young body. The so-called living corpse reincarnation is a jutsu that transfers one's spirit into another's body, thereby gaining eternal life. Originally, jutsu related to immortality would be considered forbidden, but Orochimaru sacrificed many people to use this jutsu to achieve his ambitions. This technique also has a weakness. After a successful reincarnation, one cannot transfer to another body for the next 3 years. Just who are you? Looking at the woman before him, Hiruzen couldn't connect her to Orochimaru no matter what. Too sudden to comprehend. I am Orochimaru. Now that Orochimaru had restored his original appearance, his voice also completely became a woman's voice. Could it be you have already mastered that forbidden technique? You have become a terrifying, inhuman thing. Hiruzen said, angry at his lack of ambition. Ha ha ha. However, facing Hiruzen's anger, Orochimaru found it incredibly amusing. On the other side, after a long chase, Sasuke finally caught up with Gaara and the others. Damn it, neither of them are in good condition right now, and of all people, it's this guy who chased us. Kankuro naturally saw the showdown between Sasuke and Shino. Sasuke seemed to have grown much stronger compared to a month ago, so Kankuro didn't have much confidence facing him. There's no other way. Temari, Gaara, you two go ahead first. I'll hold him off. I'll catch up with you later. Looking at the two, Kankuro volunteered. Be careful. Seeing Kankuro's serious expression, Temari quickly said. Don't die. Hearing Kankuro's words, Gaara also took a deep look at Kankuro and said quietly. Hearing Gaara's somewhat odd words of concern, Kankuro was stunned. It was the first time he felt Gaara's concern. Don't worry, I definitely won't die. Though surprised, Kankuro seriously nodded at him. As Kankuro stayed behind to cover their retreat, Temari and Gaara continued forward. Then, the two erupted into battle. However, compared to Kankuro, Sasuke's strength far surpassed his. So after a brief fight, Kankuro was quickly defeated by Sasuke in the most chakra-efficient way. After defeating Kankuro, Sasuke didn't dwell on it and continued pursuing Gaara. Chapter 237. Chapter 237 Hiruzen gambled his life. Dead demon consuming seal. 1331 words back to Takaru's side, Orochimaru and Hiruzen were still in a standoff. The reason I did not choose you to be the fourth Hokage was because of this twisted thinking of yours. As he spoke, Hiruzen also recalled the past. Back then, after receiving a report, Hiruzen personally led the Umbu to raid Orochimaru's laboratory, discovering Orochimaru conducting human experiments. All the subjects Orochimaru experimented on were abducted. Apart from ordinary civilians, there were genin, chunin, and even Umbu and jonin, all used as Orochimaru's experimental tools. At that time, what Orochimaru desired was to master all ninjutsu in the world. To achieve this, apart from extensive experiments, it required a vast amount of time. A normal human lifespan was definitely insufficient. Therefore, Orochimaru also began to seek immortality. Subsequently, Orochimaru explained the main function of this technique to Hiruzen, a method to allow his spirit to exist forever. To Takaru, it seemed exactly the same as body snatching in Chinese cultivation novels. Of course, compared to those fantastical worlds, achieving this in the ninja world was more difficult. And it seemed this technique also had significant limitations, such as each reincarnation causing damage to one's soul or carrying certain risks. Takaru, however, did not need to use such a technique. After all, Takaru firmly believed that relying on his current body and continuously traveling to other worlds through the cycle to gain powers and abilities, he could definitely elevate his body to its strongest. As for the constraint of lifespan, there were countless special worlds with all sorts of strange abilities, so regarding this, Takaru had no worries at all. Just look at the current him. Although not entirely certain, Takaru believed that with his current condition, living for 200 or 300 years would be very easy. You will die here, and I will obtain a younger, more beautiful, and stronger body. Konoha has truly given me much enjoyment. Orochimaru said with a laugh. It's Uchiha Sasuke. Hearing his words, Hiruzen also realized. Yes, you are correct. It's Sasuke. Facing Hiruzen's question, Orochimaru readily admitted. Then, Hiruzen asked Orochimaru again whose body this was. Orochimaru calmly stated it was the second. As for Sasuke, he originally wanted to nurture him first, but circumstances didn't seem to allow it. Later, to make Hiruzen feel regret, Orochimaru transformed back into his own face. As the conversation ended, Hashirama once again erupted with immense chakra. Instantly the entire violet flames formation was filled with giant trees, and those outside couldn't clearly see the situation inside with the naked eye. You can't let your guard down too much, sensei. You are always too naive. Looking at the bleeding Hiruzen, Orochimaru said flatly. Although the wood release was activated abruptly, Hiruzen still used Enma to transform into a cage in time, protecting himself inside, and thus avoiding too much damage. I will bury you to atone for the mistake I once made. Looking at Orochimaru, Hiruzen quickly solidified his resolve. It's already too late. Hearing his words, Orochimaru mocked faintly. Shadow clone technique. Facing Orochimaru's mockery, Hiruzen paid no heed and quickly used the shadow clone technique, creating two identical copies of himself. It seems you really have grown old, actually rushing to shorten your own lifespan. Seeing Hiruzen dare to use shadow clones, Orochimaru also mocked. Hiruzen ignored Orochimaru's mockery and quickly performed hand seals. Soon, a special spectral figure of a Shinigami appeared behind him. Takaru also watched Hiruzen's back solemnly. Although invisible to the naked eye, whether using observation haki or gyo, Takaru could notice the strange monster behind him. Although Takaru's strength was great, facing such a bizarre entity, Takaru wasn't entirely sure he would be completely unaffected. Because the Shinigami specter could only be seen by the person who made a contract with the Shinigami, Orochimaru didn't notice its presence at all. Moreover, Orochimaru was extremely confident at this moment. Then, Tobirama used a genjutsu on Hiruzen, the bringer of darkness technique, making Hiruzen unable to see the outside situation, trapped in complete darkness. Later, during their conversation, Hiruzen further expressed his love for the Konoha village. Even if the people in the village were not related by blood, they were all important family to him. Orochimaru, next I will show you a secret technique you have never seen before. Take this sealing technique, Dead Demon Consuming Seal. As his seals were completed, the Shinigami specter finally moved. The third Hokage could only endure attacks from Hashirama and Tobirama in the darkness. Finally, in the void, the Shinigami specter reached its hand into the small of Hiruzen's back, representing his soul. Facing this situation, Hiruzen felt endless pain, and also spat out a mouthful of blood. However, this action of the Shinigami indicated it was ready. Subsequently, Hiruzen had his clone capture the figures of Hashirama and Tobirama in the darkness, firmly grabbing them. Then, the Shinigami specter's arm passed through the small of Hiruzen's back, appearing out of thin air to grab the souls of the Hashirama and Tobirama. The bringer of darkness technique was instantly dispelled. The bringer of darkness technique is dispelled. What kind of technique is this? Seeing this, Orochimaru frowned. Sorry, Hiruzen. We've caused you trouble. After their souls were grabbed by the Shinigami, Hashirama and Tobirama regained their senses and apologized. Please forgive me, first Hokage-sama, second Hokage-sama. Facing their apologies, Hiruzen also apologized to the two. After sealing the two souls, Hiruzen felt intense pain and exhaustion, gasping for breath. A special sealing pattern also appeared on his stomach. Then, Hashirama and Tobirama's bodies began to melt away, revealing their true hosts, Zaku and Kin, who had participated in the Chunin exams. Even playing with the lives of your own subordinates. Seeing this, Hiruzen felt sorrow for Orochimaru, tears flowing from his eyes again. Subordinates' lives? You always say such boring things. Hearing Hiruzen's words, Orochimaru felt somewhat annoyed. These people all believed in you, didn't they? Come, Enma. Looking at Orochimaru, Hiruzen completely felt he was beyond redemption. Then, Hiruzen dispelled the other two shadow clones, then holding the adamantine staff, launched a swift assault on Orochimaru again. After a fierce exchange of attacks, Hiruzen knocked Orochimaru's sword away. After knocking away the Kusanagi sword, Hiruzen jumped onto a tree branch. The adamantine staff rapidly extended, and Enma's arm also extended accordingly. Hidden shadow snake hands. Sensing danger, Orochimaru quickly intercepted. A large number of snakes emerged from his arm to block the staff and Enma's arm. It's over. However, the staff was merely a decoy. Hiruzen used the body flicker technique to quickly appear in front of Orochimaru, firmly grabbing him. As Hiruzen grabbed Orochimaru, the Shinigami specter quickly reached through Hiruzen's abdomen to grab Orochimaru's soul. What is this feeling? Only after his soul was grabbed did Orochimaru react, realizing something was wrong. Then, he quickly used his arm to summon the Kusanagi sword. As he summoned it, the sword slowly rose. The two shouted simultaneously. The Kusanagi sword and the Shinigami specter both exerted force. The Kusanagi sword pierced Hiruzen's body, but was firmly caught by Enma, preventing it from killing Hiruzen completely. On the Shinigami specter's side, due to Hiruzen's weakness, it managed to pull out half of Orochimaru's soul, but then couldn't pull any further. Even so, Orochimaru was extremely uncomfortable. Takara glanced at the condition of the two, then lightly shook his head. Next, the two would engage in a tug-of-war, so Takara had no interest in the following situation. He turned his head and saw that on the spectator stands, everyone had thoroughly gained the upper hand. Then, Takara casually cast two healing spells towards Ui and Ritsu. Sensing their injuries and fatigue being restored, the two looked towards Takara's position and showed a smile. Takara gave them a slight nod, then sensed the distant battle. Without further thought, he directly disappeared from the spot. Chapter 238, Chapter 238 Takara's Assistance, Ibiki's Shock 1384 Words Soon, Takaru arrived at the battlefield being ravaged by giant snakes. Facing the three giant snakes, ordinary Chunin and special Jonin had no means of resistance at all, and using all their strength, they could barely slow the snakes' advance. Not to mention, Tsunagekyu's ninjas would also take the opportunity to attack Konoha's ninjas on the side. We must find a way to stop it here. Hasn't support arrived yet? Watching the giant snake continuously destroying Konoha's buildings, Ibiki felt a deep sense of helplessness. Then, watching his comrades fall one after another beside him, and the Tsunagekyu's ninjas moving quickly. We can't hold it back. Despair crept into Ibiki's heart. Hail Fury Leap. However, at that moment, everyone heard a clear voice, and then noticed the sky seemed to darken. They instinctively looked up, only to see a massive blue sphere appear out of thin air above. The sphere was so large, several times bigger than the giant snake. Then, the enormous sphere descended at incredible speed towards one of the snakes. With the sound of a massive impact and a shockwave, everyone saw the giant snake's head affected by the ice sphere, vomiting blood and collapsing to the ground, unsure if it was dead or unconscious. Afterward, everyone stared blankly at a figure standing atop the huge ice sphere. The newcomer was truly Takaru. Hail Fury Leap was a skill Takaru learned from his death. Although useless for himself, it was very effective for clearing out such monsters. What kind of ninjutsu is that? Seeing this unfamiliar ninjutsu, Ibiki was also puzzled. He never knew anyone in Konoha could use ice release. Long time no see, Ibiki-san. It seems your situation is quite dire. Casually suppressing two snake heads, Takaru standing on the ice sphere looked at Ibiki with a light laugh. You are Nara Takaru, a candidate from this Chunin exams. When he clearly saw Takaru's appearance, Ibiki was stunned. Although he hadn't interacted much with Takaru, as a candidate who passed the first exam, a ninja like him wouldn't forget so easily. He never expected a genin participating in the Chunin exams could easily suppress a monster that many Chunin and special jonin couldn't stop. Jiraiya, who was hidden and ready to act, was also stunned. The summoning technique he was about to use halted. Looking at Takaru, he only felt unfamiliarity. Being able to use ice release of this level, yet he had never seen him before, made Jiraiya somewhat wary. Takaru naturally sensed the hidden Jiraiya. Jiraiya, with his immense chakra, was very prominent in Takaru's observation haki perception. However, it seemed he was just about to act. Takaru had just beaten him to it. Noticing this, Takaru didn't mind at all and instead showed a smile. It seemed his arrival was quite timely. After Takaru casually dealt with one giant snake, the other two snakes warily watched Takaru. Many Sunagakure and Konoha's ninjas also stared dumbfounded at Takaru's cool entrance. However, while these people were stunned, Takaru had no intention of dazing. With a light snap of his fingers, dense clusters of ice spikes instantly appeared in the air above Takaru. It was the white ice shards Takaru used earlier against Gaara, but this time the number was even larger, and the ice spikes were even bigger. Go, white ice shards! As Takaru lightly waved his hand, a massive number of ice spikes flew towards the two giant snakes and the Sunagakure's ninjas. Squelch! Squelch! With the continuous sound of blades piercing flesh, many Konoha's ninjas stared blankly at this spectacular scene. The giant snakes' bodies were riddled with countless ice spikes, bleeding profusely. Many Sunagakure's ninjas who couldn't dodge in time were also pierced by the huge ice spikes, falling to the ground. Most importantly, all the ice spikes seemed to have eyes, directly avoiding Konoha's ninjas. The immense pain made the two giant snakes roar in fury. Although the ice spikes caused great damage, they weren't enough to kill them immediately, so they angrily counterattacked Takaru. Seeing both giant snakes' heads crashing towards him, Takaru remained calm, extending his right hand and clenching his fist. Soon, a snake head closer to Takaru charged at him first. Be careful. Ibiki below, seeing Takaru not dodging or evading and understanding the snake's power, could only shout a warning to Takaru. A sound even louder than the ice sphere's impact rang out. Everyone soon saw the giant snake head, upon contact with Takaru, fly backward even faster. Ibiki clearly saw the snake's jaw had a large hole torn open, bleeding profusely. Takaru himself also sensed the snake's blood raining down, nearly touching him. Takaru directly used his will to intercept all the blood, not wanting it to dirty him. After blasting away one snake, the other snake's attack soon arrived before Takaru. This time, Takaru didn't violently knock it away, but easily blocked its charge. Then, its massive body began to freeze. A few seconds later, a giant snake-shaped ice sculpture appeared before everyone, looking vivid under the sunlight. With Takaru's sudden intervention, the Sunagakure's ninjas were terrified. The leading ninja, without thinking, directly shouted for the remaining Sunagakure's forces to retreat. He clearly understood that such a figure was not someone they could handle. If they really tried, they wouldn't be enough. Seeing them trying to escape, Takaru didn't intend to let them go. With another thought, several massive phantom thunder dragons appeared in the sky. Go, thunder dragons! Takaru called lightly. The huge thunder dragons crashed into the fleeing Sunagakure's ninjas. With crackling electrical sounds, many Sunagakure's ninjas' bodies turned charred, forever remaining in Konoha. Of course, although Takeru's attack was fierce, a small portion who fled early escaped the thunder dragon's baptism. Seeing the Sunagakure's ninjas fleeing far away, Takeru could have caught up but chose not to pursue further. Nodding to Ibiki, he disappeared from the spot. Although the area with the snakes had the most Sunagakure's ninjas, other places still had many Otogakure and Sunagakure's ninjas attacking. Takeru intended to completely drive them out. With Takeru's activity, soon, the Otogakure and Sunagakure's ninjas attacking Konoha were all slain or driven away by Takeru. After roughly circling Konoha once, Takeru returned to the main stadium. At this moment, Orochimaru and Hiruzen were still in their final standoff. Hiruzen was very confident that although Orochimaru's attack was somewhat sudden, Konoha's ninjas could definitely handle it. Simultaneously, Hiruzen told Orochimaru that the world's strongest power wasn't just mastering ninjutsu, but that true ninja power emerges when protecting loved ones. It seems I don't have the strength left to pull out your entire soul. But your ambitions end here. After such a long stalemate, Hiruzen accepted it. Looking at Orochimaru, he made a certain decision in his heart. It's not over yet. My ambitions won't stop. Hearing Hiruzen's words, Orochimaru shouted loudly. You are addicted in ninjutsu, wasting ninjutsu. I will give you the punishment most fitting for you. I will take away all the ninjutsu you have mastered. Hiruzen shouted at Orochimaru. What are you saying? Hearing his words, Orochimaru felt a sense of foreboding. Before he could think more, Hiruzen used great force again, vigorously pulling out the souls representing his arms. Then, he had the Shinigami Spectre swing its blade, severing the souls of his arms. Under Orochimaru's somewhat despairing gaze, Hiruzen completely sealed away the souls of his arms. My hands. Watching his arms rapidly necrotize, Orochimaru couldn't accept it. Now your hands are completely useless. Since you cannot use your hands, you cannot perform hand seals. You can no longer use ninjutsu. Your plan to destroy Konoha has failed. In his final moments, Hiruzen shouted at Orochimaru. You old bastard, give me back my hands. Orochimaru roared at him furiously. You've become foolish, Orochimaru. Although it's a pity I can't take you with me, my disciple, we will meet in that world sooner or later. Feeling his soul being continuously consumed by the Shinigami, Hiruzen was convinced Orochimaru would join him there soon. You senile old man on your last breath, how dare you take away my ninjutsu? Orochimaru was somewhat hysterical looking at Hiruzen. Hiruzen could no longer see clearly, slowly closing his eyes. Chapter 239 Chapter 239 The Crush Plan concludes, Memorial Service 1458 Words Sarutobi. Sensing Hiruzen had completely lost his life, Enma sorrowfully crawled to his side. At least let me pull out this sword. You walked the path of a ninja to its limit. This way of death suits you best. Looking at the fallen Hiruzen, Enma silently thought. However, as he tried to grab the sword moved on its own. Then, it directly floated into the hands of Takeru, who stood nearby. It turned out the moment Hiruzen fell, Takeru had directly used Twilight Moon to break the barrier. The Kusanagi sword was then controlled by Takeru's telekinesis, and flew into his hand. Enma, watching the Kusanagi sword fall into Takeru's hands, felt unwilling, but he no longer had the strength to persist. He directly transformed into a puff of smoke and dissipated on the spot. Takeru also examined the Kusanagi sword briefly before putting it away. Damn it, my hands feel like they're burning. Orochimaru also felt the pain in his arms and muttered. Orochimaru-sama. Because the barrier was broken, the four could only come to Orochimaru's side, warily watching Takeru. They truly never expected Takeru could really break the barrier, and seemed to do so effortlessly. The operation ends here. We're going back. Looking at the four, Orochimaru weakly said. Hearing Orochimaru's words, the four naturally wouldn't hesitate, quickly responding before preparing to take Orochimaru and leave. The commotion here also drew the attention of Kakashi and others below. "Let's go." The Umbu who had been watching the show finally reacted after seeing Orochimaru and the others preparing to leave. They gave chase, wanting to keep them there. Ninja art, spider web binding. However, the three were like weaklings. As soon as they went up, they were intercepted by Kidomaru with a binding technique, making Takaru feel speechless. Kidomaru and the other three, noticing the mysterious Takaru showed no intention of attacking, all collectively sighed in relief, including Orochimaru, who was being carried by them. "Kakashi, they're moving. Should we pursue?" Guy, seeing Orochimaru and the others leaving, curiously looked at Kakashi. "No, wait, Guy." Hearing his words, Kakashi directly stopped him. "That's right. Acting recklessly without intelligence on the situation above might fall into the enemy's trap." Kabuto looked at Kakashi and the others and calmly said. Actually, Kabuto also felt somewhat tense at the moment. After all, Takaru's actions were too erratic. If Takaru attacked them, he didn't know if they could escape safely. At this moment, Baki and others gathered around Kabuto, facing off against Kakashi and the others. As for Ui and Ritsu, they found the unconscious Karen and woke her up. "Hey, what should we do?" At this moment, Baki directly looked at Kabuto beside him and asked. "It's about time to retreat." Hearing Baki's inquiry, Kabuto directly said. After all, even Orochimaru had fled now. Facing a large number of Konoha's ninjas alone, even with confidence in his own strength, Kabuto didn't think he could escape under their siege. Then, Kakashi began to accuse Kabuto, asking if he wanted to escape from him again. But Kabuto directly pointed out that Kakashi couldn't use the Sharingan perfectly like the Uchiha clan yet, meaning Kakashi was also at the end of his strength. Hearing his words, Kakashi could only frown and ultimately didn't make a move. Then, Kabuto quickly left the area. As for Takaru, after picking up the Kusanagi sword, he didn't pay attention to the standoff between Kakashi and Kabuto. He directly went to Ui and Ritsu. "How are you? Are you all right?" Looking at the three girls, Takaru directly asked. "We're fine, aside from being quite exhausted." Hearing Takaru's concerned words, Ui and Ritsu quickly shook their heads. "Takaru, are you hurt? Want to take a bite for healing?" Karen also looked at Takaru expectantly, even extending her fair arm for him to bite. "I'm fine. If I were injured, I could heal myself." Seeing Karen's action, Takaru helplessly shook his head. However, he was quite touched by Karen's concern. "Takaru nii, is it all over?" Ui also asked. "Yes, it's over." Hearing this, Takaru gave a definite answer. The following time would be for holding the funeral and post-disaster reconstruction. However, due to Takaru and the others, this disaster wasn't as severe as in the original work, though it was still quite serious. These matters weren't closely related to Takaru. Having stepped in to solve so many Sunagekure and Otogekyure's ninjas was already going above and beyond. Of course, the most important thing was to change the plot. Although Takaru could have completely stopped Orochimaru's plan to destroy Konoha from the start, for one, Takaru had already promised Orochimaru he wouldn't interfere with his plan. For another, killing the cannon fodders could increase his evaluation score. Aside from here, Sasuke, Naruto, and the others also successfully caught up with Gaara and his team. After a series of clashes, they ultimately let Gaara leave. Because Gaara, after Takaru's guidance, didn't release the full Shikaku like in the original work, he used the vessel state to repel Sasuke and Naruto, then left with Temari and Kankuro. Naruto, because he wasn't pushed by Gaara, didn't forcibly use the Nine-Tails power to summon Gamabunta. So the two didn't have a fierce battle, and only Sasuke was somewhat unwilling after being repelled by Gaara. Therefore, not long after, Naruto and the others directly returned to Konoha village. Time quickly passed 2 days. Takaru and the others received notice to attend the funeral of Hiruzen, and the many ninja who sacrificed themselves for Konoha. Takaru and the others also uniformly wore black clothes and headed to the destination. At the funeral, all ninja in the village who had time to come had arrived. Everyone looked at the third Hokage's portrait in silence. Apart from ninja who could enter inside, many umbu and ordinary civilians also gathered outside the venue, silently watching inside. It's raining. Feeling the rain showering on them, Kurenai slowly said. Even the sky is crying. Asuma also calmly said. Hiruzen's passing saddened him, but he wouldn't lose composure now. Perhaps he had seen too much life and death. A memorial service is held to mourn the third Hokage who sacrificed his life in this battle, as well as the other sacrifices. The hosts, Konoha's two elders, began the eulogy. Feeling the atmosphere of the venue, Takaru, Ui, and the others didn't feel too much. However, influenced by the venue's aura, Takaru inexplicably felt a wave of sorrow. Although Takaru had the ability to save everyone back then, he didn't stop it immediately. Regarding this outcome, Takaru didn't regret his actions at the time. Takaru had no obligation to save them, whether in the main world or mission worlds. Although Takaru's performance had always been that of an absolute good person, for Takaru, everything he did was only beneficial to himself. As for ordinary rescues, it was because Takaru felt it brought him more benefits. Another reason was like the core principle of the club Yukino initially established: those with abundance, with a compassionate heart, give their surplus to those in lack, extending a helping hand to those in distress. Takaru, possessing immense strength, was that person with abundance. If Takaru didn't have knowledge of the plot and strength far surpassing others, the role he might play would just be a marginal character struggling to survive in mission worlds. Moreover, compared to letting a previous Hokage slowly die of old age, letting him die in war was perhaps his best end. And Orochimaru might have understood this, which was why he personally buried his teacher. As everyone began to step forward to offer flowers, Konohamaru finally couldn't hold back his tears. Irika, seeing this, gently patted his shoulder. Looking at Hiruzen's portrait, Irika couldn't help but recall the comfort and encouragement he received from Hiruzen when he was young. Then he even embraced him. Naruto, looking at the deceased Hiruzen, also felt very sad because, although Hiruzen did many things unethically, his character image was still very well established. On the other side, Kakashi went to another place, where ordinary ninja were being mourned. Today's events made him think of Obito. For Hey-8. The third Hokage's funeral has already started. Sensing the person behind him, Kakashi said emotionally. Kakashi-senpai also came to see Obito-san. If you have to think of a reason for being late every time, it's better to come a little earlier. Yugao also suggested. I came early in the morning. It's just that every time I come here, I want to endlessly blame my former foolish self. Hearing her words, Kakashi said emotionally. Regarding their situation, Jiraiya, hiding in the shadows, also showed a reminiscent expression. Chapter 240, Chapter 240 Uchiha Itachi and Kisame 1497 words, Irika-sensei, why are people willing to risk their lives for others? As it ended, Naruto slowly asked Irika. People die alone, disappear. Their past, present life and future all vanish together. Many die in missions or wars, it's surprisingly simple. Hey-8 was one of them. These deceased also had dreams and goals. However, everyone has something they cherish: parents, siblings, friends, and loved ones. People important to oneself, trusting and helping each other. The bonds with beloved people from the moment one is born. These red threads of fate grow thicker over time. There's no logic to it. Those who have this red thread will definitely do so again, because it's important. Hearing Naruto's words, Irika fell silent for a moment before speaking emotionally. I can understand too, but death is really painful. Naruto looked at Hiruzen's portrait sadly. The third Hokage didn't die in vain. He properly left important things for us. Well, someday you'll understand too. Looking at Naruto, Kakashi couldn't help but offer a reminder. I feel I can understand that point too. After hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto showed a smile again. The memorial service completely ended 2 hours later, and the heavy rain finally stopped slowly at the very end. After the memorial service ended, everyone gradually dispersed. Takaru also took Yui and Ritsu back to the house. As for Karen, not being a Konoha's ninja, she just waited quietly at home for Takaru and the others when they left. In the blink of an eye, 2 more days passed. On this day, Konoha welcomed 2 uninvited guests. Excuse me. Seeing the 2 who wanted to walk straight inside, the gate guard ninja opened his mouth to ask for their information. However, Itachi, wearing a bamboo hat, just glanced slightly at the Chunin guard. The Chunin's consciousness became confused, then he slowly fell down, falling asleep. Afterward, the 2 walked inside without stopping. On Takaru's side, after the Chunin exams ended, the known mission in this world was to survive for 2 months. Now there were still over 10 days left until the 2-month mark, and Takaru didn't plan to waste these days. He still took the 3 for daily training. Konoha's reconstruction wouldn't affect Takaru and the others. Based on memory, Takaru knew Itachi and Kisame would come to Konoha during this period. Itachi's purpose for coming was simple, ostensibly to gather intelligence on Konoha, but actually to warn Danzo not to lay hands on Sasuke. Entering Konoha village would lead to their first battle with Kakashi and others. Takaru was quite interested in the 2, and wanted to test whether Amaterasu, which could burn anything, could further upgrade his Twilight Moon set. As for whether it could harm him, Takaru was very confident about his thick skin. After all, Takaru's current base defense attribute was 868 points. Combined with the talent Absolute Defense, it was already 1,736 points. Adding the 393 points from equipment bonuses, Takaru's defense attribute alone had reached 2,129 points. If combined with Nen and Armament Haki, Takaru's defensive ability would rise several more levels. So Takaru held no fear towards something like Amaterasu. Compared to the rebuilding Konoha, Sunagakure suffered heavy losses in this operation. Although the battle location was in Konoha, less than 1 in 10 of their participating ninja survived. Out of over 100 Chunin and Jonin who attacked, only a dozen or so escaped Konoha. Most importantly, they now discovered their Kazekage was already dead and realized the so-called Konoha Crush plan was just being used as Orochimaru's pawn. Now, several Sunagakure's ninjas gathered in a special valley. A Jonin pointed at 3 corpses below for the others. The corpses were severely decomposed, with crows and insects having fed on them, making them hard to identify, but everyone clearly recognized the attire on the bodies. Dead for a long time, probably before the Chunin exams, right? The Jonin who discovered them first spoke with his head lowered. Is that so? That's how it is. Damn it, Orochimaru. Orochimaru or Kabuto disguised as Kazekage-sama. I was too careless. Baki was furious, but he clearly understood now that if they didn't quickly apologize to Konoha, once Konoha recovered, they might launch a war against the Land of Wind. With the Land of Wind's strength, they'd probably be flattened in 1 round. Especially since Baki, for some reason, remembered Takaru's figure, who is easily suppressing Gaara in his vessel state. Also, he heard from the ninja who escaped back that Takaru easily slaughtered the 3 giant snakes serving as the vanguard, and wherever he went, corpses littered the ground. He practically single-handedly caused their assault to completely collapse. In the Otogakure, a hidden underground room, Orochimaru was currently roaring in anger. That damned old man. Orochimaru's hands were already bandaged by Kabuto. It wouldn't be that simple. After all, the opponent was the Hokage known as the strongest among the 5 great nations. But you did really well, actually taking down 2 of the 5 Kage. Kabuto spoke comfortingly to Orochimaru. Please don't. Don't say things that sound like comfort. I might kill you. Hearing Kabuto's words, Orochimaru felt extremely uncomfortable. Of course, I don't mean that. Although we indeed didn't capture the village, another objective of the plan, Uchiha Sasuke, you've already put a collar on him. Seeing the somewhat violent Orochimaru, Kabuto changed the topic. In terms of strength, Orochimaru, having lost both hands, might not necessarily be a match for Kabuto now. But Kabuto's loyalty to Orochimaru wouldn't diminish just because Orochimaru's power weakened. Heh, it was bought with my hands and all my ninjutsu. By the way, if I could have gotten that Uchiha Itachi, then it would have been fine. And that special guy. But these are already unattainable dreams because they are stronger than me. Speaking of Uchiha, Orochimaru thought of Itachi. Speaking of being stronger than himself, Orochimaru couldn't help but think of the special Takaru. Having personally fought and witnessed Takaru's strength, he also felt Takaru's hidden mysteries and terrifying abilities. Clearly having no chakra, yet his pure physical power far surpassed ninja like them, along with those completely unfathomable freezing abilities. Oh ho ho, here they come, here they come. So good, so good. As expected, Konoha Village, the average level is very high. On a rooftop, Jiraiya used a telescope to peep into a bathhouse. Are you still doing these boring things? Just as Jiraiya was watching intently, two figures appeared behind him, admonishing him. It's at least considered gathering material. It's Hamura-san and Koharu-san. What business do the advisors have with me? Turning his head, Jiraiya changed his expression, speaking indifferently to the two. What business? You should know without being told. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Hamura Mitokado frowned and said. Don't look so scary. The negotiations with Tsunagakure ended smoothly, didn't they? Jiraiya said with a playful grin. Tsunagakure publicly announced everything was due to Orochimaru. Moreover, when Tsunagakure announced their complete surrender to Konoha, negotiations weren't that important anymore. As for Konoha, to restore national power, we could only accept the proposal. Hamura and Koharu also continued. Then they informed Jiraiya that Konoha's power had fallen to a terribly low level, and first needed a trustworthy spiritual leader. You don't need to specially report these things to me. I'm going to continue gathering material. Hearing this, Jiraiya directly played dumb. I'll tell you a basic policy first. We need the fifth Hokage now. Seeing Jiraiya's actions, Hamura directly made it clear. Then, at the emergency meeting with the daimyo of the Land of Fire yesterday, Jiraiya, we decided to choose you. Koharu also looked seriously at Jiraiya. Terribly inconvenient. I'm not cut out for that. Hearing her words, Jiraiya refused without thinking. If Naruto knew his dream was something Jiraiya didn't want at all, he'd probably be so angry he'd challenge Jiraiya to a duel. And there's also a certain schemer old man, who finally waited for Hiruzen's death. However, Hamura and Koharu had never thought of letting Danzo become Hokage. This is decided. And if even a ninja like you, praised as one of the legendary Sannin, isn't suitable, then who else is there? Hearing Jiraiya's refusal, Hamura said somewhat angrily. If it's the legendary Sannin, there's still one more person, isn't there? That woman, Tsunade. To avoid trouble, Jiraiya had to bring up Tsunade. There's no helping it. He was used to a wild nature. Making him sit properly in charge in Konoha is impossible. Moreover, according to the Great Toad Sage's prophecy, he still carried a great mission. But out of love for Konoha, he couldn't completely ignore it either. So finally, he took on the mission of finding Tsunade to become the fifth Hokage, and he chose Naruto to accompany him. Though curious about Takaru, Jiraiya wasn't familiar with him. After learning he was from the Nara clan, he didn't intend to have much contact. Chapter 241, Chapter 241 Kurenai's Illusion, Asuma vs. Kisame. 1398 words back to Takaru's side. For the convenience of surveillance, Takaru hadn't gone to the secluded forest to train these past few days, but instead practiced with the three in the courtyard of the cabin. Also, although Takaru's conversation with Gaara at the venue a few days ago was all heard by Ui, being clever, she didn't ask how Takaru knew these things. Since Takaru didn't tell them, Ui wouldn't take the initiative to inquire about such personal secrets. Just now, Takaru finally noticed Itachi and Kisame's arrival, so Takaru, who was still training, stopped. Besides Takaru, Itachi and Kisame were also discovered by Kakashi, Asuma, and others. Takaru and I, what's wrong? Noticing Takaru stopped after just a few hundred push-ups, Ui asked curiously. There's something I need to attend to. I'm going out for a bit. You all stay home and train properly. Hearing Ui's question, Takaru said lightly. Takaru is going somewhere. I want to go too. Hearing Takaru's words, Karen immediately spoke up. Sorry, Karen. It's not convenient to take you this time. Looking at the expectant Karen, Takaru shook his head. Hearing Takaru's words, Karen puffed out her cheeks, seeming a bit unhappy. As he spoke, Takaru directly vanished from the spot. Takaru and I. Watching Takaru, who had already disappeared from the spot, Ui softly called out, also tightly clenching the Kusanagi sword in her hand. That's right, the Kusanagi sword Takaru confiscated was directly given to Ui. After all, in terms of weapons, Takaru already had Twilight Moon and the priest's staff. Although the Kusanagi sword's attributes were excellent, for Takaru, it was just so. As for Ui, she had learned many assassination techniques before but never had a particularly good weapon, so Takaru simply offered the gift on someone else's behalf. Although Ritsu and Karen were also very envious when they saw Takaru give Ui such a good weapon, they wouldn't say anything about Takaru's decision. By a riverside, Asuma and Kurenai intercepted Itachi and Kisame, who were preparing to leave. You're not from the village. What exactly are you here for? Looking at the concealed Itachi and Kisame, Asuma spoke directly. It's been a long time, Asuma-san, Kurenai-san. Faced with Asuma's questioning, Itachi was extremely polite, greeting the two with his magnetic voice. Since you know us, that means you were once a ninja from this village. Hearing Itachi call out his and Kurenai's names, Asuma quickly responded. Upon hearing this, Itachi directly took off his bamboo hat. Asuma and Kurenai then noticed Itachi's face, the most striking feature being those three Tomo Sharingan. Seeing this, the two were shocked. You are... absolutely no mistake. Uchiha Itachi. After the shock, Asuma uttered Itachi's name. Are you acquaintances of Itachi-san? Then let me introduce myself too. Hoshigaki Kisame. Pleased to meet you. Seeing this, Kisame also took off his hat, revealing his somewhat fierce shark-like face. There won't be any pleased to meet you from now on. I'll kill you right now. Asuma said with a cold smile as he looked at the two. Takaru, who had just arrived, felt utterly speechless upon hearing Asuma's words, how drunk are you? Hearing him say that, Takaru wasn't in a hurry to come out, choosing instead to hide and observe from the shadows. Itachi-san, it seems the people in the village really hate you. Kisame said lightly upon hearing Asuma's words. I know you too, Hoshigaki Kisame. Former ninja of Kirigakure. A missing nin wanted by various countries because of suspicions of assassinating a daimyo and engaging in activities to undermine the state. Kurenai quickly added. You are S-rank criminals on the bingo book. Uchiha Itachi. You dared to enter this village after causing such a serious incident. You have guts. Asuma continued. Asuma-san, Kurenai-san, please leave me alone. I don't want to kill you. Hearing Asuma's hostile words, Itachi sighed inwardly. About the clan massacre, except for a very small number of people, everyone else was unaware. Itachi, who should have been the hero of the village for betraying his clan, became a rat crossing the street. Those don't sound like words from someone who killed his own clansmen. I at least know you wouldn't appear here dressed like this, leisurely, without any purpose. What is your objective? Asuma demanded directly. Hearing his words, Kisame beside him grew irritated. Compared to chatter, he preferred a real fight. This guy is quite annoying. Should I kill him? Thinking this, Kisame even took the large sword from his back and slammed it heavily onto the ground. It seems we can't leave the village peacefully. But don't go too far. Your moves are too conspicuous. Hearing this, Itachi spoke calmly, though more than anything, he felt helpless inside. It's decided then. Saying this, Kisame quickly swung his sword at Asuma. Asuma swiftly dodged, and his special chakra blades quickly equipped on his hands. Compared to other swords, Asuma's chakra blades have 4 small holes on the hilt to accommodate for fingers besides the thumb. The hilt and blade are integrated, the external edge is sharp and serrated. After equipping his weapon, seeing Kisame swing down again, Asuma quickly crossed his arms, using his chakra blades to block Kisame's greatsword. On Kurenai's side, as Kisame and Asuma engaged, she quickly formed hand seals and soon cast demonic illusion, tree binding death on Itachi. This is a genjutsu. Noticing Kurenai's body disappearing in a strange way, Itachi watched with interest for a few moments, then activated his 3-tomo Sharingan. Takaru, hiding in the shadows, noticed that although Kurenai's figure couldn't be seen with the naked eye, he could detect her presence through his observation haki perception. It was similar to Ui's concealment, just temporary invisibility, but the person herself was still there, capable of attacking and being attacked. In the stalemate between Kisame and Asuma, Asuma, who was blocking with both hands, was being suppressed by Kisame with just one hand. I'm actually being suppressed by the tip of his sword. What astonishing strength! Seeing it becoming increasingly difficult to resist, Asuma frowned. My greatsword Samahata isn't for cutting, it's for shredding. As Samahata got closer to Asuma's shoulder, Kisame suddenly twisted, directly injuring Asuma's left arm, blood flowing freely. Although forced back, Asuma still showed a smile because he noticed Kurenai's demonic illusion, tree binding death had already taken effect. Kisame's movements were now restricted. Moreover, Itachi, who had been standing still, was also entangled by suddenly growing trees. Then, Kurenai's figure emerged from the tree above Itachi, holding a kunai ready to attack Itachi. This is the end. Whispering, Kurenai thrust the kunai at Itachi's neck. However, Itachi merely narrowed his eyes slightly, and the scene instantly swapped. The person bound was no longer Itachi but Kurenai. Genjutsu of this level are useless against me. Looking at Kurenai bound by her own genjutsu, Itachi said flatly. This is a genjutsu rebound. Seeing this situation, Kurenai, who specialized in genjutsu, quickly realized, her heart filled with surprise. Without further thought, she closed her eyes. With a trace of blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, Kurenai opened her eyes again. In that instant, she had quickly dispelled the genjutsu. Meanwhile, Itachi's kunai swung towards Kurenai. At the critical moment, Kurenai crouched down, barely dodging Itachi's attack, losing only a few strands of hair. Seeing Kurenai dispel the genjutsu so quickly, everything was within Itachi's calculations. Then, Itachi kicked at Kurenai again. Although Kurenai blocked with her arms in time, the powerful force still sent Kurenai flying into the nearby river. Seeing Kurenai's situation, Asuma shouted loudly. No time to look away. Looking at Asuma, Kisame kindly reminded. As for Kurenai, just as she stood up, Itachi's figure had already appeared behind her. As expected of Kurenai-san. But the one who ends here. However, behind Itachi, Kakashi's figure suddenly appeared and said calmly to Itachi. On the shore, Kisame launched a fierce attack on Asuma. Asuma could only fight while retreating. Suddenly, Asuma seized an opportunity and swung his blade at Kisame's face. Although Kisame dodged to the left in time, preventing the chakra blade from hitting him, a wound still appeared on his right cheek. It turned out Asuma had used chakra to extend the blade of his chakra blades. So, although the physical blade didn't hit, the extended chakra still caused injury. Chapter 242. Chapter 242 Kakashi and Itachi's confrontation 1432 words. Feeling the pain on his face, Kisame prepared to release a ninjutsu attack, quickly forming hand seals. Water release, water shark bullet technique. Water release, water shark bullet technique. However, across from him, another Kakashi appeared, and using the Sharingan, simultaneously used the same water shark bomb technique as Kisame. Two torrents of water collided, evenly matched. The same ninjutsu as me. Seeing this, Kisame was shocked. Why are you here too? Looking at Kakashi, Asuma asked in confusion. Well, even though I left it to you two earlier, I was still a bit worried, you know. Kakashi said calmly. If he hadn't come, that water shark bomb technique would have been too much for Asuma to handle. Shadow clone. Noticing two Kakashis, Kurenai realized. Missing Nin like you, what business do you have coming to this village now? The Kakashi behind Itachi also pointed a kunai at Itachi's neck and demanded. Hatake Kakashi. Turning his head to look at Kakashi, Itachi felt a bit troubled. Not afraid of Kakashi's strength, but feeling it would be troublesome if more Jonin, and elite Jonin kept coming. After all, he wasn't here to fight. Those eyes are still the same as before. Having said that, he is a true possessor of the Sharingan. I must prepare for the worst-case scenario. Looking at the unfazed Itachi, Kakashi felt extremely uneasy. That's surprising. No wonder you could use my ninjutsu. I didn't expect anyone besides Itachi-san to actually possess those eyes. You seem to be called the copy ninja Kakashi. Looking at the Sharingan in Kakashi's left eye, Kisame said in amazement. The one who should be surprised is me. I noticed two suspicious guys at the tea house, wondered who they were, and never imagined it would be Uchiha Itachi and Kirigakure's missing Nin, Hoshigaki Kisame. Hearing his words, Kakashi replied flatly. My apologies, you even know my name. I'm honored. I heard you fought with that brat Zabuza. A person worth cutting down. Hearing Kakashi's acknowledgement, the fighting spirit in Kisame's eyes burned brightly. Stop, Kisame. If you seriously fight that guy, it won't end peacefully. And the more time we waste, the more other ninja will gather here. Don't forget our purpose. You didn't come here to get injured, did you? Noticing Kisame's high fighting spirit, Itachi quickly interrupted him. Itachi really didn't want to cause too much trouble for coming to Konoha this time. However, it seemed things were going against his wishes now. Even Kakashi had shown up. If absolutely necessary, he was prepared to use some powerful measures. Then tell us your purpose. Hearing him say that, Kakashi quickly spoke up. We're just here to find something. Hearing Kakashi's words, Itachi said meaningfully. Find something? What are you looking for? Hearing his words, Kakashi frowned and moved the glinting kunai slightly. I'm not like Kisame. I won't take too much time. Seeing Kakashi treating him as an easy target, a change appeared in Itachi's eyes. Hearing Itachi's words, Kakashi instinctively sensed danger. Without thinking, he immediately retreated backward. On Itachi's side, he quickly took out for shuriken. However, this was just a feint. Water release, water formation wall. Kakashi, having created distance, used water formation wall for defense. His move allowed him to block for streams of water that suddenly shot out. His ninjutsu activation speed is incredible. I didn't even see him form seals. Using the shuriken in his right hand as bait, he actually attacked my feet with a water release. Kakashi frowned as he looked at Itachi, thinking to himself. As expected of Kakashi-san, your insight is quite extraordinary. Looking at Kakashi, Itachi said calmly. When the last word indeed fell, another Itachi appeared behind Kakashi and stabbed a kunai into his back. A shadow clone. His ninjutsu activation speed is too fast. Noticing Itachi's move, Kurenai frowned. However, the Kakashi Itachi attacked wasn't Kakashi's real body, but a water clone created while Kakashi used the water formation wall to evade the attack. His real body had long since submerged underwater. Humph, the copy ninja has actually mastered so many of our village's ninjutsu. Noticing Kakashi used a water clone, Kisame felt somewhat displeased. Kakashi, meanwhile, had now arrived beneath Kurenai. Seeing the kunai in his hand, Kurenai naturally took it. "Well done, Kakashi." As she spoke, Kurenai, holding the kunai, prepared to attack Itachi. "Get down, Kurenai. This one is a shadow clone." However, Kakashi sensed something was wrong. Without thinking, he burst out and pushed Kurenai away to a distance. The Itachi that Kurenai was about to attack suddenly exploded. "Kakashi, Kurenai." Seeing Itachi actually detonate a shadow clone, Asuma shouted in shock and, without hesitation, jumped into the waves churned up by the explosion. As the waves subsided, the surrounding water continued to fall like heavy rain. Kakashi's back was already seriously injured from Itachi's earlier explosion. Kurenai, protected by Kakashi, called out to him with concern. "Don't let your guard down. That guy is the man who became an Umbu captain at the age of 13. Turning his head with a grave expression, Kakashi felt it was extremely difficult to deal with him. "I never imagined he was this formidable." Asuma also said with a sigh, his heart growing even heavier. "No, that guy's power goes far beyond this." Hearing Asuma's words, Kakashi simply shook his head. "I didn't expect someone not of the Uchiha clan to use the Sharingan so proficiently. But your body isn't that of an Uchiha, which is suited for those eyes." Seeing Kakashi could quickly judge and evade his attacks, Itachi couldn't help but praise him. Hearing his words, Kakashi knew his own situation well. What Itachi said was right. Previously, Kabuto had seen through the burden the Sharingan placed on Kakashi. It was no surprise at all that Itachi could easily see through it as well. "Why the Uchiha clan is called the strongest and feared, let me show you the true power of our Kekkei Genkai, the Sharingan." As Itachi spoke, he closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his pupils were no longer 3 tomos, but had become the Mangekyo Sharingan. "It's bad. You too, don't look at his eyes." Noticing this, Kakashi quickly shouted to the two. Asuma and Kurenai immediately closed their eyes upon hearing. He also tightly shut his ordinary right eye, leaving only the 3-tomo Sharingan. "You too, absolutely must not open your eyes. Making eye contact with him now is the end. Probably only someone with the Sharingan can resist that technique." Looking at the Mangekyo, Kakashi's heart grew extremely heavy. Indeed, possessing the Sharingan might offer some resistance against this Mangekyo Sharingan. However, this special Sharingan's dojutsu, Tsukuyomi, cannot be broken. "The only ones who can defeat me are users of the Sharingan, the same Kekkei Genkai." Itachi spoke calmly, taking the opportunity to hint at the power of his clan. That only someone of the same clan, that is, the only remaining Uchiha in Konoha, Sasuke, could defeat him. He intended to make everyone realize Sasuke's importance this way. Hearing his words, Kakashi reacted. But before he could think further, he fell into the world of Tsukuyomi. Inside, Itachi calmly tortured him. A simple torture, just attacking his body with a sword, but it would last a full 72 hours. Moreover, all sensations here were no different from the outside world. And even if Kakashi wanted to lose consciousness, he couldn't. In reality, it was just a brief instant. Kakashi, who had been hit by Tsukuyomi, knelt painfully on the water's surface, his entire condition looking terrible. "What's wrong, Kakashi? Should we still keep our eyes closed?" Hearing some unusual noises, Kurenai spoke up again to ask. "No, not yet." Hearing Kurenai's words, Kakashi weakly replied. "What happened?" As soon as that guy finished speaking, you suddenly collapsed. Although his eyes were closed, he could distinguish the sound of Kakashi falling. Combined with Kakashi's current panting and weakness, he was very worried about what had happened. 3 days in that world, but in the real world, it was less than an instant. But why didn't he kill me? If he wanted to, it would have been effortless. Hearing Asuma's words, Kakashi also realized, and looked at Itachi with even more confusion in his eyes. "Oh, hit by that move and your spirit hasn't collapsed yet. But Itachi-san, overusing those eyes is dangerous for you too." Looking at Kakashi's condition, Kisame calmly reminded Itachi. Hearing his words, Itachi remained calm, staring at Kakashi without responding. Chapter 243, Chapter 243 1 against 2, The Shocked Itachi and Kisame. 1510 words. You're really in a sorry state, Kakashi-san. Just as the two sides were in a standoff, Takaru, who had been watching for a while, walked out with a light laugh. Hearing Takaru's words, Itachi and Kisame looked over in confusion. Noticing Takaru's figure, they also showed puzzled expressions. After all, while Takaru looked very handsome, his youth was unmistakable. A genius ninja from Konoha. Seeing Takaru walk over so casually and address Kakashi in that manner, Kisame looked at Itachi and asked doubtfully. No, I haven't seen him before, Itachi replied, equally perplexed. He simply didn't know Takaru. Takaru, get out of here now. He's not an opponent you can handle. Seeing Takaru approach, Kakashi hurriedly shouted. Although he was puzzled by Takaru's strength, Itachi's power was simply too great, especially those Sharingan, which brought immense pressure. How would I know without trying? Speaking of which, you should leave first. Takaru said softly. Instantly, a water dragon appeared beneath the feet of the three, directly carrying them to the shore behind Takaru. Sensing the instability of the water surface, the three were bewildered. Kakashi, noticing the giant water dragon beneath them, was also filled with confusion. Seeing that they had been carried away from their original spot by the water dragon, he was stunned. Asuma and Kurenai, sensing they were being moved, couldn't help but open their eyes. When they came to their senses, they found themselves already on the shore. Meanwhile, Takaru smiled and jumped onto the water surface. Although Takaru couldn't use chakra, and thus couldn't walk on water, he could easily stand on the surface by using his demon's extract to freeze the water into ice. That is. Noticing that the area where Takaru landed quickly formed ice, and with Takaru as the center, the entire river surface began to freeze, Itachi and Kisame realized something was wrong and immediately jumped into the air, avoiding being frozen. On the shore, Kakashi, seeing Takaru casually freeze the entire river surface, was utterly shocked. Takaru, don't look into his eyes. However, Kakashi quickly regained his composure and urgently reminded Takaru. Don't worry, I understand that even better than you do the abilities of the Sharingan, Takaru said calmly with a smile. Oh, you know the Sharingan well. Hearing Takaru's words, Itachi spoke up with surprise. Of course, and not just the Sharingan. I know you very well too, Uchiha Itachi, Takaru said with a light laugh. Is that so? Hearing Takaru's words, Itachi's expression remained calm, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. I know all about your life experiences and your abilities. I even know about the Akatsuki you're currently in, the person behind it, and the real purpose of your visit here. Of course, what interests me most right now is the Amaterasu of your right eye's Mangekyo Sharingan. I'm even more interested in this Amaterasu, known as the highest level fire release ninjutsu, which won't extinguish until it completely burns its target to ashes. With the foreknowledge of the plot, Takaru now looked at Itachi with an extremely pleased expression, especially when he saw the shocked looks in Itachi and Kisame's eyes, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Kisame, it seems he really does know a lot. We must take him with us. Hearing Takaru's words, Itachi took a deep breath, and said after regaining his composure. Hearing Itachi's words, Kisame also frowned. As for Kakashi on the shore, after hearing Takaru's words, he was equally shocked. He hadn't realized that Takaru seemed to truly know so much, making him even more curious about Takaru's origins. Moreover, Takaru's peculiar ability to control water and ice also astonished him. It seems you're finally getting serious. That's what makes it more interesting. But before that, I need to deal with a certain peeping Tom first. Looking at the two, Takaru revealed a faint smile, but his gaze turned toward a large tree in the forest. Hearing Takaru's words, Itachi and Kisame frowned. Rankyaku. Without paying attention to the two, Takaru kicked toward the forest. A white vacuum slash quickly appeared, flying at incredible speed toward a large tree in the forest, instantly cutting the thick tree in half. As the tree fell, a white Zetsu that had been lurking inside the tree, spying, was also severed at the waist. With White Zetsu's demise, everyone realized something, completely unaware that there had been someone peeping there. After dealing with White Zetsu's clone, Takaru turned back to face Itachi and Kisame. The two had not chosen to sneak attack while Takaru was dealing with White Zetsu, and they were also very curious about Takaru's earlier move, as were Asuma and Kurenai. Since they were far from Itachi and Kisame, the two had opened their eyes, nervously watching the impending battle, ready to provide support at any moment. Then, Takaru willed it, and his body was clad in the twilight armor, along with the twilight shadow and twilight moon. That equipment. Kakashi and the others, noticing Takaru's change of attire, were somewhat surprised. Itachi and Kisame, however, frowned, not understanding how Takaru could instantly change into a suit of armor and a shield. But they didn't dwell on it, as the most important thing now was to capture Takaru. Water release, exploding water colliding wave. Thinking this, Kisame jumped into the air, quickly forming hand seals, then gathering a massive amount of chakra in his throat before spewing a water impact toward the ground powerful enough to form a lake, rushing at Takaru. Sensing the rapidly approaching water flow, Takaru shook his head slightly, not even opening his eyes. Then, the Taiga Black Marlin in his hand glowed brightly. The enormous water flow released from Kisame's mouth was directly gathered by Takaru, forming 3 giant water dragons. How is this possible? Seeing the water he created being directly shaped into water dragons by Takaru, Kisame showed a shocked expression. Itachi was also immensely surprised, but noticing that Takaru had no intention of opening his eyes, he quickly formed a hand seal. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. He said softly, releasing a giant fire dragon from his mouth toward Takaru. Go, Super Large Ice Dragon Bullet Technique. Sensing what was about to happen, Takaru said with a light laugh. The giant water dragons instantly transformed into ice dragons, then charged toward the two. Seeing the giant ice dragon instantly overwhelm the fire dragon and quickly fly toward him, Itachi dared not underestimate it and quickly jumped away from his original position, dodging the impact of the giant ice dragon. Kisame in the air also showed a grave expression, then quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Water release, Water Shark Bullet Technique. Water release, Water Prison Technique. He quickly released 2 techniques, first using the Water Shark Bullet Technique to collide with Takaru's ice dragon, reducing its impact power. The Water Prison Technique used water flow to form a spherical prison, serving as a shield to protect himself from harm. Boom boom. The terrifying collision directly caused a huge explosion. Kakashi, Asuma, and the others in the distance, seeing the destruction caused by Takaru, couldn't help but swallow hard. However, Kakashi was already struggling to hold on. After 3 days of relentless torment, being able to last this long was a testament to his immense willpower. Noticing Kakashi's condition, Guy quickly appeared. He didn't rashly interfere with Takaru's situation, but went directly to Kakashi's side. To think Kakashi was injured like this. Kurenai, take Kakashi to the medical team. As for here, leave it to me and Takaru. Guy had long recognized Takaru's strength. But Guy, you can't look into Itachi's eyes, or you'll fall under his genjutsu. Hearing Guy's words, Asuma immediately reminded him. I know that. As a strategy for fighting Kakashi, I've also considered how to battle the Sharingan. When fighting the Sharingan, you just need to avoid making eye contact. Always watch the opponent's feet to discern their movements and respond accordingly. Guy said seriously. The only person who can do that is you. Hearing Guy's words, Asuma sighed and said. But since Guy had a way to deal with it, he felt reassured. I guess so. There's a trick to mastering all of an opponent's movements just by watching their feet. But Takaru's technique seems even more impressive. He doesn't even need his eyes to perceive everything around him. Hearing Asuma say this, Guy instead looked with emotion at Takaru, who was fighting with his eyes closed not far away. Meanwhile, Itachi, after dodging the ice dragon's attack, frowned as he looked toward Guy's side. The arrival of more and more ninjas made him realize the situation was becoming unfavorable. Continuing like this, they could easily get caught in a whirlpool. Kisame, stand down. Thinking this, he directly called out to Kisame. Hearing Itachi's voice, Kisame, who was about to attack, paused his movement and looked at Itachi. When he noticed Itachi's Sharingan change into the Mangekyo pattern, he understood. Chapter 244, Chapter 244 Amaterasu. The further evolution of the Twilight Set 1460 words, oh, finally going to use Amaterasu. Don't worry, I won't dodge. Noticing Itachi's situation, Takara spoke calmly. However, even as he said this, Takara still activated Ken and armament Haki, enveloping himself. Amaterasu. On Itachi's side, as his eye focused, destructive black flames were released at the focal point on Takara's body. With the burning of Amaterasu, Takara immediately felt an intense heat, but he found that his defense still hadn't been breached, which made him sigh lightly in relief. Not good. Over there, Guy, noticing the black flames burning on Takara's body, anxiously came to Takara's side. Guy-san, don't move recklessly. These flames are called Amaterasu, possessing the characteristic of burning anything. They won't extinguish until the burning object is completely consumed. Of course, for me, these things can't harm me, but I can't guarantee the same for you. Sensing that Guy was about to touch him, Takara took a slight step back and spoke calmly to him. Over there, Itachi and Kisame, seeing Takara's right arm ignited by Amaterasu seemingly unaffected, were stunned. As for Takara, after a slight sensing, he estimated that at this burning speed, the twilight armor would be destroyed in about 2 to 3 minutes. Thinking this, Takara quickly had Twilight Moon, and the Twilight Shadow come into contact with the flames. Watching the Amaterasu burning fiercely on the two pieces of equipment, Takara nodded in satisfaction. Are you okay? Seeing that Takara seemed truly unaffected, Guy asked hesitantly. Don't worry. Completely fine, Takara directly shook his head upon hearing his words. Although he knew the flames couldn't hurt him, Takara still used Nen and telekinesis to isolate the flames from his body. Even though they couldn't harm him, their unextinguishable nature made Takara unsure if he could extinguish them. After all, Takara didn't know sealing techniques. If they ignited his body, it would be quite troublesome. Alright, let's continue the battle. Guy-san, go take care of Kakashi-san. I'll handle things here. After slightly perceiving the state of the flames, Takara directly said to Guy, then turned to face Itachi and Kisame. To think even Itachi-san's Amaterasu had no effect. Konoha is truly terrifying. Sensing this situation, Kisame frowned and said. Itachi here was also somewhat mentally shaken. He hadn't expected the ever-successful Amaterasu to lose its effect on a mere kid. Even Amaterasu was ineffective. As for Tsukuyomi, Takara had his eyes closed, so he couldn't initiate it. At this moment, Itachi was also somewhat at a loss. As for other ordinary flames, they would definitely be even less effective. And with Takara currently his whole body burning with Amaterasu, Itachi felt the situation was tricky. If the battle continued, he might have to use his final trump card, Susanoo. What's wrong, aren't you going to attack? Then I won't be polite. White ice shards. Sensing the two motionless, Takara directly took action. Countless ice shards suddenly appeared in the sky, and following Takara's will, shot explosively toward the two. Noticing these ice shards, Kisame quickly used Samahata to bat them away, while Itachi used Fire Release, Phoenix Flower Nail Crimson to cancel out the ice shards. Fire Release, Phoenix Flower Nail Crimson is an enhanced version of Phoenix Sage Fire technique, and under Itachi's execution, not only were there more in number, but the power was also greater. Seeing that his white ice shards didn't cause much damage to the two, Takara didn't mind. Although this skill had a large range and considerable power, it was more for clearing out small fries. Against powerhouses of their level, the effect was much weaker. Kisame, let's go. We're not here to start a war, and that person is too bizarre. After taking a deep look at Takaru, Itachi still decided to retreat. Noticing his gaze, Takaru sighed. Although it was regrettable, currently being in Konoha village, even if he forced them to stay, Itachi wouldn't go all out in his attacks. Thinking this, Takaru directly created a shadow person, merging it into Itachi's shadow, planning to have a proper battle with him later. Then, as Itachi and Kisame used the body flicker technique to leave, Takaru didn't pursue, but instead looked at the four behind him. "Are you all right?" Seeing that Takaru, still a genin, had alone forced back powerful enemies that the three of them couldn't defeat, Kurenai felt somewhat ashamed. Hearing her concern, Takaru lightly shook his head. "Those flames on your body." And Asuma was more concerned about the black flames continuously burning on Takaru's body. Just by being near, he felt a great threat. Clearly, these flames were definitely not mere decorations. "Don't worry, I'm fine. And I'll keep these flames under control." Seeing Asuma's expression, Takaru spoke softly. Takaru had already used telekinesis to isolate the area around himself. Ordinary people or objects couldn't get within half a meter of him. "That's good. Regarding the flames, I'll have others help handle it." Seeing that Takaru indeed seemed unaffected, Asuma nodded understandingly. "It's not necessary for now." Hearing his words, Takaru calmly shook his head. Takaru was still planning to have Amaterasu destroy the equipment a few more times. Afterward, the group didn't waste any more time. Since Takaru said Kakashi's injuries weren't physical but mental, he didn't need to go to the hospital, and it would be better for him to rest. So, everyone directly took Kakashi to his home. As for Takaru, at their invitation, he also went to Kakashi's apartment. At this moment, Asuma and Kurenai also had many questions they wanted to ask Takaru. Meanwhile, Itachi and Kisame, having left, finally found traces of Naruto. However, because Naruto was currently being kept close by Jiraiya, the two dared not act rashly. The two stood on a high cliff, overlooking Jiraiya and Naruto in the distance. Although he might be an opponent you can find a way to deal with, I might not. He's not on the same level. Looking at the leisurely Jiraiya and Naruto, Kisame said with emotion. If we fight him, we'll both be killed. At best, it would be mutual destruction. Even if we increased our numbers, the result probably wouldn't change." Hearing Kisame's words, Itachi also said with emotion. "To think the one protecting him is one of the legendary Sannin. Facing him, both the Uchiha clan of Konoha and the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist become nobodies." Looking at Jiraiya, Kisame said with emotion. But even the strongest have weaknesses." Itachi, looking at the backs of Jiraiya and Naruto, his eyes becoming even deeper. Actually, compared to Kakashi and Naruto, what Itachi cared more about at the moment was Takaru, whom he had just fought, and the other true purpose of his visit here. As for why he airing about Takaru, one reason was Takaru's strength, and the other was what Takaru himself said about knowing his life's trajectory, and also exposing Akatsuki and the Amaterasu of his right eye. Although Itachi felt it was somewhat fantastical, he didn't dare completely disbelieve it. At the very least, Takaru definitely knew quite a lot. And now the question was how much Takaru knew, including the organization he was infiltrating, and whether he knew about Pain's situation. Because of these things, he now seemed somewhat distracted and unsettled. Back at Kakashi's apartment, Guy had carefully placed Kakashi on his bed and covered him with a blanket. Then the three looked at Takaru. On Takaru's side, the Amaterasu flames were still burning. "Takaru, are you really okay?" Seeing this situation, Kurenai couldn't help but ask again. "Don't worry. Although I can't easily extinguish them, they won't pose a threat to me." Hearing her words, Takaru calmly shook his head. It's worth mentioning that after about 20 minutes of Amaterasu burning, the number of times Takaru's twilight moon set had been damaged had already reached 10. As the damage count reached 10, the twilight moon set's attributes received a massive boost. Twilight Shadow, defense plus 250, additional skill, destruction growth. Damage count, 10. Twilight Armor, defense plus 300, additional skill, destruction growth. Damage count, 10. Twilight Moon, defense plus 200, strength plus 350, additional skill, destruction growth. Damage count, 10. When all three pieces of equipment are equipped simultaneously, activate passive skill, Twilight Defense, damage received from attacks reduced by N%, where N is the equipment damage level. Currently 10%, this meant that when Takaru equipped this three-piece set, attacks from others would only have 90% effectiveness on him. If added to the Great Shield Mastery LV10, the actual damage that landed on Takaru would only be 80% of its power. This greatly boosted Takaru's defense once again. And now, the defense bonus from the equipment alone given to himself had reached 783 points. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.